But to be honest, we didn't care too much at that point. Like I said, his alibi was solid and he didn't get the call until later in the morning, 4 or 5 o'clock. Your mother had been dead a good long while by then. TOD was midnight. The call didn't matter. Bosch nodded, but it was the kind of detail he would not have left open if it had been his investigation. It was too curious of a detail. Who calls a poker room that early in the morning? What kind of call would make Fox up and leave the game? What about the prints? I had him checked anyway, and they didn't match those on the belt. He was clean. The dirt bag was clear. Bosch thought of something. You did check the prints on the belt against the victims, right? Hey, Bosch, I know you highfalutin guys think you're the cat's ass now, but we were known for having a brain or two back in those days. Sorry. The prints on the belt were not the victims. They were definitely the killers because of their location. We got good direct lifts and partials on 2 spots where it was clear the belt had been grasped by the full hand. You don't hold the belt that way when you're putting it on. You do hold it that way if you're going to put it around someone's neck. They were both silent after that. Bosch couldn't figure out what McKittrick was telling him. He felt deflated. He had thought that if he got McKittrick to open up, the old cop would point the finger at Fox or Conklin or somebody. But he was doing none of that. He really wasn't giving Bosch anything. How come you remember so many details, Jake? It's been a long time. I've had a long time to think about it. When you finish up, Bosch, you'll see there'll always be one case that stays with you. This is the one that stayed with me. So what was your final take on it? My final take? Well, I never got over that meeting at Conklin's office. I guess you had to be there, but it just seemed that the one that was in charge of that meeting was Fox. It was like he was calling the shots. Bosch nodded. He could see that McKittrick was struggling for an explanation of his feelings. You ever interview a suspect with his lawyer there jumping in and out of the conversation? McKittrick asked. You know, don't answer this, don't answer that, shit like that? All the time. Well, it was like that. It was like Conklin, the next DA, for Christ's sake, was this shitheel's lawyer, objecting all the time to our questions. What it came down to was that if you didn't know who he was or where we were, you'd have sworn he was working for Fox. Both of them, Mattel too. So I felt pretty sure Fox had his hooks into Arno. Somehow he did. And I was right. It was all confirmed later. You mean when Fox died? Yeah. He got killed in a hit-and-run while working for the Conklin campaign. I remember the newspaper story on it didn't say nothing about his background as a pimp, as a Hollywood Boulevard hoodlum. Nah, he was just this guy who got run down, Joe Innocent. I tell you, that story must have cost Arno a few dollars and made the reporter a little richer. Bosch could tell there was more, so he said nothing. I was in Wilshire Dicks by then, McKittrick continued. But I got curious when I heard about it, so I called over to Hollywood to see who was on it. It was Eno. Big surprise. And he never made a case on anybody, so that about confirmed what I was thinking about him, too. McKittrick stared off across the water to where the sun was getting low in the sky. He threw his empty beer can at the bucket. It missed and bounced over the side into the water. Fuck it, he said. I guess we should head in. He started reeling in his line. What do you think Eno got out of all of this? I don't know exactly. He might have just been trading favors, something like that. I'm not saying he got rich, but I think he got something out of the deal. He wouldn't do it for nothing. I just don't know what it was. McKittrick started taking the rods out of the pipes and stowing them on hooks along the sides of the stern. In 1972, you checked the murder book out of archives. How come? McKittrick looked at him curiously. I signed the same checkout slip a few days ago, Bosch explained. Your name was still on it. McKittrick nodded. Yeah, that was right after I put in my papers. I was leaving, going through my files and stuff. I'd hung on to the prints we took off the belt, kept the card, also hung on to the belt. Why? You know why. I didn't think it would be safe in that file or in the evidence room. Not with Conklin as DA, not with Eno doing him favors. So I kept the stuff. Then a bunch of years went by, and it was there when I was cleaning shit out and going to Florida. So right before I decided to punch out, I put the print card back in the murder book and went down and put the belt back in the evidence box. Eno was already in Vegas, retired. Conklin had crashed and burned, was out of politics. The case was long forgotten. I put the stuff back. I guess maybe I hoped someday somebody like you would take a look at it. What about you? Did you look at the book when you put the card back? Yeah, and I saw I had done the right thing. Somebody had gone through it, stripped it. They pulled the Fox interview out of it. Probably was Eno. As the second man on the case, you had to do the paper, right? Right. The paperwork was mine, most of it. What did you put on the Fox interview summary that would have made Eno need to pull it? I don't remember anything specific. Just that I thought the guy was lying and that Conklin was out of line. Something like that. Anything else you remember that was missing? Nah, nothing important. Just that. I think he just wanted to get Conklin's name out of it. Yeah, well, he missed something. You'd noted his first call on the chronological log. That's how I knew. Did I? Well, good for me. And here you are. Yeah. All right, we're heading in. Too bad they weren't really biting today. I'm not complaining. I got my fish. McKittrick stepped behind the wheel and was about to start the engine when he thought of something. Oh, you know what? He moved to the cooler and opened it. I don't want Mary to be disappointed. He pulled out the plastic bags that contained the sandwiches his wife had made. You hungry? Not really. Me neither. He opened the bags and dumped the sandwiches over the side. Bosch watched him. Jake, when you pulled out that gun, who'd you think I was? McKittrick didn't say anything as he neatly folded the plastic bags and put them back in the cooler. When he straightened up, he looked at Bosch. I didn't know. All I knew was that I thought I might have to take you out here and dump you like those sandwiches. Seems like I've been hiding out here all my life, waiting for them to send somebody. You think they'd go that far over time and distance? I don't have any idea. The more time that goes by, the more I doubt it. But old habits die hard. I always keep a gun nearby. Doesn't matter that most times I don't even remember why. They rode in from the Gulf with the engine roaring and the soft spray of the sea in their faces. They didn't talk. That was done with. Occasionally, Bosch glanced over at McKittrick. His old face fell under the shadow of his cap brim, but Bosch could see his eyes in there, looking at something that had happened a long time before and no longer could be changed. After the boat trip, Bosch felt the onset of a headache from the combination of too much beer and too much sun. He begged off an invitation to dinner from McKittrick, saying he was tired. Once in his car, he took a couple of Tylenol caplets out of his overnighter, downed them without any liquid chaser, and hoped they would do the job. He took out his notebook and reviewed some of the things he had written down about McKittrick's story. He had come to like the old cop by the end of the fishing trip. Maybe he saw some of himself in the older man. McKittrick was haunted because he had let the case go. He had not done the right thing. And Bosch knew he was guilty of the same during all the years he had ignored the case that he knew was there waiting for him. He was making up for that now, and so was McKittrick by talking to him, but both of them knew it might be too little, too late. Bosch wasn't sure what he would do next when he got back to Los Angeles. It seemed to him that his only move was to confront Conklin. He was reluctant to do this because he knew he would go into such a confrontation soft, with only his suspicions and no hard evidence. Conklin would have the upper hand. A wave of desperation came over him. He did not want the case to come to this. Conklin hadn't flinched in almost 35 years. He wouldn't with Bosch in his face now. Harry knew he needed something else, but he had nothing. He started the car, but left it in park. He turned the air conditioner on high and added what McKittrick had told him into the stew of what he already knew. He began formulating a theory. For Bosch, this was one of the most important components of homicide investigation. Take the facts and shake them down into hypothesis. The key was not to become beholden to any one theory. Theories changed, and you had to change with them. It seemed clear from McKittrick's information that Fox had a hold on Conklin. What was it? Well, Bosch thought, Fox dealt in women. The theory that emerged was that Fox had gotten a hook into Conklin through a woman, or women. The news clips at the time reported Conklin was a bachelor. The morals of the time would have dictated then, as now, that as a public servant and soon-to-be candidate for top prosecutor, Conklin needed not necessarily to be celibate, but, at least, not to have succumbed privately to the very vices he was publicly attacking. If he had done that and was exposed, he could kiss his political career goodbye, let alone his position as commander of the DA Commandos. So, Bosch concluded, if this was Conklin's flaw, and it was through Fox that such dalliances were arranged, then Fox would hold an almost unbeatable hand when it came to having juice with Conklin. It would explain the unusual circumstances of the interview McKittrick and Eno conducted with Fox. The same theory, Bosch knew, would work to an even greater degree if Conklin had done more than succumb to the vice of sex, but had gone further. If he had killed a woman Fox had sent to him, Marjorie Lowe. For one thing, it would explain how Conklin knew for sure that Fox was in the clear on the murder, because he was the killer himself. For another, it would explain how Fox got Conklin to run interference for him, and why he was later hired as a Conklin campaign worker. The bottom line was if Conklin was the killer, Fox's hook would be set even deeper, and it would be set for good. Conklin would be like that wahoo at the end of the line, a pretty fish unable to get away. Unless, Bosch knew, the man at the other end of the line and holding the rod were to go away somehow. He thought about Fox's death and saw how it fit. Conklin let some time separate one death from the other. He played like a hooked fish, even agreeing to Fox's demand for a straight job with the campaign, and then, when all seemed clear, Fox was run down in the street. Maybe a payoff to a reporter kept the victim's background quiet, if the reporter even knew it, and a few months later, Conklin was crowned district attorney. Bosch considered where Mattel would fit into the theory. He felt it was unlikely that all of this had transpired in a vacuum. It was Bosch's guess that Mattel, as Conklin's right-hand man and enforcer, would know what Conklin knew. Bosch liked his theory, but it angered him, largely because that's all it was, theory. He shook his head as he realized he was back to ground zero. All talk, no evidence of anything. He grew weary thinking about it and decided to put the thoughts aside for a while. He turned the air down because it was too cool against his sunburned skin and put the car in gear. As he slowly cruised through Pelican Cove toward the gatehouse, his thoughts drifted to the woman who was trying to sell her dead father's condo. She had signed the name Jazz on the self-portrait. He liked that. He turned the car around and drove toward her unit. It was still daylight, and so no lights shone from behind the building's windows when he got there. He couldn't tell if she was there or not. Bosch parked nearby and watched for a few minutes, debating what he should do, if anything at all. 15 minutes later, when it seemed that indecisiveness had paralyzed him, she stepped out the front door. He was parked nearly 20 yards away between two other cars. His paralytic affliction eased enough for him to slide down in his seat to avoid detection. She walked out into the parking lot and behind the row of cars which included Bosch's rental. He didn't move or turn to follow her movement. He listened. He waited for the sound of a car starting. Then what, he wondered. Follow her? What are you doing? He jerked upright at the sound of sharp rapping on the window next to him. It was her. Bosch was flustered, but managed to turn the key so he could lower the window. Yes? Mr. Bosch, what are you doing? What do you mean? You've been sitting out here. I saw you. He was too humiliated to finish. I don't know whether to call security or not. No, don't do that. I was going to go to your door to apologize. Apologize? Apologize for what? For today. For, earlier when I was inside. You were right. I wasn't looking to buy anything. Then what were you doing? Bosch opened the car door and stepped out. He felt disadvantaged with her looking down at him in the car. "I'm a cop," he said. "I needed to get in here to see someone. I used you, and I'm sorry. I am. I didn't know about your father and all of that." She smiled and shook her head. "That's the dumbest story I've ever heard. What about L.A.? Was that part of the story?" "No, I'm from L.A. I'm a cop there." "I don't know if I'd go around admitting that if I were you. You guys have got some bad PR problems." "Yeah, I know." So, he felt his courage rising. He told himself he was flying out in the morning, and it didn't matter what happened because he'd never see her or this state again. "You said something before about lemonade, but I never got any. I was thinking maybe I could tell you the story, apologize, and have some lemonade or something." He looked over toward the door of the condo. "You L.A. cops are pushy," she said, but she was smiling. "One glass, and the story better be good. After that, we both gotta go. I'm driving up to Tampa tonight." They started walking toward the door, and Bosch realized he had a smile on his face. "What's in Tampa?" "It's where I live, and I miss it. I've been down here more than up there since I put the condo on the market. I want to spend a Sunday at my own place and in my own studio." "That's right, a painter." "I try to be." She opened the door for him and allowed him in first. "Well, that's okay by me. I have to get to Tampa sometime tonight. I fly out in the morning." While nursing a tall glass of lemonade, Bosch explained his scam of using her to get into the complex to see another resident, and she didn't seem upset. In fact, he could tell she admired the ingenuity of it. Bosch didn't tell her how it had backfired anyway when McKittrick had pulled a gun on him. He gave her a vague outline of the case, never mentioning its personal connection to himself, and she seemed intrigued by the whole idea of solving a murder that happened 33 years earlier. The one glass of lemonade turned into 4, and the last 2 were spiked nicely with vodka. They took care of what was left of Bosch's headache and put a nice bloom on everything. Between the 3rd and the 4th, she asked if he would mind if she smoked, and he lit cigarettes for the both of them. And as the sky darkened over the mangroves outside, he finally turned the conversation toward her. Bosch had sensed a loneliness about her, a mystery of some sort. Behind the pretty face there were scars, the kind that couldn't be seen. Her name was Jasmine Corian, but she said that friends called her Jazz. She spoke of growing up in the Florida sun, of never wanting to leave it. She had married once, but it was a long time ago. There was nobody in her life now, and she was used to it. She said she concentrated most of her life on her art, and, in a way, Bosch understood what she meant. His own art, though few would call it that, took most of his life as well. "What do you paint?" "Portraits, mostly." "Who are they?" "Just someone I know. Maybe I'll paint you, Bosch, someday." He didn't know what to say to that, so he made a clumsy transition to safer ground. "Why don't you give this place to a realtor to sell? That way you could stay in Tampa and paint." "Because I wanted the diversion. I also didn't want to give a realtor the 5%. This is a nice complex. These units sell pretty well without realtors. A lot of Canadian investment. I think I'll sell it. This was only the first week I've run the ad." Bosch just nodded and wished he had kept the conversation on her painting instead of realtors. The clumsy change seemed to have clogged things up a bit. "I was thinking, you want to have dinner?" She looked at him solemnly, as if the request and her answer had far deeper implications. They probably did. At least, he thought they did. "Where would we go?" That was a stall, but he played along. "I don't know. It's not my town, not my state. You could pick a place. Around here or on the way up to Tampa, I don't care. I'd like your company, though, Jazz. If you want to." "How long has it been since you were with a woman? I mean, on a date." "On a date? I don't know. A few months, I guess. But look, I'm not a hard luck case. I'm just in town and alone and thought maybe you'd—" "It's okay, Harry. Let's go." "To eat?" "Yes, to eat. I know a place on the way up. It's above Longboat. You'll have to follow me." He smiled and nodded. She drove a Volkswagen Beetle convertible that was powder blue with one red fender. He couldn't lose her in a hailstorm, let alone the slow-moving Florida highways. Bosch counted 2 drawbridges that they had to stop for before they got to Longboat Key. From there, they headed north for the length of the island, crossed a bridge onto Anna Maria Island, and finally stopped at a place called the Sandbar. They walked through the bar and sat on a deck overlooking the bay. It was cool, and they ate crabs and oysters chased with Mexican beer. Bosch loved it. They didn't talk much, but didn't need to. It was always in the silences that Bosch felt most comfortable with the women that had moved through his life. He felt the vodka and beer working on him, warming him toward her, sanding off any sharp edges to the evening. He felt a desire for her, growing and tugging at him. McKittrick and the case had somehow been pushed into the darkness at the back of his mind. "This is good," he said, when he was finally nearing his capacity for food and drink. "It's great." "Yeah, they do it right. Can I tell you something, Bosch?" "Go ahead." "I was only kidding about what I was saying about L.A. cops before. But I have known some cops before, and you seem different. I don't know what it is, but it's like you've got too much of yourself left, you know?" "I guess." He nodded. "Thanks, I think." They both laughed, and then, in a hesitant move, she leaned over and kissed him quickly on the lips. It was nice, and he smiled. He could taste garlic. "I'm glad you're already sunburned, or you'd be turning red again." "No, I wouldn't. I mean, that was a nice thing to say." "You want to come home with me, Bosch?" Now he hesitated, not because there was any deliberation in his answer, but he wanted her to have the chance to withdraw it in case she had spoken too quickly. After a moment of silence from her, he smiled and nodded. "Yes, I would like that." They left then and cut inland to the freeway. Bosch wondered as he tailed the Volkswagen if she would change her mind as she drove alone. He got his answer at the Skyway Bridge. As he pulled up to the toll booth with his dollar already in hand, the toll-taker shook his head and waved off the money. "Nope, that lady in the bug got you covered." "Yeah? Yeah. You know her?" "Not yet. I think you're going to. Good luck." "Thanks." Now Bosch couldn't lose her in a blizzard. As the drive grew longer, he found himself in a growing sense of an almost adolescent euphoria of anticipation. He was captured by the directness of this woman, and he was wondering how and what that would translate to when they were making love. She led him north to Tampa and then into an area called Hyde Park. Overlooking the bay, the neighborhood consisted of old Victorian and craftsman-style houses with sweeping front porches. Her home was an apartment above the 3-car garage set behind a gray Victorian with green trim. As they got to the top of the steps and she was putting the key into the knob, Bosch thought of something and didn't know what to do. She opened the door and looked at him. She read him. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, but I was thinking maybe I should go find a drugstore or something and then come back." "Don't worry. I've got what you'll need. But can you stand out here for a second? I just want to make a mad dash inside and clean up a few things." He looked at her. "I don't care about that." "Please?" Okay. Take your time." He waited for about 3 minutes, and then she opened the door and pulled him in. If she had cleaned up, she had done it in the dark. The only light came from what Bosch could see was the kitchen. She took his hand and led him away from the light to a darkened hallway that gave way to her bedroom. Here she turned on the light, revealing a sparely furnished room. A wrought-iron bed with a canopy was the centerpiece. There was a night table of unfinished wood next to it, a matching, unfinished bureau, and an antique Singer's sewing machine table on which stood a blue vase with dead flowers in it. There was nothing hung on any of the walls, though Bosch saw a nail protruding from the plaster above the vase. Jasmine noticed the flowers and quickly took the vase off the table and headed out the door. "I have to go dump this. I haven't been here in a week and forgot to change them." Moving the flowers raised a slightly acrid smell in the room. While she was gone, Bosch looked at the nail again and thought he could see the delineation of a rectangle on the wall. Something had hung there, he decided. She hadn't come in to clean up. If she had, she would have gotten rid of the flowers. She came in to take down a painting. When she came back into the room, she put the empty vase back on the table. "Would you like another beer? I have some wine, too." Bosch moved toward her, intrigued even more so by her mysteries. "No, I'm fine." Without further word, they embraced. He could taste beer and garlic and cigarette smoke as he kissed her, but didn't care. He knew she was getting the same from him. He pressed his cheek against hers, and with his nose he came across the spot on her neck where she had dabbed perfume. Night-blooming jasmine. They moved onto the bed, each taking pieces of clothing off between hard kisses. Her body was beautiful, the tan lines distinct. He kissed her lovely, small breasts and gently pushed her back on the bed. She told him to wait, and she rolled to the side and from the drawer of the bed table extracted a strip of 3 condom packages and handed it to him. "Is this wishful thinking?" he asked. They both burst out laughing, and it seemed to make things all the better. "I don't know," she said. "We'll see." For Bosch, sexual encounters had always been a question of timing. The desires of 2 individuals rose and subsided on their own courses. There were emotional needs separate from physical needs, and sometimes all of those things clicked together in a person and then clicked in tandem with those of the other person. Bosch's encounter with Jasmine Corian was one of those times. The sex created a world without intrusion, one so vital that it could have lasted an hour or maybe only a few minutes, and he wouldn't have known the difference. At the end, he was above her, looking into her open eyes, and she clutched his upper arms as if she were holding on for her life. Both of their bodies shuddered in unison, and then he lay still on top of her, catching his breath from the hollow between her neck and shoulder. He felt so good he had the urge to laugh out loud, but he didn't think she'd understand. He stifled it and made it sound like a muffled cough. "Are you okay?" she asked softly. "I've never felt better." Eventually, he moved off of her, backing down over her body. He kissed both of her breasts, then sat up with her legs on either side of him. He removed the condom while using his body to shield her view of the process. He got up and walked to the door he hoped was the bathroom, and found it was a closet. The next door he tried was the bathroom, and he flushed the condom down the toilet. He absent-mindedly wondered if it would end up somewhere in Tampa Bay. When he came back from the bathroom, she was sitting up with the sheet bunched around her waist. He found his sport coat on the floor and got out his cigarettes. He gave her one and lit it. Then he bent over and kissed her breasts again. Her laugh was infectious, and it made him smile. "You know, I like it that you didn't come equipped." "Equipped? What are you talking about?" "You know, that you offered to go to the drugstore. It shows what kind of man you are." "What do you mean?" "If you had come over here from L.A. with a condom in your wallet, that would have been so, I don't know, premeditated, like some guy just on the make. The whole thing would have had no spontaneity. I'm glad you weren't like that, Harry Bosch, that's all." He nodded, trying to follow her line of thought. He wasn't sure he understood, and he wondered what he should think of the fact that she was equipped. He decided to drop it and lit his cigarette. "How'd you hurt your hand like that?" She had noticed the marks on his fingers. Bosch had taken the Band-Aids off while flying over. The burns had healed to the point that they looked like red welts on 2 of his fingers. "Cigarette. I fell asleep." He felt he could tell her the truth about everything about himself. "God, that's scary." "Yeah, I don't think it'll happen again." "Do you want to stay with me tonight?" He moved closer to her and kissed her on the neck. "Yes," he whispered. She reached over and touched the zipper scar on his left shoulder. The women he was with in bed always seemed to do this. It was an ugly mark, and he never understood why they were drawn to touch it. "You got shot?" "Yeah." That's even scarier. He hiked his shoulders. It was history, and he never really thought about it anymore. "You know, what I was trying to say before is that you're not like most cops I've known. You've got too much of your humanity left. How'd that happen?" He shook his shoulders again like he didn't know. "Are you okay, Bosch?" He stubbed out his cigarette. "Yeah, I'm fine. Why?" "I don't know. You know what that guy Marvin Gaye sang about, don't you? Before he got killed by his own dad? He sang about sexual healing. Said it's good for the soul. Something like that. Anyway, I believe it. Do you?" "I suppose. I think you need healing in your life, Bosch. That's the vibe I'm getting." "You want to go to sleep now?" She laid down again and pulled the sheet up. He walked around the room naked, turning out the lights. When he was under the sheet in the dark, she turned on her side so her back was to him, and told him to put his arm around her. He moved up close behind her and did. He loved her smell. "How come people call you Jazz?" "I don't know. They just do. Because it goes with the name." After a few moments, she asked him why he had asked that. "Because you smell like both your names, like the flower and the music." "What does Jazz smell like?" "It smells dark and smoky." They were silent for a long while after that, and eventually Bosch thought she was asleep, but he still could not make it down. He lay with his eyes open, looking at the shadows of the room. Then she spoke softly to him. "Bosch, what's the worst thing you've ever done to yourself?" "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean. What's the worst thing? What's the thing that keeps you awake at night if you think about it too hard?" He thought for a few moments before answering. "I don't know." He forced an uneasy and short laugh. "I guess I've done a lot of bad things. I suppose a lot of them are to myself. At least I think about them a lot." "What's one of them? You can tell me." And he knew that he could. He thought he could tell her almost anything and not be judged harshly. "When I was a kid, I grew up mostly in a youth hall, like an orphanage. When I was new there, one of the older kids took my shoes, my sneakers. They didn't fit him or anything, but he did it because he knew he could do it. He was one of the rulers of the roost, and he took them. I didn't do anything about it. And it hurt." "But you didn't do it. That's not what I..." "No, I'm not done. I just told you that because you had to know that part. See, when I got older, and I was one of the big shots in the place, I did the same thing. I took this new kid's shoes. He was smaller. I couldn't even put them on. I just took them, and I don't know, I threw them out or something. But I took them because I could. I did the same thing that was done to me. And sometimes, even now, I think about it and I feel bad." She squeezed his hand in a way he thought was meant to be comforting, but said nothing. "Is that the kind of story you wanted?" She just squeezed his hand again. After a while, he spoke. "I think the one thing I did that I regret the most, though, was maybe letting a woman go." "You mean like a criminal?" "No. I mean like we were lovers, and when she wanted to go, I didn't really do anything. I didn't put up a fight, you know. And when I think about it, sometimes I think that maybe if I had, I could have changed her mind. I don't know." "Did she say why she was leaving?" "She just got to know me too well. I don't blame her for anything. I've got baggage. I guess maybe I can be hard to take. I've lived alone most of my life." Silence filled the room again, and he waited. He sensed that there was something more she wanted to say, or be asked, but when she spoke, he wasn't sure if she was talking about him or herself. They say that when a cat is ornery, it scratches and hisses at everybody, even somebody who wants to comfort it and love it, it's because it wasn't held enough when it was a kitten. I never heard that before. I think it's true. He was quiet a moment and moved his hand up so that it was touching her breasts. Is that what your story is? He asked. You weren't held enough? Who knows? What was the worst thing you ever did to yourself, Jasmine? I think you want to tell me. He knew she wanted him to ask it. It was true confessions time, and he began to believe that the whole night had been directed by her to arrive at this one question. You didn't try to hold on to someone you should have, she said. I held on to someone I shouldn't have. I held on too long. Thing is, I knew what it was leading to. Deep down, I knew. It was like standing on the tracks and seeing the train coming at you, but being too mesmerized by the bright light to move, to save yourself. He had his eyes open in the dark still. He could barely see the outline of her shoulder and cheek. He pulled himself closer to her, kissed her neck, and in her ear whispered, But you got out. That's what's important. Yeah, I got out, she said wistfully. I got out. She was silent for a while, and then reached up under the covers and touched his hand. It was cupped over one of her breasts. She held her hand on top of it. Good night, Harry. He waited a while until he heard the measured breathing of her sleep, and then he was finally able to drift off. There was no dream this time, just warmth and darkness. In the morning, Bosch awoke first. He took a shower and borrowed Jasmine's toothbrush without asking. Then he dressed in the clothes he wore the day before and went out to his car to retrieve his overnight bag. Once he was dressed in fresh clothes, he ventured into the kitchen to see about coffee. All he found was a box of tea bags. Leaving the idea behind, he walked around the apartment, his steps creaking on the old pine floors. The living room was as spare as the bedroom. A sofa with an off-white blanket spread on it, coffee table, an old stereo with a cassette but no CD player, no television. Again, nothing on the walls but the telltale indication that there had been. He found 2 nails in the plaster. They weren't rusted or painted over. They hadn't been there too long. Through a set of French doors, the living room opened up to a porch and closed in windows. There was rattan furniture out here and several potted plants, including a dwarf orange tree with fruit on it. The entire porch was redolent with its smell. Bosch stepped close to the windows, and by looking south down the alley behind the property, he could see the bay. The morning sun's reflection on it was pure white light. He walked back across the living room to another door on the wall opposite the French doors. Immediately upon opening this door, he could smell the sharp tang of oils and turpentine. This was where she painted. He hesitated, but only for a moment, then walked in. The first thing he noticed was that the room had a window that gave a direct view of the bay across the backyards and garages of 3 or 4 houses down the alley. It was beautiful, and he knew why she chose this room for her art. At center, on a paint-dappled drop-cloth, was an easel, but no stool. She painted standing. He saw no overhead lamp or artificial light source anywhere else in the room. She painted only by true light. He walked around the easel and found the canvas on it had been untouched by the painter. Along one of the side walls was a high work counter with various tubes of paint scattered about. There were pallet boards and coffee cans with brushes stacked in them. At the end of the counter was a large laundry sink for washing up. Bosch noticed more canvases leaning against the wall under the counter. They were faced inward and appeared to be unused pieces like the one on the easel, waiting for the artist's hand. But Bosch suspected otherwise. Not with the exposed nails in the walls in the other rooms of the apartment. He reached under the counter and slid a few of the canvases out. As he did this, he almost felt as if he was on some case, solving some mystery. The 3 portraits he pulled out were painted in dark hues. None were signed, though it was obvious all were the work of one hand, and that hand was Jasmine's. Bosch recognized the style from the painting he had seen at her father's house. Sharp lines, dark colors. The first one he looked at was of a nude woman with her face turned away from the painter and into the shadows. The sense Bosch felt was that the darkness was taking the woman, rather than her turning to the darkness. Her mouth was completely in shadow. It was as if she was mute. The woman, Bosch knew, was Jasmine. The second painting seemed to be part of the same study as the first. It was the same nude in shadow, though she was now facing the viewer. Bosch noted that in the portrait, Jasmine had given herself fuller breasts than in reality, and he wondered if this was done on purpose and had some meaning, or perhaps a subliminal improvement made by the painter. He noticed that beneath the veneer of gray shadow over the painting there were red highlights on the woman. Bosch knew little about the art, but he knew this was a dark portrait. Bosch looked at the third painting he had pulled out and found this to be unattached to the first 2, save for the fact that again it was a nude portrait of Jasmine. But this piece he clearly recognized as a reinterpretation of The Scream by Edvard Munch, a painting that had always fascinated Bosch, but that he had only seen in books. In the piece before him, the figure of the frightened person was Jasmine. The location had been transferred from Munch's horrific, swirling dreamscape to the Skyway Bridge. Bosch clearly recognized the bright, yellow, vertical piping of the bridge's support span. "What are you doing?" He jumped as if stabbed in the back. It was Jasmine at the door of the studio. She wore a silk bathrobe she held closed with her arms. Her eyes were puffy. She had just woken up. "I'm looking at your work. Is that okay?" This door was locked. "No, it wasn't." She reached to the doorknob and turned it, as if that could disprove his claim. "It wasn't locked, Jas. I'm sorry. I didn't know you didn't want me in here." "Could you put those back under there, please?" "Sure. But why'd you take them off the walls?" "I didn't." "Was it because they're nudes, or is it because of what they mean?" "Please don't ask me about this. Put them back." She left the doorway, and he put the paintings back where he found them. He left the room and found her in the kitchen filling a tea kettle with water from the sink. Her back was to him, and he walked in and lightly put a hand on her back. Even so, she started slightly at his touch. "Jas, look, I'm sorry. I'm a cop. I get curious." "It's okay." "Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure. You want some tea?" She had stopped filling the kettle, but did not turn around or make a move to put it on the stove. "No. I was thinking maybe I could take you out for breakfast." "When do you leave? I thought you said the plane's this morning." "That was the other thing I was thinking about. I could stay another day. Leave tomorrow, if you want me to. I mean, if you'll have me. I'd like to stay." She turned around and looked at him. "I want you to stay, too." They embraced and kissed, but she quickly pulled back. "It's not fair. You brushed your teeth. I have monster breath." "Yeah, but I used your toothbrush, so it evens out." "Gross. Now I have to get a new one." "That's right." They smiled, and she gave him a tight hug around the neck, his trespass in her studio seemingly forgotten. "You call the airline, and I'll get ready. I know where we can go." When she pulled away, he held her in front of him. He wanted to bring it up again. He couldn't help it. "I want to ask you something." "What?" "How come those paintings aren't signed?" "They're not ready to be signed." "The one at your father's was signed." "That was for him, so I signed it. Those others are for me." "The one on the bridge. Is she going to jump? She looked at him a long time before answering. I don't know. Sometimes when I look at it, I think she is. I think the thought is there, but you never know. It can't happen, Jazz. Why not? Because it can't. I'll get ready. She broke away from him then and left the kitchen. He went to the wall phone next to the refrigerator and dialed the airline. While making the arrangements to fly out Monday morning, he decided on a whim to ask the airline agent if it was possible to route his new flight back to Los Angeles through Las Vegas. She said not without a 3-hour and 14-minute layover. He said he'd take it. He had to pay $50 on top of the $700 they already had from him in order to make the needed changes. He put it on his credit card. He thought about Vegas as he hung up. Claude Eno might be dead, but his wife was still cashing his checks. She might be worth the $50 layover. Ready? It was Jasmine calling from the living room. Bosch stepped out of the kitchen and she was waiting for him in cut-off jeans and a tank top beneath a white shirt she left open and tied above her waist. She already had on sunglasses. She took him to a place where they poured honey on top of the biscuits and served the eggs with grits and butter. Bosch hadn't had grits since basic training at Benning. The meal was delicious. Neither of them spoke much. The painting and the conversation they had before falling asleep the night before were not mentioned. It seemed that what they had said was better left for the dark shadows of night, and maybe her paintings. When they were done with their coffee, she insisted on picking up the check. He got the tip. They spent the afternoon cruising in her Volkswagen with the top down. She took him all over the place, from Ybor City to St. Petersburg Beach, burning up a tank of gas and 2 packs of cigarettes. By late in the afternoon, they were at a place called Indian Rocks Beach to look at the sunset over the Gulf. I've been a lot of places, Jasmine told him. I like the light here the best. Ever been out to California? No, not yet. Sometimes the sunset looks like lava pouring down on the city. That must be beautiful. It makes you forgive a lot, forget a lot. That's the thing about Los Angeles. It's got a lot of broken pieces to it, but the ones that still work really do work. I think I know what you mean. I'm curious about something. Here we go again. What? If you don't show your paintings to anybody, how do you make a living? It was from out of left field, but he had been thinking about it all day. I have money from my father, even before he died. It's not a lot, but I don't need a lot. It's enough. If I don't feel the need to sell my work when it's finished, then as I am doing it, it won't be compromised. It will be pure. It sounded to Bosch like a convenient way of explaining away the fear of exposing oneself, but he let it go. She didn't. Are you always a cop? Always asking questions? No, only when I care about someone. She kissed him quickly and walked back to the car. After stopping by her place to change clothes, they had dinner in a Tampa steakhouse where the wine list was actually a book so thick it came on its own pedestal. The restaurant itself seemed to be the work of a slightly delusional Italian decorator, a dark blend of gilded rococo, garish red velvet, and classical statues and paintings. It was the kind of place he would expect her to suggest. She mentioned that this meat-eater's palace was actually owned by a vegetarian. Sounds like somebody from California. She smiled and was quiet for a while after that. Bosch's mind wandered to the case. He had spent the entire day without giving it a thought. Now a pang of guilt thrummed in his mind. It was almost as if he felt he was shunting his mother aside to pursue the selfish pleasure of Jasmine's company. Jasmine seemed to read him and to know he was privately debating something. Can you stay another day, Harry? He smiled but shook his head. I can't. I gotta go. But I'll be back as soon as I can. Bosch paid for dinner with a credit card he guessed was reaching its limit, and they headed back to her apartment. Knowing their time together was drawing to a close, they went right to the bed and made love. The feel of her body, its taste and its scent, seemed perfect to Bosch. He didn't want the moment to end. He'd had immediate attractions to women before in his life and had even acted on them, but never one that felt so fully engaging and complete. He guessed that it was because of all he did not know about her. That was the hook. She was a mystery. Physically, he could not get any closer than he was to her during these moments, yet there was so much of her hidden, unexplored. They made love in gentle rhythm and held each other in a deep, long kiss at the end. Later, he lay on his side, next to her, his arm across the flatness of her belly. One of her hands traced circles in his hair. The true confessions began. "Harry, you know, I haven't been with a lot of men in my life." He didn't respond, because he didn't know what the proper response could be. He was well past caring about a woman's sexual history for anything other than health reasons. "What about you?" she asked. He couldn't resist. "I haven't been with a lot of men either. In fact, none, as far as I know." She punched him on the shoulder. "You know what I mean." "The answer is no. I haven't been with a lot of women in my life. Not enough, at least." "I don't know. The men that I've been with, most of them, it's like they wanted something from me I didn't have. I don't know what it was, but I just didn't have it to give. Then I either left too soon or stayed too long." He propped himself up on one elbow and looked at her. "Sometimes I think that I know strangers better than I know anybody else, even myself. I learn so much about people in my job, sometimes I think I don't even have a life. I only have their life." "I don't know what I'm talking about." "I think you do. I understand. Maybe everybody's like this." "I don't know. I don't think so." They were quiet for a while after that. Bosch leaned down and kissed her breasts, holding a nipple between his lips for a long moment. She brought her hands up and held his head to her chest. He could smell the jasmine. "Harry, have you ever had to use your gun?" He pulled his head up. The question seemed out of place, but through the darkness he could see her eyes on him, watching and waiting for an answer. "Yes." "You killed someone?" It wasn't a question. "Yes." She said nothing else. "What is it, Jazz?" "Nothing. I was just wondering how that would be. How you would go on." "Well, all I can tell you is that it hurts. Even when there was no choice and they had to go down, it hurts. You just have to go on." She was silent. Whatever she had needed to hear from him, he hoped she had gotten. Bosch was confused. He didn't know why she had asked such questions, and wondered if she was testing him in some way. He lay back on his pillow and waited for sleep, but confusion kept it away from him. After a while, she turned on the bed and put her arm over him. "I think you are a good man," she whispered, close to his ear. "Am I?" he whispered back. "And you will come back, won't you?" "Yes, I'll come back." Bosch went to every rental counter in McCarran International Airport in Las Vegas, but none had a car left. He silently chastised himself for not making a reservation and walked outside the terminal into the dry, crisp air to catch a cab. The driver was a woman, and when Bosch gave the address on Lone Mountain Drive, he could clearly see her disappointment in the rearview mirror. The destination wasn't a hotel, so she wouldn't be picking up a return fare. "Don't worry," Bosch said, understanding her problem. If you wait for me, you can take me back to the airport."
"How long you gonna be? I mean, Lone Mountain, that's way out there in the sand pits."
"I might be 5 minutes, I might be less. Maybe a half hour. I'd say no longer than a half hour."
"You waiting on the meter?"
"On the meter or you? Whatever you want to do." She thought about it a moment and put the car in drive. "Where are all the rental cars anyway?"
"Big convention in town. Electronics or something."
It was a 30-minute ride out into the desert northwest of the Strip. The neon and glass buildings retreated, and the cab passed through residential neighborhoods until these, too, became sparse. The land was a ragged brown out here and dotted unevenly with scrub brush. Bosch knew the roots of every bush spread wide and sucked up what little moisture was in the earth. It made for a terrain that seemed dying and desolate. The houses, too, were few and far between, each one an outpost in a no-man's land. The streets had been gridded and paved long ago, but the boomtown of Las Vegas hadn't quite caught up yet. It was coming, though. The city was spreading like a patch of weeds. The road began to rise toward a mountain the color of cocoa mix. The cab shook as a procession of 18-wheel dump trucks thundered by with loads of sand from the excavation pits the driver had mentioned. And soon the paved roadway gave way to gravel, and the cab sent up a tail of dust in its wake. Bosch was beginning to think the address the smarmy supervising clerk at City Hall had given him was a phony, but then they were there. The address to which Claude Eno's pension checks were mailed each month was a sprawling ranch-style house of pink stucco and dusty white tile roof. Looking past it, Bosch could see where even the gravel road ended, just past it. It was the end of the line. Nobody had lived farther away than Claude Eno.
"I don't know about this," the driver said. "You want me to wait? This is like the goddamn moon out here."
She had pulled into the driveway behind a late 1970s model Olds Cutlass. There was a carport where another car was parked and hidden beneath a tarp that was blue in the further recesses of the carport, but bleached nearly white along the surfaces sacrificed to the sun. Bosch took out his fold of money and paid the driver $35 for the ride out. Then he took two 20s, ripped them in half, and handed one side of each over the seat to her. "You wait, you get the other half of those."
"Plus the fare back to the airport?"
"Plus that." Bosch got out, realizing it would probably be the quickest $40 ever lost in Las Vegas if nobody answered the door. But he was in luck. A woman who looked to be in her late 60s opened the door before he could knock. And why not, he thought. In this house you could see visitors coming for a mile. Bosch felt the blast of air conditioning escaping through the open door. "Mrs. Eno?"
"No."
Bosch pulled out his notebook and checked the address against the black numbers tacked on the front wall next to the door. They matched. "Olive Eno doesn't live here?"
"You didn't ask that. I'm not Mrs. Eno."
"Can I please speak with Mrs. Eno, then?" Annoyed with the woman's preciseness, Bosch showed the badge he had gotten back from McKittrick after the boat ride. "It's police business."
"Well, you can try. She hasn't spoken to anybody. At least anybody outside her imagination, in 3 years.
She motioned Bosch in, and he stepped into the cool house.
"I'm her sister. I take care of her. She's in the kitchen. We were in the middle of lunch when I saw the dust come up on the road and heard you arrive."
Bosch followed her down a tiled hallway toward the kitchen. The house smelled like old age, like dust and mold and urine. In the kitchen, a gnome-like woman with white hair sat in a wheelchair, barely taking up half of the space it gave for an occupant. There was a slide-on tray in front of it, and the woman's gnarled, pearl-white hands were folded together on top of it. There were milky blue cataracts on both eyes, and they seemed dead to the world outside the body. Bosch noticed a bowl of applesauce on the nearby table. It only took him a few seconds to size up the situation.
"She'll be 90 in August," said the sister, "if she makes it."
"How long has she been like this?"
"Long time. I've been taking care of her for 3 years now."
She then bent into the gnome's face and loudly added,
"Isn't that right, Olive?"
The loudness of the question seemed to kick a switch, and Olive Eno's jaw started working, but no sound that was intelligible was issued. She stopped the effort after a while, and the sister straightened up. "Don't worry about it, Olive. I know you love me." She wasn't as loud with that sentence. Maybe she feared Olive might actually muster a denial. "What's your name?" Bosch asked. "Elizabeth Schiavone." "What's this about? I saw that badge of yours says Los Angeles, not Las Vegas. Aren't you off the beat here a bit?" "Not really. It's about her husband, one of his old cases. Claude's been dead going on 5 years now." "How did he die?" "Just died. His pump went out. Died right there on the floor about where you're standing." They both looked down at the floor as if maybe his body was still there. "I came to look through his things," Bosch said. "What things?" "I don't know. I was thinking maybe he kept files from his time with the police." "You better tell me what you're doing here. This doesn't sound right to me." "I'm investigating a case he worked back in 1961. It's still open. Parts of the file are missing. I thought maybe he'd taken it. I thought maybe there might be something important that he kept. I don't know what. Anything. I just thought it was worth a try." He could see that her mind was working, and her eyes suddenly froze for a second when her memory snagged on something. "There is something, isn't there?" he said. "No. I think you should go." "It's a big house. Did he have a home office?" "Claude left the police 30 years ago. He built this house in the middle of nowhere just to be away from all of that." "What did he do when he moved out here?" "He worked casino security. A few years at the Sands, then 20 at the Flamingo. He was getting 2 pensions and took good care of Olive. Speaking of which, who's signing those pension checks these days?" Bosch looked at Olive Eno to make his point. The other woman was silent a long moment, then went on the offense. "Look, I could get power of attorney. Look at her. It wouldn't be a problem. I take care of her, mister." "Yeah, you feed her applesauce." "I have nothing to hide." "You want somebody to make sure, or do you want to let it end right here?" "I don't really care what you're doing, lady. I don't really care if you're even her sister or not. If I was betting, I'd say you're not. But I don't really care right now. I'm busy. I just want to look through Eno's things." He stopped there and let her think about it. He looked at his watch. "No warrant then, right?" "I don't have a warrant. I've got a cab waiting. You make me get a warrant, and I'm going to stop being such a nice guy." Her eyes went up and down his body as if to measure how nice and how not nice he could be. "The office is this way." She said the words like they were bites out of wood planks. She swiftly led him down the hall again and then off to the left into a study. There was an old steel desk as the room's centerpiece, a couple of 4-drawer file cabinets, an extra chair, and not much else. "After he died, Olive and I moved everything into those file cabinets and haven't looked at it since." "They're all full?" "All 8. Have at it." Bosch reached his hand into his pocket and took out another $20 bill. He tore it in half and gave one side to Schiavone. "Take that out to the cab driver. Tell her I'm going to be a little longer than I thought." She exhaled loudly, snatched the half, and left the room. After she was gone, Bosch went to the desk and opened each of the drawers. The first 2 he tried were empty. The next contained stationery and office supplies. The 4th drawer contained a checkbook that he quickly leafed through and saw it was an account covering household expenses. There was also a file containing recent receipts and other records. The last drawer in the desk was locked. He started with the bottom file drawers and worked his way up. Nothing in the first few seemed even remotely connected with what Bosch was working on. There were files labeled with the names of different casinos and gaming organizations. The files in another drawer were labeled by people's names. Bosch looked through a few of these and determined they were files on known casino cheats. Eno had built a library of home intelligence files. By this time, Schiavone had come back from her errand and had taken the seat opposite the desk. She was watching Bosch, and he threw a few idle questions at her while he looked. "So, what did Claude do for the casinos?" "He was a bird dog." "What's that?" "Kind of an undercover thing. He mingled in the casinos, gambled with house chips, watched people. He was good at picking out the cheats and how they did it." "Guess it takes one to know one, right?" What's that crack supposed to mean? He did a good job. I'm sure he did. Is that how he met you? I'm not answering any of your questions. Okay, by me. He had only the 2 top drawers left. He opened one and found it contained no files at all, just an old, dust-covered Rolodex and other items that had probably sat on the top of the desk at one point. There was an ashtray, a clock, and a pen holder made of carved wood that had Eno's name carved on it. Bosch took the Rolodex out and put it on top of the cabinet. He blew the dust off it and then began turning it until he came to the C's. He looked through the cards but found no listing for Arno Conklin. He met with similar failure when he tried to find a listing for Gordon Mattel. "You're not going to look through that whole thing, are you?" Schiavone asked in exasperation. "No, I'm just going to take it with me." "Oh, no, you don't. You can't just come in here." "I'm taking it. If you want to make a complaint about it, be my guest. Then I'll make a complaint about you." She went quiet after that. Bosch went on to the next drawer and found it contained about 12 files on old LAPD cases from the 1950s and early 60s. Again, he didn't have the time to study them, but he checked all the labels and none was marked Marjorie Lowe. By randomly pulling out a few of the files, it became clear to him that Eno had made copies of files on some of his cases to take with him when he left the department. Of the random selections, all were murders, including 2 of prostitutes. Only one of the cases was closed. "Go get me a box or a bag or something for these files," Bosch said over his shoulder. When he sensed the woman in the room had not moved, he barked, "Do it!" She got up and left. Bosch stood gazing at the files and thinking. He had no idea if these were important or not. He had no idea what they meant. He only knew he should take them in case they turned out to be important. But what bothered him more than what the files that were in the drawer could mean was the feeling that something was certainly missing. This was based on his belief in McKittrick. The retired detective was sure his former partner, Eno, had some kind of hold on Conklin, or at the very least, some kind of deal with him. But there was nothing here about that. And it seemed to Bosch that if Eno was holding something on Conklin, it would still be here. If he kept old LAPD files, then he kept whatever he had on Conklin. In fact, he would have kept it in a safe place. Where? The woman came back and dropped a cardboard box on the floor. It was the kind a case of beer had come in. Bosch put a foot-thick stack of files in it, along with the Rolodex. "You want a receipt?" he asked. "No, I don't want anything from you." "Well, there is still something I need from you." "This doesn't end, does it?" "I hope it does." "What do you want?" "When Eno died, did you help the old lady, your sister, that is, did you help her clear out his safe deposit box?" "How'd—" She stopped herself, but not soon enough. "How'd I know? Because it's obvious. What I'm looking for he would have kept in a safe place." "What did you do with it?" "We threw everything away. It was meaningless, just some old files and bank statements. He didn't know what he was doing. He was old himself." Bosch looked at his watch. He was running out of time if he was going to make his plane. "Get me the key for the desk drawer." She didn't move. "Hurry up. I don't have a lot of time. You open it or I'll open it, but if I do it, that drawer isn't going to be much use to you anymore." She reached into the pocket of her house dress and pulled out the house keys. She reached down and unlocked the desk drawer, pulled it open, and then stepped away. "We didn't know what any of it was or what it meant." "That's fine." Bosch moved to the drawer and looked in. There were 2 thin manila files and 2 packs of envelopes with rubber bands holding them together. The first file he looked through contained Eno's birth certificate, passport, marriage license, and other personal records. He put it back in the drawer. The next file contained LAPD forms, and Bosch quickly recognized them as the pages and reports that had been removed from the Marjorie Lowe murder book. He knew he had no time to read them at the moment, and put the file in the beer box with the other files. The rubber band on the first package of envelopes snapped when he tried to remove it, and he was reminded of the band that had been around the blue binder that contained the case files. Everything about this case was old and ready to snap, he thought. The envelopes were all from a Wells Fargo bank branch in Sherman Oaks, and each one contained a statement for a savings account in the name of McCage Incorporated. The address of the corporation was a post office box also in Sherman Oaks. Bosch randomly took envelopes from different spots in the pack and studied 3 of them. Though separated by years in the late 1960s, each statement was basically the same. A deposit of $1,000 was made in the account on the 10th of each month, and on the 15th, a transfer of an equal amount was made to an account with a Nevada Savings and Loan branch in Las Vegas. Without looking further, Bosch concluded that the bank statements might be the records of some kind of payoff account Eno kept. He quickly looked through the envelopes at the postmarks, looking for the most recent one. He found none more recent than the late 1980s. "What about these envelopes? When did he stop getting them?" "What you see is what you get. I have no idea what they mean, and Olive didn't know either back when they drilled his box." "Drilled his box?" "Yeah, after he died. Olive wasn't on the safe deposit box, only him. We couldn't find his keys, so we had to have it drilled." "There was money, too, wasn't there?" She waited a moment, probably wondering if he was going to demand that, too. "Some. But you're too late. It's already spent." "I'm not worried about that. How much was there?" She pinched her lips and acted like she was trying to remember. It was a bad act. "Come on, I'm not here for the money, and I'm not from the IRS. "It was about 18,000. Bosch heard a horn honk from outside. The cab driver was getting restless. Bosch looked at his watch. He had to go. He tossed the envelope packs into the beer box. "What about his account at Nevada Savings and Loan? How much was in it?" It was a scam question based on his guess that the account that the money from Sherman Oaks was transferred to was Eno's. Schiavone hesitated again, a delay punctuated by another horn blast. "It was about 50, but most of that's gone too. Taking care of Olive, you know." "Yeah, I bet. Between that and the pensions, it's got to be rough," Bosch said, with all the sarcasm he could put into it. "I bet your accounts aren't too thin, though." "Look, mister, I don't know who you think you are, but I'm the only one in the world that she has and who cares about her. That's worth something." "Too bad she doesn't get to decide what it's worth instead of you. Answer one question for me, and then I'm out of here, and you can go back to taking whatever you can off her. Who are you? You're not her sister. Who are you?" "It's none of your business." "That's right, but I could make it my business." She put on a look that showed Bosch what an affront he was to her delicate sensibilities, but then seemed to gain a measure of self-esteem. Whoever she was proud of it. "You want to know who I am? I was the best woman he ever had. I was with him for a long time. She had his wedding band, but I had his heart. Near the end, when they were both old and it didn't matter, we dropped the pretension, and he brought me in here to live with them, take care of them, so don't you dare tell me I don't deserve something out of it." Bosch just nodded. Somehow, as sordid as the story seemed, he found a measure of respect for her for just having told the truth, and he felt sure it was. "When did you meet?" "You said one question. When did you meet?" "When he was at the Flamingo. We both were. I was a dealer. Like I said, he was a bird dog." "You ever talk about L.A.? About any cases, any people from back there?" "No, never. He always said that was a closed chapter." Bosch pointed to the envelope stacks in the box. "Does the name McCage mean anything?" "Not to me." "What about these account statements?" "I never saw any of those things until the day we opened that box. Didn't know he even had an account over at Nevada Savings. Claude had secrets. He even kept secrets from me." At the airport, Bosch paid off the cab driver and struggled into the main terminal with his overnighter and the beer box full of files and other things. In one of the stores along the main terminal mall, he bought a cheap canvas satchel and transferred the items he took from Eno's office into it. It was small enough that he didn't have to check it. Printed on the side of the bag, it said, "Vegas, land of sun and fun." There was a logo depicting the sun setting behind a pair of dice. At his gate, he had a half hour before they loaded the plane, so he found a section of open seats as far away as possible from the cacophony of the rows of slot machines set in the center of the circular terminal. He began going through the files in the satchel. The one he was most interested in was the one containing records stolen from the Marjorie Lowe murder book. He looked through the documents and found nothing unusual or unexpected. The summary of the McKittrick-Eno interview of Johnny Fox with Arno Conklin and Gordon Mattel present was here, and Bosch could sense the contained outrage at the situation in McKittrick's writing. In the last paragraph, it was no longer contained. Interview with suspect was regarded by the undersigned as fruitless because of the intrusive behavior of A. Conklin and G. Mattel. Both prosecutors refused to allow their witness to answer questions fully or, in the undersigned's opinion, with the whole truth. J. Fox remains suspect at this time until verification of his alibi and fingerprint analysis. Nothing else in the documents was of note, and Bosch realized that they had probably been removed from the file by Eno solely because they mentioned Conklin's involvement in the case. Eno was covering up for Conklin. When Bosch asked himself why Eno was doing this, he immediately thought of the bank statements that had been in the safe deposit box with the stolen documents. They were records of the deal. Bosch took out the envelopes and, going by the postmarks, began putting them in chronological order. The earliest one he could find had been mailed to the McCage Incorporated postal drop in November 1962. That was 1 year after the death of Marjorie Lowe and 2 months after the death of Johnny Fox. Eno had been on the Lowe case, and then, according to McKittrick, he had investigated the Fox killing. Bosch felt in his gut that he was right. Eno had squeezed Conklin, and maybe Mattel. He somehow knew what McKittrick didn't, that Conklin had been involved with Marjorie Lowe. Maybe he even knew Conklin had killed her. He had enough to put Conklin on the line for $1,000 a month for life. It wasn't a lot. Eno wasn't greedy, though $1,000 a month in the early 60s probably more than matched what he was making on the job. But the amount didn't matter to Bosch. The payment did. It was an admission. If it could be traced to Conklin, it was hard evidence. Bosch felt himself getting excited. The records hoarded by a corrupt cop, dead 5 years now, might be all he needed to go head-to-head with Conklin. He thought of something and looked around for the usual bank of phones. He checked his watch and looked over at the gate. People were milling about, ready to board and getting anxious. Bosch put the file and envelopes back into the satchel and carried his things to the phone. Using his AT&T card, he dialed information in Sacramento and then dialed the Department of State and asked for the Corporate Records Unit. In 3 minutes, he knew that McCage, Inc. was not a California corporation and never was, at least in records going back to 1971. He hung up and went through the same process again, this time calling the Nevada state offices in Carson City. The phone clerk told him the incorporation of McCage, Inc. was defunct and asked if he was still interested in what information the state had. He excitedly said yes, and was told by the clerk that she had to switch to microfiche and it would take a few minutes. While he waited, Bosch got out a notebook and got ready to take notes. He saw the gate door had been opened and people were just starting to board the plane. He didn't care. He'd miss it if he had to. He was too juiced to do anything but hang on to the phone. Bosch studied the rows of slot machines in the center of the terminal. They were crowded with people trying their last chance at luck before leaving, or their first chance after stepping off planes from all over the country and the world. Gambling against the machines never appealed much to Bosch. He didn't understand it. As he watched those milling about, it was easy to pick who was winning and who wasn't. It didn't take a detective to study the faces and know. He saw one woman with a stuffed teddy bear clamped under her arm. She was working 2 machines at once, and Bosch could see that all she was doing was doubling her losses. To her left was a man in a black cowboy hat who was filling the machine with coins and pulling the arm back as quick as he could. Bosch could see he was playing a dollar machine and was going to the $5 max on every roll. Bosch figured that in the few minutes he watched, the man had spent $60 with no return. At least he wasn't carrying a stuffed animal. Bosch turned back to check the gate. The line of boarders had thinned to a few stragglers. Bosch knew he was going to miss it, but that was okay. He hung on and stayed calm. Suddenly, there was a shout, and Bosch looked over and saw the man with the cowboy hat waving it as his machine was paying off a jackpot. The woman with the stuffed animal stepped back from her machines and solemnly watched the payoff. Each metallic ching of the dollars dropping in the tray must have been like a hammer pounding in her skull, a steady reminder that she was losing. "Whoop, take a look at me now, baby!" the cowboy whooped. It didn't appear that the exclamation was directed at anyone in particular. He stooped down and started scooping the coins into his hat. The woman with the teddy bear went back to work on her machines. Just as the gate door was being closed, the clerk came back on the phone. She told Bosch the immediately available records showed McCage was incorporated in November 1962 and was dissolved by the state 28 years later when a year went by without renewal fees or taxes being paid to keep the incorporation current. Bosch knew this occurred because Eno had died.
"Do you want the officers?"
the clerk asked. "Yes, I do."
"Okay. President and Chief Executive Officer is Claude Eno. That's E-N-O. Vice President is Gordon Mattel with 2 T's. And the Treasurer is listed as Erno Conklin. That first name spelled..."
"I got it. Thanks." Bosch hung up the phone, grabbed his overnighter and the satchel, and ran to the gate. "Just in time," the attendant said with a tone of annoyance. "Couldn't leave those one-armed bandits alone, huh?" "Yeah," Bosch said, not caring. She opened the door and he went down the hallway and onto the plane. It was only half filled. He ignored his seat assignment and found an empty row. While he was pushing his luggage into the overhead storage bin, he thought of something. Once in his seat, he took out his notebook and opened it to the page where he had just written the notes of his conversation with the incorporation clerk. He looked at the abbreviated notations. Pres CEO -CE VP -GM Tres -AC. He then wrote only the initials in a line. CE GM AC. He looked at the line for a moment and then smiled. He saw the anagram and wrote it on the next line. MCCAGE. McCage. Bosch felt the blood jangling through his body. It was the feeling of knowing he was close. He was on a roll those people out there at the slot machines and all the casinos in the desert could never understand. It was a high they would never feel, no matter how many sevens came up on the dice or how many blackjacks they were dealt. Bosch was getting close to a killer, and that made him as juiced as any jackpot winner on the planet. Driving the Mustang out of LAX an hour later, Bosch rolled the windows down and bathed his face in the cool, dry air. The sound of the breeze through the grove of eucalyptus trees at the airport gateway was always there like a welcome home. Somehow, he always found it reassuring when he came back from his trips. It was one of the things he loved about the city, and he was glad it always greeted him. He caught the light at Sepulveda and used the time to change the time on his watch. It was 5 minutes after 2. He decided that he would have just enough time to get home, change into fresh clothes, and grab something to eat before heading to Parker Center and his appointment with Carmen Hinojos. He drove quickly under the 405 overpass and then took the curving on-ramp up onto the crowded freeway. As he turned the wheel to negotiate the turn, he realized that his upper arms ached deep in the biceps, and he wasn't sure if it was from his fight with the fish on Saturday or the way Jasmine had gripped his arms while they made love. He thought about her for a few more minutes and decided he would call her at the house before heading downtown. Their parting that morning already seemed long ago to him. They had made promises to meet again as soon as possible, and Bosch hoped the promises would be kept. She was a mystery to him, one in which he knew he had not yet even begun to scratch the surface. The 10 wasn't set to reopen until the following day, so Bosch bypassed the exit and stayed on the 405 until it rose over the Santa Monica Mountains and dropped into the valley. He took the long way because he bet it would be faster, and because he had a mail drop in Studio City that he had been using, because the post office refused to deliver mail to a red-tagged structure. He transferred onto the 101 and promptly hit a wall of traffic inching its way along the 6 lanes. He stayed with it until impatience got the better of him. He exited Coldwater Canyon Boulevard and started taking surface streets. On Moore Park Road, he passed several apartment buildings that still hadn't been demolished or repaired, the red tags and yellow tape bleached near white by the months in the sun. Many of the condemned buildings still had signs like, $500 moves you in, and newly remodeled. On one red-tagged structure with the telltale crisscross stress fractures running along its entire length, someone had spray-painted a slogan that many took as the epitaph of the city in the months since the earthquake. "The fat lady has sung." Some days it was hard not to believe it, but Bosch tried to keep the faith. Somebody had to. The newspaper said more people were leaving than coming. But no matter, Bosch thought, I'm staying. He cut over to Ventura and stopped at the private mailbox office. There was nothing but bills and junk mail in his box. He stopped at a deli next door and ordered the special, turkey on whole wheat with avocado and bean sprouts to go. After that, he stayed on Ventura until it became Cahuenga, and then took the turnoff to Woodrow Wilson Drive and the climb up the hill to home. On the first curve, he had to slow on the narrow road to squeeze by an LAPD squad car. He waved, but he knew they wouldn't know him. They would be out of North Hollywood Division. They didn't wave back. He followed his usual practice of parking a half-block away from his house and then walking back. He decided to leave the satchel in the trunk because he might need the files downtown. He headed down the street to his house with his overnighter in one hand and the sandwich bag in the other. As he got to the carport, he noticed a patrol car coming up the road. He watched it and noticed it was the same 2 patrolmen he had just passed. They had turned around for some reason. He waited at the curb to see if they would stop to ask him for directions or maybe an explanation of his wave, and because he didn't want them to see him enter the condemned house. But the car drove by with neither of the patrolmen even looking at him. The driver had his eyes on the road, and the passenger was talking into the radio microphone. It must be a call, Bosch thought. He waited until the car had gone around the next curve, and then headed into the carport. After opening the kitchen door, Bosch stepped in and immediately felt that something was amiss. He took 2 steps in before placing it. There was a foreign odor in the house, or at least the kitchen. It was the scent of perfume, he realized. No, he corrected. It was cologne. A man wearing cologne had either recently been in the house or was still there. Bosch quietly placed his overnighter and the sandwich bag down on the kitchen floor and reached to his waist. Old habits died hard. He still had no gun and knew his backup was on the shelf in the closet near the front door. For a moment, he thought about running out to the street in hopes of catching the patrol car, but he knew it was long gone. Instead, he opened a drawer and quietly withdrew a small paring knife. There were longer blades in there, but the small knife would be easier to handle. He stepped toward the archway that led from the kitchen to the house's front entry. At the threshold, still hidden from whoever might be out there, he stopped, tilted his head forward, and listened. He could hear the low hiss of the freeway down the hill behind the house, but nothing from within. Nearly a minute of silence passed. He was about to step out of the kitchen when he heard a sound. It was the slight whisper of cloth moving, maybe the crossing or uncrossing of legs. He knew someone was in the living room, and he knew by now that they would know that he knew.
"Detective Bosch?"
a voice said from the silence of the house.
"It is safe for you. You can come out."
Bosch knew the voice, but was operating at such an acute level of intensity he couldn't immediately compute it and place it. All he knew was that he had heard it before.
"It's Assistant Chief Irving, Detective Bosch," the voice said. "Could you please step out? That way you don't get hurt, and we don't get hurt."
Yes, that was the voice. Bosch relaxed, put the knife down on the counter, the sandwich bag in the refrigerator, and stepped out of the kitchen. Irving was there, sitting in the living room chair. Two men in suits who Bosch didn't recognize sat on the couch. Looking around, Bosch could see his box of letters and cards from the closet sitting on the coffee table. He saw the murder book that he had left on the dining room table was sitting on one of the stranger's laps. They had been searching his house, going through his things. Bosch suddenly realized what had happened outside. "I saw you look out. Anybody want to tell me what's going on?" "Where have you been, Bosch?" one of the suits asked. Bosch looked at him. Not a single glimmer of recognition hit him. "Who the fuck are you?" He bent down and picked the box of cards and letters up off the coffee table, where it had been in front of the man. "A detective," Irving said. "This is Lieutenant Angel Brockman, and this is Earl Sizemore." Bosch nodded. He recognized one of the names. "I've heard of you," he said, looking at Brockman. "You're the one who sent Bill Connors to the closet. That must have been good for IAD Man of the Month. Quite an honor." The sarcasm in Bosch's voice was unmistakable, as he intended it to be. The closet was where most cops kept their guns while off duty. Going to the closet was department slang for a cop killing himself. Connors was an old beat cop in Hollywood Division who had killed himself the year before while he was under IAD investigation for trading dime bags of heroin to runaway girls for sex. After he was dead, the runaways admitted they had made up the complaints because Connors was always hassling them to move off his beat. He had been a good man, but saw everything stacked against him and decided to go to the closet. "That was his choice, Bosch, and now you've got yours. You want to tell us where you've been the last 24? You want to tell me what this is about?" He heard a clunking sound coming from the bedroom. "What the hell?" He walked to the door and saw another suit in his bedroom, standing over the open drawer of the night table. "Hey, fuckhead! Get out of there! Get out now!" Bosch stepped in and kicked the drawer closed. The man stepped back, raised his hands like he was a prisoner, and walked out to the living room. "And this is Jerry Tolliver," Irving added. "He's with Lieutenant Brockman, IAD. Detective Sizemore has joined us here from RHD." "Fantastic," Bosch said. "So everybody knows everybody. What's going on?" He looked at Irving as he said this, believing if he was going to get a straight answer from anyone here, it would be him. Irving was generally a straight shooter when it came to his dealings with Bosch. "Harry, we have got to ask you some questions," Irving said. "It would be best if we explain things later." Bosch could tell this one was serious. "You got a warrant to be in here?" "We'll show it to you later," Brockman said. "Let's go." "Where are we going?" "Downtown." Bosch had had enough run-ins with Internal Affairs Division to know things were being handled differently here. Just the fact that Irving, the second highest ranking officer in the department, was with them was an indication of the gravity of the situation. He guessed it was more than them simply finding out about his private investigation. If it was just that, Irving wouldn't have been here. There was something terribly wrong here. "All right," Bosch said. "Who's dead?" All four looked at him with faces of stone, confirming that in fact someone was dead. Bosch felt his chest tighten, and for the first time he began to be scared. The names and faces of people he had involved flashed through his mind. Meredith Roman, Jake McKittrick, Keisha Russell, the two women in Las Vegas. Who else? Jazz? Could he have possibly put her in some kind of danger? Then it hit him. Keisha Russell. The reporter had probably done what he told her not to. She had gone to Conklin or Mattel and asked questions about the old clip she had pulled for Bosch. She had walked in blindly and was now dead because of her mistake. "Keisha Russell?" he asked. He got no reply. Irving stood up and the others followed. Sizemore kept the murder book in his hand. He was going to take it. Brockman went into the kitchen, picked up the overnighter, and carried it to the door. "Harry, why don't you ride with Earl and I?" Irving said. "How about I meet you guys down there?" "You ride with me." It was said sternly. It invited no further debate. Bosch raised his hands, acknowledging he had no choice, and moved toward the door. Bosch sat in the back of Sizemore's LTD, directly behind Irving. He looked out the window as they went down the hill. He kept thinking of the young reporter's face. Her eagerness had killed her, but Bosch couldn't help but share the blame. He had planted the seed of mystery in her mind, and it had grown until she couldn't resist it. "Where'd they find her?" he asked. He was met only with silence. He couldn't understand why they said nothing, especially Irving. The assistant chief had led him to believe in the past that they had an understanding, if not a liking, between each other. "I told her not to do anything," he said. "I told her to sit on it a few days." Irving turned his body so that he could partially see Bosch behind him. "Detective, I don't know who or what you're talking about." "Keisha Russell." "Don't know her." He turned back around. Bosch was puzzled. The names and faces went through his mind again. He added Jasmine, but then subtracted her. She knew nothing about the case. "McKittrick?" "Detective," Irving said, and again struggled to turn around to look at Bosch. "We are involved in the investigation of the homicide of Lieutenant Harvey Pounds. These other names are not involved. If you think they are people that should be contacted, please let me know." Bosch was too stunned to answer. Harvey Pounds? That made no sense. He had nothing to do with the case, didn't even know about it. Pounds never left the office. How could he have gotten into danger? Then it came to him, washing over him like a wave of water that brought with it a chill. He understood. It made sense. And in the moment that he saw that it did, he also saw his own responsibility, as well as his own predicament. "Am I—" He couldn't finish. "Yes," Irving said. "You are currently considered a suspect. Now maybe you will be quiet until we can set up a formal interview." Bosch leaned his head against the glass window and closed his eyes. "Ah, Jesus." And in that moment, he realized he was no better than Brockman was for having sent a man to the closet. For Bosch knew in the dark part of his heart that he was responsible. He didn't know how or when it had happened, but he knew. He had killed Harvey Pounds, and he carried his badge in his pocket. Bosch was numb to most of what was going on around him. After they reached Parker Center, he was escorted up to Irving's office on the 6th floor, and then placed in a chair in the adjoining conference room. He was in there alone for a half hour before Brockman and Tolliver came in. Brockman sat directly across from Bosch, Tolliver to Harry's right. It was obvious to Bosch by their being in Irving's conference room instead of an IAD interview room that Irving wanted to keep a tight control on this one. If it turned out to be a cop-killed-cop case, he'd need all the control he could muster to contain it. It could be a publicity debacle to rival those of the Rodney King days. Through his daze and the jarring images of Pounds being dead, a pressing thought finally got Bosch's attention. He was in serious trouble himself. He told himself he couldn't retreat into a shell. He must be alert. The man sitting across from him would like nothing better than to hang a killing on Bosch, and he was willing to go to any extreme to do it. It wasn't good enough that Bosch knew in his own mind that he had not, at least physically, killed Pounds. He had to defend himself, and so he resolved that he would show Brockman nothing. He would be just as tough as anybody in the room. He cleared his throat and began before Brockman got the chance. "When did it happen?" "I'm asking the questions." "I can save you time, Brockman. Tell me when it happened and I'll tell you where I was. We'll get this over with. I understand why I'm a suspect. I won't hold it against you, but you're wasting your time." "Bosch, don't you feel anything at all? A man is dead. You worked with him." Bosch stared at him a long moment before answering in an even voice. "What I feel doesn't matter. Nobody deserves to be killed, but I'm not going to miss him, and I certainly won't miss working for him." "Jesus." Brockman shook his head. "The man had a wife, a kid in college." "Maybe they won't miss him either. You never know. The guy was a prick at work. No reason to expect him to be anything else at home. What's your wife think about you, Brockman? Save it, Bosch. I'm not falling for any of your... Do you believe in God, Brick Man? Bosch had used Brockman's nickname in the department, awarded to him for his methodical way of building cases against other cops, like the late Bill Connors. This isn't about me or what I believe in, Bosch. We're talking about you. That's right. We're talking about me. So, I'll tell you what I think. I'm not sure what I believe. My life's more than half over, and I still haven't figured it out. But the theory I'm leaning toward is that everybody on this planet has some kind of energy that makes them what they are. It's all about energy. And when you die, it just goes somewhere else. And Pounds? He was bad energy, and now it's gone somewhere else. So I don't feel too bad about him dying, to answer your question. But I'd like to know where that bad energy went. Hope you didn't get any, Brick Man. You already have a lot. He winked at Brockman and saw the momentary confusion in the IAD detective's face as he tried to interpret what it meant. He seemed to shake it off and go on. Enough of the bullshit. Why did you confront Lieutenant Pounds in his office on Thursday? You know that was off limits while you were on leave. Well, it was kind of like one of those Catch-22 situations. I think that's what they call them. It was off limits to go there, but then Pounds, my commanding officer, called me up and told me I had to turn in my car. See, it was that bad energy working. I was already on involuntary leave, but he couldn't leave well enough alone. He had to take my car, too. So I brought him in the keys. He was my supervisor, and it was an order. So going there broke one of the rules, but not going would have broken one, too. Why'd you threaten him? I didn't. He filed an addendum to the assault complaint of 2 weeks earlier. I don't care what he filed. There was no threat. The guy was a coward. He probably felt threatened, but there was no threat. There is a difference. Bosch looked over at the other suit. Tolliver. It looked like he was going to be silent the whole time. That was his role. He just stared at Bosch as if he were a TV screen. Bosch looked around the rest of the room and for the first time noticed the phone on the banquette to the left of the table. The green light signaled a conference call was on. The interview was being piped out of the room, probably to a tape recorder, probably to Irving in his office next door. There is a witness, Brockman said. To what? The threat? I'll tell you what, Lieutenant. Why don't you tell me exactly what the threat was, so I know what we're talking about? After all, if you believe I made it, what's wrong with me knowing what it was I said? Brockman gave it some thought before answering. Very simple, as most are. You told him if he ever, quote, fucked with you again, you'd kill him. Not too original. But damning as hell, right? Well, fuck you, Brockman. I never said that. I don't doubt that asshole wrote up an addendum. That was just his style. But whoever this wit is you got, they're full of shit. You know Henry Korchmar? Henry Korchmar? Bosch had no idea who he was talking about. Then he realized Brockman meant old Henry of the Nod Squad. Bosch had never known his last name, and so hearing it in this context had confused him. The old guy? He wasn't in the room. He's no witness. I told him to get out, and he did. Whatever he told you, he probably backed Pounds because he was scared. But he wasn't there. You go ahead with it, Brockman. I'll be able to pull 12 people out of that squad room who watched the whole thing through the glass, and they'll say Henry wasn't in there. They'll say Pounds was a liar and everybody knew it. And then where's your threat? Brockman said nothing into the silence, so Bosch continued. See, you didn't do your work. My guess is that you know everybody who works in that squad room thinks people like you are the bottom feeders of this department. They've got more respect for the people they put in jail, and you know that, Brick Man, so you were too intimidated to go to them. Instead, you rely on some old man's word, and he probably didn't even know Pounds was dead when you talked to him. Bosch could tell by the way Brockman's eyes darted away that he had nailed him. Empowered with the victory, he stood up and headed toward the door. Where are you going? To get some water. Jerry, go with him. Bosch paused at the door and looked back. What? Do you think I'm going to run, Brockman? You think that and you don't know the first thing about me. You think that and you haven't prepared for this interview. Why don't you come over to Hollywood one day and I'll teach you how to interview murder suspects, free of charge." Bosch walked out, Tolliver following. At the water fountain down the hall, he took a long drink of water and then wiped his mouth with his hand. He felt nervous, frayed. He didn't know how long it would be before Brockman could see through the front he was putting up. As he walked back to the conference room, Tolliver stayed a silent 3 paces behind him. "You're still young," Bosch said over his shoulder. "There might be a chance for you, Tolliver." Bosch stepped back into the conference room just as Brockman stepped through a door from the other side of the room. Bosch knew it was a direct entrance to Irving's office. He had once worked an investigation of a serial killer out of this room and under Irving's thumb. Both men sat down across from each other again. "Now then," Brockman started, "I'm going to read you your rights, Detective Bosch." He took a small card from his wallet and proceeded to read to Bosch the Miranda warning. Bosch knew for sure the phone line was going to a tape recorder. This was something they would want on tape. "Now," Brockman said when he was finished, "do you agree to waive those rights and talk to us about this situation?" "It's a situation now, huh? I thought it was a murder." "Yeah, I'll waive. Jerry, go get a waiver. I don't have one here." Jerry got up and left through the hallway door. Bosch could hear his feet moving quickly on the linoleum, then a door open. He was taking the stairs down to IAD on the 5th. Let's start by... Don't you want to wait until you have your witness back? Or is this being secretly recorded without my knowledge?" This immediately flustered Brockman. "Yes, Bosch, it's being recorded, but not secretly. We told you before we started that we'd be taping." "Oh, good cover-up, Lieutenant. That last line, that was a good one. I'll have to remember that one. Now, let's start with..." The door opened and Tolliver came in with a sheet of paper. He handed it to Brockman, who studied it a moment, made sure it was the correct form, and slid it across the table to Bosch. Harry grabbed it and quickly scribbled a signature on the appropriate line. He was familiar with the form. He slid it back, and Brockman put it off to the side of the table without looking at it, so he didn't notice the signature Bosch had written was "Fuck you." "All right, let's get this going. Bosch, give us your whereabouts over the last 72 hours. "You don't want to search me first, do you? How about you, Jerry?" Bosch stood up, opening his jacket so they could see he was not armed. He thought by taunting them like this they would do the exact opposite and not search him. Carrying Pounds' badge was a piece of evidence that would probably put him in the ground if they discovered it. "Sit down, Bosch," Brockman barked. "We're not going to search you. We're trying to give you every benefit of the doubt, but you make it damn hard." Bosch sat back down, relieved for the time being. "Now, just give us your whereabouts. We don't have all day." Bosch thought about this. He was surprised by the window of time they wanted. 72 hours. He wondered what had happened to Pounds and why they hadn't narrowed time of death to a shorter span. 72 hours ago. Well, about 72 hours ago, it was Friday afternoon, and I was in Chinatown at the 5150 building, which reminds me I'm due over there in 10 minutes. So, boys, if you'll excuse me..." He stood up. "Sit down, Bosch. That's been taken care of. Sit down." Bosch sat down and said nothing. He realized, though, that he actually felt disappointed he would miss the session with Carmen Hinojos. "Come on, Bosch, let's hear it. What happened after that?" "I don't remember all the details, but I ate over at the Red Wind that night, also stopped at the Epicenter for a few drinks. Then I got to the airport about 10. I took a red-eye to Florida, to Tampa, spent the weekend there, and got back about an hour and a half before I found you people illegally inside my home. It's not illegal, we had a warrant. I've been shown no warrant. Never mind that. What do you mean you were in Florida?" I mean I was in Florida. What do you think it means?" "You can prove this?" Bosch reached into his pocket, took out his airline folder with the ticket receipt, and slid it across the table. "For starters, there's the ticket receipt. I think there's one in there for a rental car, too." Brockman quickly opened the ticket folder and started reading. "What were you doing there?" he asked, without looking up. "Dr. Hinojos, that's the company shrink, said I should try to get away, and I thought, how about Florida? I've never been there, and all my life I've liked orange juice. I thought, what the hell? Florida. Brockman was flustered again. He wasn't expecting something like this. Bosch could tell. Most cops never realized how important the initial interview with a suspect or witness was to an investigation. It informed all other interviews and even court testimony that followed. You had to be prepared. Like lawyers, you had to know most of the answers before you asked the questions. The IAD relied so much on its presence as an intimidating factor that most of the detectives assigned to the division never really had to prepare for interviews, and when they hit a wall like this, they didn't know what to do. Okay, Bosch, what did you do in Florida? You ever heard that song Marvin Gaye sang before he got killed? It's called, what are you talking about? Sexual healing. It says it's good for the soul. I've heard it, Tolliver said. Both Brockman and Bosch looked at him. Sorry, he offered. Again, Bosch, Brockman said. What are you talking about? I'm talking about that I spent most of the time with a woman I know there. Most of the other time I spent with a fishing guide in a boat in the Gulf of Mexico. What I'm talking about, asshole, is that I was with people almost every minute, and the times I weren't long enough for me to fly back here and kill Pounds. I don't even know when he was killed, but I'll tell you right now, you don't have a case, Brockman, because there is no case. You're looking in the wrong direction. Bosch had chosen his words carefully. He was unsure what, if anything, they knew about his private investigation, and he wasn't going to give them anything if he could help it. They had the murder book and the evidence box, but he thought that he might be able to explain all of that away. They also had his notebook, because he had stuffed it into his overnighter at the airport. In it were the names, numbers, and addresses of Jasmine and McKittrick, the address of the Eno house in Vegas, and other notes about the case, but they might not be able to put together what it all meant. Not if he was lucky. Brockman pulled a notebook and pen from the inside pocket of his jacket. Okay, Bosch, give me the name of the woman and this fishing guide. I need their numbers, everything. I don't think so. Brockman's eyes widened. I don't care what you think. Give me the names. Bosch said nothing, just stared down at the table in front of him. Bosch, you've told us your whereabouts. Now we need to confirm them. I know where I was at. That's all I need. If you're in the clear, as you claim, let us check it out, clear you, and move on to other things, other possibilities. You've got the airlines and the car rental right there. Start with that. I'm not dragging people into this who don't need to be. They're good people, and unlike you, they like me. I'm not going to let you spoil that by having you come in with your concrete block feet and step all over the relationships. You don't have a choice, Bosch. Oh, yes, I do. Right now, I do. You want to try to make a case against me? Do it. If it gets to that point, I'll bring these people out and they'll blow your shit away, Brockman. You think at the moment you've got PR problems in the department over sending Bill Connors to the closet? You'll end this case with worse PR than Nixon had. I'm not giving you the names. If you want to write something down there in your notebook, just write that I said, fuck you. That ought to cover it. Brockman's face got kind of blotchy with pinks and whites. He was quiet a moment before speaking. Know what I think? I still think you did it. I think you hired somebody to do it, and you went waltzing off to Florida so you'd be nowhere near here. A fishing guide. If that doesn't sound like a conjured-up piece of shit, I don't know what does. And the woman? Who was she? Some hooker you picked up in a bar? What was she, a $50 alibi, or did you go 100? In one explosive move, Bosch shoved the table toward Brockman, catching him completely by surprise. It slid under his arms and crashed into his chest. His chair tipped back against the wall behind him. Bosch kept the pressure on his end and pinned Brockman against the wall. Bosch pushed back on his own chair until it was against the wall behind him. He raised his left leg and put his foot against the table to keep the pressure on it. He saw the blotches of color on Brockman's face become more pronounced as he went without air. His eyes bugged, but he had no leverage and couldn't move the table off himself. Tolliver was slow to react. Stunned, he seemed to look at Brockman for a long moment as if awaiting orders before jumping up and moving toward Bosch. Bosch was able to fend off his first effort, shoving the younger man back into a potted palm tree that was in the corner of the room. While Bosch did this, he saw in his peripheral vision a figure enter the room through the other door. Then his chair was abruptly knocked over and he was on the ground with a heavy weight on top of him. By turning his head slightly, he could see it was Irving. "Don't move, Bosch!" Irving yelled in his ear. "Settle down! Right now!" Bosch went limp to signify his compliance, and Irving got off of him. Bosch stayed still for a few moments and then put a hand up on the table to pull himself up. As he got up, he saw Brockman hacking and trying to get air into his lungs while holding both hands against his chest. Irving held one hand out to Bosch's chest as a calming gesture and a means of stopping him from taking another run at Brockman. With his other hand, he pointed at Tolliver, who was trying to right the potted palm. It had become uprooted and wouldn't stand up. He finally just leaned it against the wall. "You!" Irving snapped at him. "Out!" "But, sir, get out!" Tolliver quickly left through the hallway door as Brockman was finally finding his voice. "Bosch, you son of a bitch! You're going to jail! Nobody's going to jail!" Irving said sternly. "Nobody's going to jail!" Irving stopped to gulp down some air. Bosch noticed that the assistant chief seemed just as winded as anybody in the room. "There will be no charges on this," Irving finally continued. "Lieutenant, you baited him and got what you got." Irving's tone invited no debate. Brockman, his chest still heaving, put his elbows on the table and began running his fingers through his hair, trying to look as if he still had some composure, but all he had was defeat. Irving turned to Bosch, anger bunching the muscles of his jaw into hard surfaces. "And you? Bosch, I don't know how to help you. You're always the loose cannon. You knew what he was doing, you've done it yourself, but you couldn't sit there and take it. What kind of man are you?" Bosch didn't say anything, and he doubted Irving wanted a spoken answer. Brockman started coughing, and Irving looked back at him. "Are you all right?" "I think." "Go across the street, have one of the paramedics check you out." "No, I'm all right." "Good. Then go down to your office, take a break. I have someone else I want to have talk to Bosch." "I want to continue the interview is over, Lieutenant. You blew it." Then, looking at Bosch, he added, "You both did." Irving left Bosch alone in the conference room. Then, in a few moments, Carmen Hinojos walked in. She took the same seat where Brockman had been sitting. She looked at Bosch with eyes that seemed filled with equal parts anger and disappointment, but Bosch didn't flinch in her gaze. "Harry, I can't believe—" He held a finger up to his mouth, silencing her. "What is it?" "Are our sessions still supposed to be private?" "Of course." "Even in here?" "Yes. What is it?" Bosch got up and walked to the phone on the counter. He pushed the button that disconnected the conference call. He returned to his seat. "I hope that was left on unintentionally. I'm going to speak to Chief Irving about that." "You're probably speaking to him right now. The phone was too obvious. He's probably got the room wired." "Come on, Harry. This isn't the CIA." "No, it's not. Sometimes it's even worse. All I'm saying is Irving, the IAD, they still might be listening somehow. Be careful what you say." Carmen Hinojos looked exasperated. "I'm not paranoid, Doctor. I've been through this before." "All right. Never mind. I really don't care who's listening or not. I can't believe what you just did. It makes me very sad and disappointed. What have our meetings been about? Nothing? I'm sitting in there hearing you resort to the same type of violence that brought you to me in the first place. Harry, this isn't some joke. This is real life, and I have to make a decision that could very well decide your future. This makes it all the more difficult to do." He waited until he was sure she was done. "You were in there with Irving the whole time?" "Yes. He called and explained the situation and asked me to come over and sit in. I have to say—" "Wait a minute. Before we go any further, did you talk to him? Did you tell him about our sessions?" "No, of course not." "Okay. For the record, I just want to reiterate that I do not give up any of my protections under the patient-doctor relationship. We okay on that?" For the first time, she looked away from him. He could see her face turning dark with anger. "But You know what an insult that is for you to tell me that. What? Do you think I'd tell him about our session just because he may have ordered me to? Did he? You don't trust me at all, do you? Did he? No, he didn't. That's good. It's not just me. You don't trust anyone. Bosch realized that he had been out of line. He could see, though, that there was more hurt than anger in her face. I'm sorry. You're right. I shouldn't have said that. I don't know. I've got my back to the corner here, Doctor. When that happens, sometimes you forget who's on your side and who isn't. Yes, and as a matter of course, you respond with violence against those who you perceive are not on your side. This is not good to see. It's very, very disappointing. He looked away from her and over to the potted palm in the corner. Before leaving the room, Irving had replanted it, getting his hands dirty with black soil. Bosch noticed it was still slightly tilted to the left. So, what are you doing up here? He asked. What does Irving want? He wanted me to sit in his office and listen to your interview on the conference line. He said he was interested in my evaluation of your answers as to whether I believed you could have been responsible for the death of Lieutenant Pounds. Thanks to you and your attack on your interviewer, he didn't need any evaluation from me. It's clear at this point you are prone and quite capable of violence against fellow police officers. That's bullshit and you know it. Damn it, what I did in here to that guy masquerading as a cop was a lot different than what they think I did. You're talking about things that are worlds apart, and if you don't see that, you're making your living in the wrong business. I'm not so sure. Have you ever killed anyone, Doctor? Saying the question reminded him of his true confessions conversation with Jasmine. Of course not. Well, I have. And believe me, it's a lot different than roughing up some pompous ass in a suit with a shine on its ass. A lot different. If you or they think that doing one means you can do the other, you all have a lot to learn. They were both quiet for a long while, letting their anger ebb away. All right, he finally said. So what happens now? I don't know. Chief Irving just asked me to sit in with you, to calm you. I guess he's figuring out what to do next. I guess I'm not doing a very good job of calming you. What did he say when he first asked you to come up here and listen? He just called me and explained what happened and said he wanted my take on the interview. You have to understand something. Despite your problems with authority, he is one person who I think is in your court on this. I don't think he honestly believes you're involved in the death of your lieutenant, at least directly. But he realizes that you are a viable suspect who needs to be questioned. I think if you had held your temper during the interview, this all might have been over for you soon. They would have checked your story in Florida, and that would have been the end of it. I even told them that you told me you were going to Florida. I don't want them checking my story. I don't want them involved. Well, it's too late. He knows you're up to something. How? When he called to ask me to come over, he mentioned the file on your mother's case. The murder book. He said it was found at your house. He also said they found the stored evidence from the case there. And he asked if I knew what you were doing with all of it. So he did ask you to reveal what we've talked about in our sessions. In an indirect way. Sounds pretty direct to me. Did he say specifically that it was my mother's case? Yes, he did. What did you tell him? I told him that I was not at liberty to discuss anything that was talked about in our sessions. It didn't satisfy him. I'm not surprised. Another wave of silence washed between them. Her eyes wandered the room. His stayed on hers. Listen, what do you know about what happened to Pounds? Very little. Irving must have told you something. You must have asked. He said Pounds was found in the trunk of his car Sunday evening. I guess he had been there a while. A day, maybe. The chief said the body showed signs of torture. Particularly sadistic mutilation, he said. He didn't go into detail. It had happened before Pounds was dead, they do know that. He said that he'd been in a lot of pain. He wanted to know if you were the type of man who could have done that. Bosch said nothing. He was imagining the crime scene in his mind. His guilt came crushing back down on him, and for a moment he thought he might even get nauseous. For what it's worth, I said no. What? I told him you weren't the type of man who could have done that. Bosch nodded, but his thoughts were already a great distance away again. What had happened to Pounds was becoming clear, and Bosch carried the guilt of having set things in motion. Though legally innocent, he knew he was morally culpable. Pounds was a man he despised, had less respect for than some of the murderers he had known, but the weight of his guilt was bearing down on him. He ran his hands hard over his face and through his hair. He felt a shudder move through his body. "Are you all right?" Hinojos asked. "I'm fine." Bosch took out his cigarettes and started to light one with his Bic. "Harry, you better not. This isn't my office." "I don't care. Where was he found?" "What?" "Pounds! Where was he found?" "I don't know." "You mean, where was the car?" "I don't know. I didn't ask." She studied him, and he noticed the hand that held his cigarette was shaking. "All right, Harry, that's it. What's the matter? What is going on?" Bosch looked at her for a long moment and nodded. "Okay, you want to know? I did it. I killed him." Her face immediately reacted as if perhaps she had seen the killing firsthand, so close that she had been spattered with blood. It was a horrible face, repulsed, and she moved back in her chair as if even a few more inches of separation from him were needed. You mean this story about Florida was—" "No, I don't mean I killed him. Not with my hands. I mean, what I've done, what I've been doing. It got him killed. I got him killed." "How do you know? You can't know for sure that—" "I know. Believe me, I know." He looked away from her to a painting on the wall over the banquette. It was a generic depiction of a beach scene. He looked back at Hinojos. "It's funny," he said, but didn't finish. He just shook his head. "What is?" He got up and reached to the potted palm and stubbed the cigarette out in the dark soil. "What is funny, Harry?" He sat back down and looked at her. "The civilized people in the world, the ones who hide behind culture and art and politics, and even the law, they're the ones to watch out for. They've got that perfect disguise going for them, you know? But they're the most vicious. They're the most dangerous people on Earth." It seemed to Bosch that the day would never end, that he would never get out of the conference room. After Hinojos left, it was Irving's turn. He came in silently, took the Brockman's seat, and folded his hands on the table and said nothing. He looked irritated. Bosch thought maybe he smelled the smoke. Bosch didn't care about that, but he found the silence discomforting. "What about Brockman?" "He's gone. You heard me tell him he blew it. So did you." "How's that?" "You could have talked your way out of it. Could have let him check your story and be done with it, but you had to make another enemy. You had to be Harry Bosch." "That's where you and I differ, Chief. You ought to get out of the office and come out on the street again sometime. I didn't make Brockman an enemy. He was my enemy before I even met him. They all are. And, you know, I'm really getting tired of everybody analyzing me and sticking their noses up my ass. It's getting real old." "Somebody's got to do it. You don't." "You don't know a thing about it." Irving waved Bosch's pale defense away like cigarette smoke. "So what now?" Bosch continued. "Why are you here? You gonna try to break my alibi now, is that it? Brockman's out and you're in? I don't need to break your alibi. It's been checked and it looks like it holds. Brockman and his people have already been instructed to follow other avenues of investigation." "What do you mean it's been checked?" "Give us some credit here, Bosch. The names were in your notebook." He reached into his coat and pulled out the notebook. He tossed it across the table to Bosch. "This woman that you spent some time with over there, she told me enough to the point that I believed it. You might want to call her yourself, though. She certainly seemed confused by my call. I was rather circumspect in my explanation." "I appreciate that." "So, then I guess I'm free to split?" Bosch stood up. "In a technical sense. And the other senses?" "Sit down for a minute, Detective." Bosch held his hands up. He'd gone this far. He decided he might as well go all the way and hear it all. He sat back down in his chair with a meager protest. My butt's getting sore from all this sitting. I knew Jake McKittrick, Irving said. Knew him well. We worked Hollywood together many years ago. But you know that already. As nice as it is to touch base with an old colleague, I can't say I enjoyed anything about the conversation I had with my old friend Jake. You called him, too, while you were in here with the doctor. So then what do you want from me? You got the story from him, what's left? Irving drummed his fingers on the tabletop. What do I want? What I want is for you to tell me that what you are doing, what you have been doing, is in no way connected to what has happened to Lieutenant Pounds. I can't, Chief. I don't know what happened to him, other than that he's dead. Irving studied Bosch for a long moment, contemplating something, deciding whether to treat him as an equal and tell him the story. I guess I expected an immediate denial. Your answer already suggests that you think there might be a correlation. I can't tell you how much that bothers me. Anything is possible, Chief. Let me ask you this. You said Brockman and his crew were out chasing other leads. I guess avenues is what you said. Are any of these avenues viable? I mean, did Pounds have a secret life, or are they just out there chasing their tails? There's nothing that stands out. I'm afraid you were the best lead. Brockman still thinks so. He wants to pursue the theory that you hired a hitman of some sort and then flew to Florida to establish an alibi. Yeah, that's a good one. I think it stretches credibility some. I told him to drop it, for the moment. And I'm telling you to drop what you are doing. This woman in Florida sounds like the kind of person you could spend some time with. I want you to get on a plane and go back to her. Stay a couple of weeks. When you come back, we'll talk about going back on the homicide table at Hollywood. Bosch was unsure whether there was a threat in all that Irving had just said. If not a threat, then maybe a bribe. And if I don't? If you don't, then you are stupid, and you deserve whatever happens to you. What is it that you think I'm doing, Chief? I don't think, I know what you're doing. It's easy. You pulled the book on your mother's homicide. Why, at this particular point in time, you've done this, I don't know. But you're out running a freelance investigation, and that's a problem for us. You have to stop it, Harry, or I'll stop you. I'll shut you down, permanently. Who are you protecting? Bosch saw the anger move into Irving's face as his skin turned from pink to an intense red. His eyes seemed to grow smaller and darker with fury. Don't you ever suggest such a thing. I've dedicated my life to this department. It's yourself, isn't it? You knew her. You found her. You're afraid of being dragged into this if I put something together on it. I bet you already knew everything McKittrick told you on the phone. That's ridiculous. Is it? Is it? I don't think so. I've already talked to one witness who remembers you from those days on the Boulevard beat. What witness? She said she knew you. She knows my mother knew you, too. The only person I am protecting is you, Bosch. Can't you see that? I'm ordering you to stop this investigation. You can't. I don't work for you anymore. I'm on leave, remember? Involuntary leave. That makes me a citizen now, and I can do whatever I goddamn want to do as long as it's legal. I could charge you with possession of stolen documents. The murder book. It wasn't stolen. Besides, what if you bullshit a case? What's that, a misdemeanor? They'll laugh you out of the city attorney's office on your ass with that. But you'd lose your job, that would be it. You're a little late with that one, Chief. A week ago, that would have been a valid threat. I'd have to consider it, but it doesn't matter anymore. I'm free of all of that bullshit now, and this is all that matters to me, and I don't care what I have to do, I'm doing it. Irving was silent, and Bosch guessed that the assistant chief was realizing that Bosch had moved beyond his reach. Irving's hold over Bosch's job and future had been his leverage before, but Bosch had finally broken free. Bosch began again in a low, calm voice. If you were me, Chief, could you just walk away? What does doing what I do for the department matter if I can't do this for her and for me? He stood up and put the notebook into his jacket pocket. I'm going. Where's the rest of my stuff? No. Bosch hesitated. Irving looked up at him, and Bosch saw the anger was gone now. I did nothing wrong, Irving said quietly. Sure you did, Bosch said just as quietly. He leaned over the table until he was only a few feet away. We all did, Chief. We let it go. That was our crime. But not anymore. At least not with me. If you want to help, you know how to reach me." He headed toward the door. "What do you want?" Bosch looked back at him. "Tell me about Pounds. I need to know what happened. It's the only way I'll know if it's connected." "Then sit down." Bosch took the chair by the door and sat down. They both took some time to calm down before Irving finally spoke. "We started looking for him Saturday night. We found his car Sunday noon in Griffith Park, one of the tunnels closed after the quake. It was like they knew we'd be looking from the air, so they put the car in a tunnel." "Why'd you start looking before you knew he was dead?" "The wife. She started calling Saturday morning. She said he'd gotten a call Friday night at home. She didn't know who, but whoever it was managed to convince Pounds to leave the house and meet him. Pounds didn't tell his wife what it was about. He said he'd be back in an hour or two. He left and never came back. In the morning she called us." "Pounds is unlisted, I assume?" "Yes. That gives rise to the probability it was someone in the department." Bosch thought about this. "Not necessarily. It just had to be someone with connections to people in the city. People that could get his number with a phone call. You ought to put out the word. Grant amnesty to anyone who comes forward and says they gave up the number. Say you'll go light in exchange for the name of the person they gave it to. That's who you want. Chances are whoever gave out the number didn't know what was going to happen." Irving nodded. "That's an idea. Within the department there are hundreds who could get his number. There may be no other way to go." "Tell me more about Pounds." "We went to work right there in the tunnel. By Sunday, the media had wind that we were looking for him, so the tunnel worked to our advantage. No helicopters flying over, bothering us. We just set up lights in the tunnel." "He was in the car?" Bosch was acting like he knew nothing. He knew that if he expected Hinojos to respect his confidences, he must in turn respect hers. "Yes, he was in the trunk, and my God, was it bad. He'd been stripped of his clothes. He'd been beaten. Then there was the evidence of torture." Bosch waited, but Irving had stopped. "What? What did they do to him?" "They burned him. The genitals, nipples, fingers. My God." Irving ran his hand over his shaven scalp and closed his eyes while he did it. Bosch could see that he could not get the images out of his mind. Bosch was having trouble with it too. His guilt was like a palpable object in his chest. "It was like they wanted something from him," Irving said, "but he couldn't give it. He didn't have it, and they kept at him." Suddenly, Bosch felt a slight tremor of an earthquake and reached for the table to steady himself. He looked at Irving for confirmation and realized there was no tremor. It was himself, shaking again. "Wait a minute." The room tilted slightly, then righted itself. "What is it? Wait a minute." Without another word, Bosch stood up and went out the door. He quickly went down the hall to the men's room by the water fountain. There was someone in front of one of the sinks, shaving, but Bosch didn't take the time to look at him. He pushed through one of the stall doors and vomited into the toilet, barely making it in time. He flushed the toilet, but the spasm came again, and then again, until he was empty, until he had nothing left inside but the image of Pounds, naked and dead, tortured. "You okay in there, buddy?" a voice said from outside the stall. "Just leave me alone." "Sorry, just asking." Bosch stayed in the stall a few more minutes, leaning against the wall. Eventually, he wiped his mouth with toilet paper and then flushed it down. He stepped out of the stall unsteadily and went to the sink. The other man was still there. Now he was putting on a tie. Bosch glanced at him in the mirror but didn't recognize him. Harry bent over the sink and rinsed his face and mouth out with cold water. He then used paper towels to dry off. He never looked at himself once in the mirror. "Thanks for asking," he said as he left. Irving looked like he hadn't moved while Bosch was gone. "Are you all right?" Bosch sat down and took out his cigarettes. "Sorry, but I'm going to smoke." "You already have been." Bosch lit up and took a deep drag. He stood up and walked to the trash can in the corner. There was an old coffee cup in it, and he took it to use as an ashtray. "Just one," he said. "Then you can open the door and air the place out." "It's a bad habit. In this town, so is breathing." "How did he die?" What was the fatal injury? The autopsy was this morning. Heart failure. The strain on him was too much. His heart gave way. Bosch paused a moment. He felt the beginning of his strength coming back. Why don't you tell me the rest of it? There is no rest of it, that's it. There was nothing there. No evidence on the body, no evidence in the car. It had been wiped clean. There was nothing to go on. What about his clothes? They were there in the trunk. No help. The killer kept one thing, though. What? His shield. The bastard took his badge. Bosch just nodded and averted his eyes. They were both silent for a long time. Bosch couldn't get the images out of his mind, and he guessed Irving was having the same problem. So, Bosch finally said, looking at what had been done to him, the torture and everything, you immediately thought of me. That's a real vote of confidence. Look, detective, you had put the man's face through a window 2 weeks earlier. We had gotten an added report from him that you had threatened him. What? There was no threat. I don't care if there was or wasn't. He made the report. That's the point. True or false, he made the report, therefore he felt threatened by you. What were we supposed to do? Ignore it? Just say, Harry Bosch? Oh no, there's no way our own Harry Bosch could do this, and go on? Don't be ridiculous. All right, you're right. Forget it. He didn't say anything at all to his wife before leaving? Only that someone called and he had to go out for an hour to a meeting with a very important person. No name was mentioned. The call came in about 9 Friday night. Is that exactly how she said he said it? I believe so. Why? Because if he said it in that way, then it sounds like two people may be involved. How so? It just sounds as though one person called him to set up a meeting with a second person, this very important person. If that person had made the call, then he would have told the wife that so-and-so, the big important guy, just called and I have to go meet him. See what I mean? I do. But whoever called could have also used the name of an important person as bait to draw Pounds out. That actual person may not have been involved at all. That's also true. But I think that whatever was said, it would have had to have been convincing to get Pounds out at night, by himself. Maybe it was someone he already knew. Maybe. But then he probably would have told his wife the name. True. Did he take anything with him? A briefcase, files, anything? Not that we know of. The wife was in the TV room. She didn't see him actually go out the door. We've been over all of this with her. We've been all over the house. There's nothing. His briefcase was in his office at the station. He didn't even take it home with him. There's nothing to go on. To be honest, you were the best candidate, and you're clear now. It brings me back to my question. Could what you've been doing have had anything to do with this? Bosch could not bring himself to tell Irving what he thought, what he knew in his gut had happened to Pounds. It wasn't the guilt that stopped him, though. It was the desire to keep his mission to himself. In that moment he realized that vengeance was a singular thing, a solo mission, something never to be spoken of out loud. I don't know the answer, he said. I told Pounds nothing, but he wanted me to go down, you know that. The guy's dead, but he was an asshole and he wanted me to go down, so he'd have had his ear to the ground for anything about me. A couple people have seen me around in the last week. Word could have gotten back to him and he could have blundered into something. He wasn't much of an investigator. He could have made a mistake. I don't know. Irving looked at him through dead eyes. Bosch knew he was trying to determine how much was true and how much was bullshit. Bosch spoke first. He said he was going to meet someone important. Yes. Look, Chief, I don't know what McKittrick told you about the conversation I had out there with him, but you know there were important people involved back, with my mother. You were there. Yes, I was there, but I wasn't part of the investigation. Not after the first day. Did McKittrick tell you about Arno Conklin? Not today, but back then. I remember once when I asked him what was happening with the case, he told me to ask Arno. He said Arno was running interference for someone on it. Well, Arno Conklin was an important person. But now? He's an old man, if he's even still alive. He's alive, Chief. And you have to remember something. Important men surround themselves with important men. They're never alone. Conklin may be old, but there could be someone else who isn't. What are you telling me, Bosch? I'm telling you to leave me alone. I have to do this. I'm the only one who can. I'm telling you to keep Brockman and everybody else away from me." Irving stared at him a long moment, and Bosch could tell he didn't know which way to go with this. Bosch stood up. "I'll keep in touch." "You're not telling me everything." "It's better that way." He stepped through the door into the hallway, remembered something, and then stepped back into the room with Irving. "How am I going to get home? You brought me here." Irving reached over to the phone. Bosch went through the fifth-floor door to the Internal Affairs Division and found no one behind the counter. He waited a few moments for Tolliver to show up, since Irving had just ordered him to drive Bosch home, but the young IAD detective never showed. Bosch figured it was just one more mind game they were trying to play with him. He didn't want to walk around the counter and have to find Tolliver, so he just yelled his name out. Behind the counter was a door that was slightly ajar, and he was reasonably sure Tolliver heard the call. But the person who stepped through the door was Brockman. He stared at Bosch for a long moment without saying anything. "Look, Brockman, Tolliver is supposed to run me home," Bosch said to him. "I don't want anything else to do with you." "Yeah? Well, that's too bad." "Just get Tolliver. You better watch out for me, Bosch." "Yeah, I know, I'll be watching." "Yeah, and you won't see me coming." Bosch nodded and looked past him to the door where he expected Tolliver to step out any moment. He just wanted to defuse the situation and get his ride home. He considered walking out and catching a cab, but he knew in rush hour it would probably cost him $50. He didn't have it on him. Plus, he liked the idea of having an IAD Shine chauffeur him home. "Hey, killer?" Bosch looked back at Brockman. He was getting tired of this. "What's it like to fuck another killer? Must really be something to go all the way to Florida for it." Bosch tried to stay cool, but he felt his face betray himself, for he suddenly knew who and what Brockman was talking about. "What are you talking about?" Brockman's face lit up with a bully's delight as he read Bosch's surprised look. "Ooh, baby! She didn't even bother telling you, did she?" "Tell me what?" Bosch wanted to reach over the counter and drag Brockman across it, but at least outwardly he maintained his cool. "Tell you what?" "I'll tell you what. I think your whole story stinks, and I'm going to bust it open. Then Mr. Clean upstairs isn't going to be able to protect you." "He said you were told to leave me alone, that I was clear." "Fuck him and fuck you. When I come in with your alibi in a bag, he's not going to have a choice but to cut you loose." Tolliver stepped through the doorway behind the counter. He was holding a set of car keys in his hands. He stood silently behind Brockman with his eyes down. "First thing I did was run her on the computer," Brockman said. "She's got a record, Bosch." "You didn't know that?" "She's a killer, just like you. Takes one to know one, I guess." "Nice couple." Bosch wanted to ask 1,000 questions, but he wouldn't ask any of this man. He felt a deep void opening inside as he began jettisoning his feelings for Jazz. He realized that she had left all the signs out for him, but he hadn't read them. Even still, the feeling that descended on him with the strongest grip was one of betrayal. Bosch pointedly ignored Brockman and looked at Tolliver. "Hey, kid, you gonna give me a ride or what?" Tolliver moved around the counter without answering. "Bosch, I already got you on an association beef," Brockman said. "But I'm not satisfied." Bosch went to the hallway door and opened it. It was against LAPD regs to associate with known criminals. Whether Brockman could make a charge like that stick was the least of Bosch's worries. He headed out the door with Tolliver following. Before it closed, Brockman yelled after them, "Give her a kiss from me, killer!" At first, Bosch sat silently next to Jerry Tolliver on the ride back to his house. He had a waterfall of thoughts dropping through his mind and decided to simply ignore the young IAD detective. Tolliver left the police scanner on, and the sporadic chatter was the only thing resembling conversation in the car. They had caught the crest of the evening commute out of downtown and were moving at an excruciatingly slow pace toward the Cahuenga Pass. Bosch's guts ached from the racking convulsions of nausea of an hour earlier, and he kept his arms crossed in front of him as if he was cradling a baby. He knew he had to compartmentalize his thoughts. As much as he was confused and curious about what Brockman had alluded to in regard to Jasmine, he knew he had to put it aside. At the moment, Pounds and what had happened to him were more important. He tried to piece together the chain of events, and the conclusion he had drawn was obvious. His stumbling into the party at Mattel's and delivery of the photocopy of the Times clip had set off a reaction that ended with the murder of Harvey Pounds, the man whose name he had used. Though he had given Mattel only the name at the party, it was somehow traced back to the real Pounds, and he was then tortured and killed. Bosch guessed that it was the DMV calls that had doomed Pounds. Fresh from receiving the threatening news clip at the fundraiser from a man who had introduced himself as Harvey Pounds, Mattel likely would have put his lengthy arm out to find out who this man was and what his purpose was. Mattel had connections from L.A. to Sacramento to Washington, D.C. He could have quickly found out that Harvey Pounds was a cop. Mattel's campaign financing work had put a good number of legislators in seats in Sacramento. He would certainly have the connections in the capital city to find out if anyone was running traces on his name. And if he had that done, then he would have learned that Harvey Pounds, an LAPD lieutenant, had not only inquired about him, but 4 other men who would be of vital interest to him as well: Arno Conklin, Johnny Fox, Jake McKittrick, and Claude Eno. True, all the names were involved in a case and conspiracy almost 35 years old, but Mattel was at the center of that conspiracy, and the snooping around by Pounds would be more than enough, Bosch believed, for someone of his position to take some kind of action to find out what Pounds was doing. Because of the approach the man he thought was Pounds had made at the party, Mattel probably concluded he was being set upon by a chiseler, an extortionist, and he knew how to eliminate the problem, like Johnny Fox had been eliminated. That was the reason Pounds had been tortured, Bosch knew. For Mattel to make sure the problem went no further than Pounds, he had to know who else knew what Pounds knew. The problem was that Pounds didn't know anything himself. He had nothing to give. He was tormented until his heart could take it no longer. A question that remained unanswered in Bosch's mind was what Arno Conklin knew of all this. He had not yet been contacted by Bosch. Did he know of the man who approached Mattel? Did he order the hit on Pounds, or was it solely Mattel's reaction? Then Bosch saw a bump in his theory that needed refining. Mattel had come face to face with him posing as Harvey Pounds at the fundraiser. The fact that Pounds was tortured before he died indicated that Mattel was not present at the time, or he would have seen that they were brutalizing the wrong man. Bosch wondered now if they understood that they had, in fact, killed the wrong man, and if they would be looking for the right one. He mulled over the point that Mattel could not have been there, and decided that it fit. Mattel was not the type to get involved in the blood work. He'd have no problem calling the shots, he just wouldn't want to see them fired. Bosch realized the surfer in a suit had also seen him at the party, and, therefore, could not have been directly involved in the killing of Harvey Pounds either. That left the man Bosch had seen through the French doors at the house, the man with the wide body and thick neck who he had seen Mattel show the newspaper clip to, the man who had slipped and fallen while coming down the driveway for Bosch. Bosch realized that he didn't know how close he had come to being where Pounds was now. He reached into his jacket pocket for his cigarettes and started to light one. "Do you mind not smoking?" Tolliver asked, his first words of a 30-minute journey. "Yeah, I do mind." Bosch finished lighting the smoke and put his Bic away. He lowered the window. "There, you happy? The exhaust fumes are worse than the smoke." "It's a non-smoking vehicle." Tolliver tapped his finger on a plastic magnet that was on the dashboard ashtray cover. It was one of the little doodads that was distributed when the city passed a widespread anti-smoking law that forbade the practice in all city buildings and allowed for half of the department's fleet to be declared non-smoking vehicles. The magnet showed a cigarette in the middle of a red circle with a slash through it. Beneath the circle it said, "Thank you for not smoking." Bosch reached over, peeled the magnet off, and threw it out the open window. He saw it bounce once on the pavement and stick on the door of a car 1 lane over. "Now it's not. Now it's a smoking car." "Bosch, you're really fucked, you know that?" Write me up, kid. Add it to the association beef your boss is working on. I don't care." They were silent for a few moments, and the car crept further away from Hollywood. "He's bluffing you, Bosch. I thought you knew that." "How so?" He was surprised that Tolliver was turning. "He's just bluffing, that's all. He's still hot about what you did with that table, but he knows it won't stick. It's an old case, voluntary manslaughter, a domestic violence case. She walked on 5 years probation. All you have to do is say you didn't know, and it gets shit-canned." Bosch could almost guess what the case was about. She had practically told him during True Confessions. She stayed too long with someone. That was what she had said. He thought of the painting he had seen in her studio, the gray portrait with the highlights red like blood. He tried to pull his mind away from it. "Why are you telling me this, Tolliver? Why are you going against your own?" "Because they're not my own. Because I want to know what you meant by what you said to me in the hallway." Bosch couldn't even remember what he said. "You told me it wasn't too late." "Too late for what?" "Too late to get out," Bosch said, recalling the words he had thrown as a taunt. "You're still a young guy. You better get yourself out of IAD before it's too late. You stayed too long and you'll never get out. Is that what you want? Spend your career busting cops for trading hookers, dime bags? Look, I want to work out of Parker, and I don't want to wait 10 years like everybody else. It's the easiest and fastest way for a white guy to get in there. It's not worth it, is what I'm telling you. Anybody stays in IAD more than 2-3 years, they're there for life, because nobody else wants them. No one else trusts them. They're lepers. You better think about it. Parker Center isn't the only place in the world to work." A few moments of silence passed as Tolliver tried to muster a defense. "Somebody's got to police the police. A lot of people don't seem to understand that. That's right. But in this department, nobody polices the police who police the police. Think about that." The conversation was interrupted by the sharp tone he recognized as his mobile phone. On the back seat of the car were the items the searchers had taken from his apartment. Irving had ordered it all returned. Among them was his briefcase, and inside it he heard his phone. He reached back, flipped the briefcase open, and grabbed the phone. "Yeah, it's Bosch." "Bosch? It's Russell." "Hey, I got nothing to tell you yet, Keisha. I'm still working on it." "No, I have something to tell you. Where are you?" "I'm in the soup, the 101 coming up to Barham, my exit." "Well, I have to talk to you, Bosch. I'm writing a story for tomorrow. You will want to comment, I think, if only in your defense." "My defense?" A dull thud went through him, and he felt like saying, "What now?" But he held himself in check. "What are you talking about?" "Did you read my story today?" "No, I haven't had time." "What?" "It's about the death of Harvey Pounds. Today I have a follow. It concerns you, Bosch." Jesus, he thought. But he tried to keep calm. He knew that if she detected any panic in his voice, she would gain confidence in whatever it was she was about to write. He had to convince her she had bad information. He had to undermine that confidence. Then he realized Tolliver was sitting next to him and would hear everything he said. "I have a problem talking now. When is your deadline?" "Now. We have to talk now." Bosch looked at his watch. It was 25 minutes until 6. "You can go to 6, right?" He'd worked with reporters before and knew that was the deadline for the Times' first edition. "No, I can't go to 6. If you want to say something, say it now." "I can't. Give me 15 minutes and then call back. I can't talk now." There was a pause, and then she said, "Bosch, I can't push it far past then. You better be able to talk then." They were to the Barham exit now, and they'd be up to his house in 10 minutes. "Don't worry about it. In the meantime, you go warn your editor that you might be pulling the story." "I will not." "Look, Keisha, I know what you're going to ask me about. It's a plant, and it's wrong. You have to trust me. I'll explain in 15 minutes. "How do you know it's a plant?" "I know. It came from Angel Brockman." He flipped the phone closed and looked over at Tolliver. "See, Tolliver, is that what you want to do with your job? With your life?" Tolliver said nothing. "When you get back, you can tell your boss that he can shove tomorrow's Times up his ass. There isn't going to be any story. See, even the reporters don't trust IAD guys. All I had to do was mention Brockman. She'll start backpedaling when I tell her I know what's going on. Nobody trusts you guys, Jerry. Get out of it. Oh, and like everybody trusts you, Bosch. Not everybody, but I can sleep at night, and I've been on the job 20 years. Think you'll be able to? What have you got in? 5, 6 years? I'll give you 10, Jerry. That's all for you, 10 and out. But you'll look like one of these guys who puts in 30. His prediction was met with a stony silence from Tolliver. Bosch didn't know why he even cared. Tolliver was part of the team trying to put him in the dirt, but something about the young cop's fresh face gave him the benefit of the doubt. They made the last curve on Woodrow Wilson, and Bosch could see his house. He could also see a white car with a yellow plate parked in front of it, and a man wearing a yellow construction helmet standing in front holding a toolbox. It was the city building inspector, Gowdy. "Shit," Bosch said. "This one of IAD's tricks, too?" If it is, I don't know anything about it." "Yeah, sure." Without a further word, Tolliver stopped in front of the house, and Bosch got out with his returned property. Gowdy recognized him and immediately came over as Tolliver pulled away from the curb. "Listen, you're not living in this place, are you?" Gowdy asked. "It's been red-tagged. We got a call, said somebody was in there." "I got a call, too. See anybody? I was just going to check it out." "Don't bullshit me, Mr. Bosch. I can see you've made some repairs. You gotta know something. You can't repair this place. You can't even go in. You got a demolition order and it's overdue. I'm gonna put in a work order and have a city contractor do it. You'll get the bill. No use waiting any longer. Now, you might as well get out of here because I'm gonna padlock it now." He bent down and put the toolbox on the ground and proceeded to open it up and retrieve a set of stainless steel hinges and hasp locks he would apply to the doors. "Look, I've got a lawyer," Bosch said. "He's trying to work it out with you people." "There's nothing to work out. I'm sorry. Now, if you go in there again, you're subject to arrest. If I find these locks have been tampered with, you're also subject to arrest. I'll call North Hollywood Division. I'm not fooling with you anymore." For the first time, it occurred to Bosch that it might be a show, that the man might want money. He probably didn't even know Bosch was a cop. Most cops couldn't afford to live up here and wouldn't want to if they could. The only reason Bosch could afford it was he had bought the property with a chunk of money he had made years earlier on a TV movie deal based on a case he had solved. "Look, Gowdy," he said, "just spell it out, okay? I'm slow about these things. Tell me what you want and you've got it. I want to save the house. That's all I care about." Gowdy looked at him for a long moment, and Bosch realized he had been wrong. He could see the indignation in Gowdy's eyes. "You keep talking like that and you could go to jail, son. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to forget what you just said. Look, I'm sorry." Bosch looked back at the house. "It's just like, I don't know. A house is the only thing I've got." "You've got more than that. You just haven't thought about it. Now, I'm going to cut you a break here. I'll give you 5 minutes to go inside and get what you need. After that, I'm putting the locks on it. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. If that house goes down the hill on the next one, maybe you'll thank me." Bosch nodded. "Go on, 5 minutes." Bosch went inside and grabbed a suitcase from the top shelf of the hallway closet. First, he put his second gun in it. Then he dumped in as much of the clothing from the bedroom closet as he could. He walked the overstuffed suitcase out to the carport, then came back inside for another load. He opened the drawers of his bureau and dumped them on the bed, then wrapped everything in the bedclothes and carried that out as well. He went past the 5-minute mark, but Gowdy didn't come in after him. Bosch could hear him working with a hammer on the front door. After 10 minutes, he had a large stack of belongings gathered in the carport. Included there was the box in which he kept his keepsakes and photos, a fireproof box containing his financial and personal records, a stack of unopened mail and unpaid bills, the stereo, and 2 boxes containing his collection of jazz and blues LPs and CDs. Looking at the pile of belongings, he felt forlorn. It was a lot to fit into a Mustang, but he knew it wasn't much to show for almost 45 years on the planet. That it? Bosch turned around. It was Gowdy. He was holding a hammer in one hand and a steel latch in the other. Bosch saw a keyed lock was hooked through one of the belt loops on his pants. "Yeah," Bosch said. "Do it." He stepped back and let the inspector go to work. The hammering had just begun when his phone rang. He had forgotten about Keisha Russell. He had the phone in his jacket pocket instead of his briefcase now. He took it out and flipped it open. "Hi."
Something wrong?
"No, yeah, I was expecting somebody else. I've got to keep this line open for a few minutes. I've got a call coming in. Can I call you back?" Bosch looked at his watch. It was 5 minutes until 6.
Yes, I'll be at the office until 6:30. I want to talk to you about something, and to see how you fared on the 6th floor after I left.
"I'm fine, but I'll call you back." As soon as he flipped the phone closed, it rang again in his hand. "Bosch!"
Bosch, I'm up against it and don't have time for bullshit.
It was Russell. She also didn't have time to identify herself.
The story is that the investigation into the killing of Harvey Pounds has turned inward, and detectives spent several hours with you today. They searched your home and they believe you are the prime suspect.
Prime suspect? We don't even use those words, Keisha. Now I know you're talking to one of those squints in IAD. They wouldn't know how to run a homicide investigation if the doer came up and bit 'em on their shiny ass.
Don't try to deflect what we're talking about here. It's really simple. Do you or don't you have a comment on the story for tomorrow's paper? If you want to say something, I have just enough time to get it in the first run.
On the record, I have no comment.
And off?
Off the record. Not for attribution or any use at all. I can tell you that you're full of shit, Keisha. Your story is wrong. Flat out wrong. If you run it as you have just summarized it for me, you will have to write another one tomorrow correcting it. It will say I am not a suspect at all. Then, after that, you'll have to find another beat to cover.
And why is that?
Because this is a smear orchestrated by Internal Affairs. It's a plant. And when it is read tomorrow by everybody else in the department, they'll know it is, and they'll know you fell for it. They won't trust you. They'll think you're just a front for people like Brockman. No one that it is important for you to have a source relationship with will want to have that relationship with you, including me. You'll be left covering the police commission and rewriting the press releases out of media relations. And then, of course, whenever Brockman wants to cream somebody else, he'll pick up the phone and call. There was silence on the line. Bosch looked up at the sky and saw it turning pink with the start of sunset. He looked at his watch. It was 1 minute until her deadline. "You there, Keisha?"
Bosch, you're scaring me.
"You should be scared. You got about a minute to make a big decision."
Let me ask you this. Did you attack Pounds 2 weeks ago and throw him through a window?
On or off the record?
It doesn't matter. I just need an answer, quick.
Off the record, that's more or less accurate.
Well, that would seem to make you a suspect in his death. I don't see...
Keisha, I've been out of the state for 3 days. I got back today. Brockman brought me in and talked to me for less than an hour. My story checked and I was kicked free. I'm not a suspect. I'm talking to you from the front of my house. You hear that hammering? That's my house. I got a carpenter here. Are prime suspects allowed to go home at night?
How can I confirm all of this?
Today? You can't. You've got to pick Brockman or me. Tomorrow you can call Assistant Chief Irving and he'll confirm, if he is willing to talk to you.
Shit! Bosch, I can't believe this. If I go to my editor at Deadline and tell him a story that they had budgeted for the front page since the 3 o'clock meeting is not a story, I might be looking for a new beat and a new paper to cover it for.
There's other news in the world, Keisha. They can find something for the front page. This will pay off for you in the long run anyway. I'll spread the word about you. There was a brief silence while she made her decision.
I can't talk. I have to get in there and grab him. Goodbye, Bosch. I hope I'm still working here the next time we talk.
She was gone before he could say goodbye. He walked up the street to the Mustang and drove it down to the house. Gowdy had finished with the latches, and both doors now had locks on them. The inspector was out at his car, using the front hood as a desk. He was writing on a clipboard, and Bosch guessed he was moving slowly so as to make sure Bosch left the property. Bosch started loading his pile of belongings into the Mustang. He didn't know where he was going to take himself. He put the thought of his homelessness aside and began thinking about Keisha Russell. He wondered if she would be able to stop the story so late in the game. It had probably taken on a life of its own, like a monster in the newspaper's computer, and she, its Dr. Frankenstein, would likely have little power over stopping it. When he had everything in the Mustang, he waved a salute to Gowdy, got in, and drove down the hill. Down at Cahuenga, he didn't know which way to turn because he still didn't know where he should go. To the right was Hollywood, to the left was the valley. Then he remembered the Mark Twain. In Hollywood, only a few blocks from the station on Wilcox, the Mark Twain was an old residence hotel with efficiencies that were generally clean and neat, a lot more so than the surrounding neighborhood. Bosch knew this because he had stashed witnesses there on occasion. He also knew that there were a couple of units that were two-room efficiencies with private baths. He decided he would go for one of them and turned right. The phone rang almost as soon as he had made the decision. It was Keisha Russell. "You owe me big time, Bosch. I killed it." He felt relief and annoyance at the same time. It was typical thinking for a reporter. "What are you talking about? You owe me big time for saving your ass." "Well, we'll see about that. I'm still going to check this out tomorrow. If it falls the way you said, I'm going to Irving to complain about Brockman. I'll burn him." "You just did." Realizing she had just confirmed Brockman as the source, she laughed uneasily. "What did your editor say?" "He thinks I'm an idiot, but I told him there's other news in the world." "Good line." "Yeah, I'm going to keep that one in my computer. So what's going on, and what's happening with those clips I got you?" "The clips are still percolating. I can't really talk about anything yet." "Figures. I don't know why I keep helping you, Bosch, but here goes. Remember you asked about Monty Kim, the guy who wrote that first clip I gave you?" "Yeah, Monty Kim." "I asked about him around here, and one of the old rewrite guys told me he's still alive. Turns out that after he left the Times, he worked for the DA's office for a while. I don't know what he's doing now, but I got his number and his address. He's in the valley." "Can you give it to me?" "I guess so, since it was in the phone book." "Damn, I never thought of that." "You might be a good detective, Bosch, but you wouldn't make much of a reporter." She gave him the number and address, said she'd be in touch, and hung up. Bosch put the phone down on the seat and thought about this latest piece of information as he drove into Hollywood. Monty Kim had worked for the district attorney. Bosch had a pretty good idea which one that would be. The man behind the front desk at the Mark Twain didn't seem to recognize Bosch, though Harry was reasonably sure he was the same man he had dealt with before while renting rooms for witnesses. The counterman was tall and thin, and had the hunched-over shoulders of someone carrying a heavy burden. He looked like he'd been behind the desk since Eisenhower. "You remember me? From down the street?" "Yeah, I remember. I didn't say anything because I didn't know if this was an undercover job or not." No undercover. I wanted to know if you have one of the big rooms in the back open, one with a phone." "You want one?" "That's why I'm asking." "Who you going to put in there this time?" "I don't want no gangbangers again. Last time they—" No gangbangers. Only me. I want the room." "You want the room?" "That's right, and I won't paint on the walls." "How much?" The desk man seemed nonplussed by the fact that Bosch wanted to stay there himself. He finally recovered and told Bosch he had his choice: $30 a day, $200 a week, or $500 a month, all in advance. Bosch paid for a week with his credit card and waited anxiously while the man checked to make sure the charge would clear. "Now, how much for the parking space in the loading zone out front?" "You can't rent that." "I want to park out front, make it harder for one of your other tenants to rip my car off." Bosch took out his money and slid $50 across the counter.
If parking enforcement comes by, tell them it's cool." "Yeah. You the manager?" "And owner, 27 years. "Sorry." Bosch went out to get his things. It took him 3 trips to bring everything up to room 214. The room was in the back, and its 2 windows looked across an alley to the back of a 1-story building that housed 2 bars and an adult film and novelties store. But Bosch had known all along it would be no garden spot. It wasn't the kind of place where he would find a terry-cloth robe in the closet and mints on the pillow at night. It was just a couple notches up from the places where you slid your money to the clerk through a slot in the bulletproof glass. One room had a bureau and a bed, which had only 2 cigarette burns in the bedspread, and a television mounted in a steel frame that was bolted to the wall. There was no cable, no remote, and no courtesy TV guide. The other room had a worn green couch, a small table for 2, and a kitchenette that had a half-refrigerator, a bolted-down microwave, and a 2-coil electric range. The bathroom was off the hallway that connected the 2 rooms and came complete with white tile that had yellowed like old men's teeth. Despite the drab circumstances and his hopes that his stay would be temporary, Bosch tried his best to transform the hotel room to a home. He hung some clothes in the closet, put his toothbrush and shaving kit in the bathroom, and set the answering machine up on the phone, though nobody knew his number. He decided that in the morning he'd call the telephone company and have a forwarding tape put on his old line. Next, he set up the stereo on the bureau. For the time being, he just placed the speakers on the floor on either side of the bureau. He then rummaged through his box of CDs and came across a Tom Waits recording called Blue Valentine. He hadn't listened to it in years, so he put it on. He sat down on the bed near the phone and listened, and thought for a few minutes about calling Jazz in Florida. But he wasn't sure what he could say or ask. He decided it might be better to just let it go for now. He lit a cigarette and went to the window. There was nothing happening in the alley. Across the tops of the buildings, he could see the ornate tower of the nearby Hollywood Athletic Club. It was a beautiful building, one of the last in Hollywood. He closed the musty curtains, turned around, and studied his new home. After a while, he yanked the spread off the bed along with the other covers and then remade it with his own sheets and blanket. He knew it was a small gesture of continuity, but it made him feel less lonely. It also made him feel a little bit like he knew what he was doing with his life at that point, and it made him forget for a few more moments about Harvey Pounds. He sat on the newly made bed and leaned back on the pillows propped against the headboard. He lit another cigarette. He studied the wound between his fingers and saw that the scab had been replaced with hard pink skin. It was healing nicely. He hoped the rest of him would too, but he doubted it. He knew he was responsible, and he knew he had to pay, somehow. He absent-mindedly pulled the phone off the bed table and placed it on his chest. It was an old one with a rotary dial. Bosch lifted the receiver and looked at the dial. Who was he going to call? What was he going to say? He replaced the receiver and sat up. He decided he had to get out. Monty Kim lived on Willis Avenue in Sherman Oaks in the midst of a ghost town of apartment buildings red-tagged after the quake. Kim's apartment building was a gray and white Cape Cod affair that sat between 2 empties. At least, they were supposed to be empty. As Bosch pulled up, he saw lights go out in one of the buildings. Squatters, he guessed, like Bosch had been, always on alert for the building inspector. Kim's building looked like it had either been completely spared by the quake or already completely repaired. Bosch doubted it was the latter. He believed the building was more a testament to the serendipitous violence of nature, and maybe a builder who didn't cut corners. The Cape Cod had stood up while the buildings around it cracked and slid. It was a common, rectangular-shaped building with apartment entrances running down each side of it, but to get to one of the doors you had to be buzzed through a 6-foot-tall electronic gate. The cops called them feel-good gates because they made the dwellers inside feel safer, but they were worthless. All they did was put up a barrier for legitimate visitors to the building. Others could simply climb over, and they did, all over the city. Feel-good gates were everywhere.
He said only that it was the police when Kim's voice sounded on the intercom and he was buzzed in. He took the badge wallet out of his pocket as he walked down to apartment 8. When Kim opened up, Bosch shoved the open badge wallet through the door and about 6 inches from his face. He held it so his finger was across the badge and obscured the marking that said Lieutenant. He then pulled the wallet back quickly and put it away. "I'm sorry I didn't catch the name on there," Kim said, still blocking the way. "Hieronymus Bosch, but people call me Harry." "Your name for the painter." "Sometimes I feel old enough that I think he was named for me. Tonight's one of those nights. Can I come in? This shouldn't take long." Kim led him into the living room with a confused look on his face. It was a decent-sized and neat room, with a couch and 2 chairs and a gas fireplace next to the TV. Kim took one of the chairs and Bosch sat on the end of the couch. He noticed a white poodle sleeping on the carpet next to Kim's chair. Kim was an overweight man with a wide, florid face. He wore glasses that pinched his temples, and what was left of his hair was dyed brown. He wore a red cardigan sweater over a white shirt and old khakis. Bosch guessed Kim wasn't quite 60. He had been expecting an older man. "I guess this is where I ask, what's this all about?" "Yeah, and I guess this is where I tell you. Problem is, I'm not sure how to begin. I'm investigating a couple of homicides. You can probably help. But I wonder if you'd indulge me and let me ask you some questions going a while back. Then when we're done, I'll explain why." "Seems unusual." Kim raised his hands and waved off any problems. He kind of made a movement in his chair as if to get more comfortable. He checked the dog and then squinted his eyes as if that might better help him understand and answer the questions. Bosch could see a film of sweat developing in the defoliated landscape that had once been his scalp. "You were a reporter for the Times. How long did that last?" "Oh, boy, that was just a few years in the early 60s. How do you know that?" "Mr. Kim, let me ask these questions first. What kind of reporting did you do?" "Back then they called us cub reporters. I was on the crime beat." "What do you do now?" "Currently I work out of my home. I'm in public relations. I have an office upstairs in the 2nd bedroom. I had an office in Reseda, but the building was condemned. You could see daylight through the cracks." He was like most people in L.A. He didn't have to preface his remarks by saying he was talking about earthquake damage. It was understood. "I have several small accounts," he continued. "I was a local spokesman for the GM plant in Van Nuys until they closed it down. Then I went out on my own." "What made you quit the Times back in the 60s? Am I a suspect in something?" "Not at all, Mr. Kim. I'm just trying to get to know you. Indulge me. I'll get to the point. You were saying why you quit the Times?" "Yes. Well, I got a better job. I was offered the position of press spokesman for the district attorney at the time, Arno Conklin. I took it. Better pay, more interesting than the copy, and a brighter future." "What do you mean, brighter future?" "Well, actually I was wrong about that. When I took the job, I thought the sky would be the limit with Arno. He was a good man. I figured I'd eventually, if I stayed with him, ride with him to the governor's mansion, maybe the Senate in Washington. But things didn't turn out. I ended up with an office in Reseda with a crack in the wall I could feel the wind come through. I don't see why the police would be interested in what happened with Conklin. Why didn't things turn out?" "Well, I'm not the expert on this. All I know is that in '68 he was planning on running for Attorney General and the office was practically his for the taking. Then he just dropped out. He quit politics and went back to practice law, and it wasn't to harvest the big corporate bucks that sit out there when these guys go into private practice. He opened a one-man law firm. I admired him. As far as I heard, 60% or better of his practice was pro bono. He was working for free most of the time. Like he was serving a penance or something? Oh, I don't know. I guess." "Why'd he drop out?" "I don't know. Weren't you part of the inner circle?" "No, he didn't have a circle. He had one man." "Gordon Mattel." "Right. You want to know why he didn't run? Ask Gordon." Then it clicked in Kim's brain that Bosch had introduced the name Gordon Mattel to the conversation. Is this about Gordon Mattel? Let me ask the questions first. Why do you think Conklin didn't run? You must have some idea. He wasn't officially in the race in the first place, so he didn't have to make any public statement about dropping out. He just didn't run. There were a lot of rumors, though. Like what? Oh, lots of stuff, like he was gay. There were others. Financial trouble. Supposedly there was a threat from the mob that if he won, they'd kill him. Just stuff like that. None of it was ever more than backroom talk amongst the town politicos. He was never married? Not as far as I know. But as far as him being gay, I never saw anything like that. Bosch noted that the top of Kim's head was slick now with sweat. It was already warm in the room, but he kept the cardigan on. Bosch made a quick change of tracks. Okay, tell me about the death of Johnny Fox. Bosch saw the quick glimmer of recognition pass behind the glasses, but then it was quickly gone. But it was enough. Johnny Fox? Who's that? Come on, Monty, it's old news. Nobody cares what you did. I just need to know the story behind the story. That's why I'm here. You're talking about when I was a reporter? Oh, I wrote a lot of stories. That was 35 years ago. I was a kid. I can't remember everything. But you remember Johnny Fox. He was your ticket to that brighter future, the one that didn't happen. Look, what are you doing here? You're not a cop. Did Gordon send you? After all these years, you people think I... He stopped. I am a cop, Monty. And you're lucky I got here before Gordon did. Something's coming undone. The ghosts are coming back. You read in the paper today about that cop found in his trunk in Griffith Park? I saw it on the news. He was a lieutenant. Yeah, he was my lieutenant. He was looking into a couple old cases. Johnny Fox was one of them. Then he ended up in his trunk. So you'll have to excuse me if I'm a little nervous and pushy, but I need to know about Johnny Fox. And you wrote the story. You wrote the story after he got killed that made him out to be an angel. Then you end up on Conklin's team. I don't care what you did. I just want to know what you did. Am I in danger? Bosch hiked his shoulders in his best who knows and who cares gesture. If you are, then we can protect you. You don't help us, we can't help you. You know how it goes. Oh my God! I knew this! What other cases? One of Johnny's girls who got killed about a year before him. Her name was Marjorie Lowe. Kim shook his head. He didn't recognize the name. He ran his hand over his scalp, using it like a squeegee to move the sweat into the thicker hair. Bosch could tell he had perfectly primed the fat man to answer the questions. So what about Fox? Bosch asked. I don't have all night. Look, I don't know anything. All I did was a favor for a favor. Tell me about it. He composed himself for a long moment before speaking. Look, you know who Jack Ruby was? In Dallas? Yeah, the guy who killed Oswald? Well, Johnny Fox was the Jack Ruby of L.A., okay? Same era, same kind of guy. Fox ran women, was a gambler, knew which cops could be greased, and greased them when he needed to. It kept him out of jail. He was a classic Hollywood bottom feeder. When he ended up dead on the Hollywood division blotter, I saw it, but was going to pass. He was trash, and we didn't write about trash. Then, a source I had in the cop shop told me Johnny had been on Conklin's payroll. That made it a story. Yeah. So I called up Mattel, Conklin's campaign manager, and ran it by him. I wanted a response. I don't know how much you know about that time, but Conklin had this squeaky clean image. He was the guy attacking every vice in the city, and here he had a vice hoodlum on the payroll. It was a great story. Though Fox didn't have a record, I don't think. There were intel files on him, and I had access to them. The story was going to do damage, and Mattel knew it. He stopped there at the edge of the story. He knew the rest, but to speak of it out loud, he had to be pushed over the edge. Mattel knew it, Bosch said. So he offered you a deal. He'd make you Conklin's flack if you cleaned up the story. Not exactly. Then what? What was the deal? I'm sure any kind of statute has passed. Don't worry about it. Just tell me, and only me, you, and your dog will ever know it." Kim took a deep breath and continued. "This was mid-campaign, so Conklin already had a spokesman. Mattel offered me a job as deputy spokesman after the election. I'd work out of the office in the Van Nuys courthouse, handle the Valley stuff. If Conklin won. Yeah, but that was a given, unless this Fox story caused a problem. But I held out, used some leverage. I told Mattel I wanted to be the main spokesman after Arno's election, or forget it. He got back to me later and agreed. After he talked to Conklin, I guess. Anyway, I wrote a story that left out the details of Fox's past. I read it. That's all I did. I got the job. It was never mentioned again." Bosch sized Kim up for a moment. He was weak. He didn't see that being a reporter was a calling, just the same as being a cop. You took an oath to yourself. Kim had seemingly had no difficulty breaking it. Bosch could not imagine someone like Keisha Russell acting the same way under the same circumstances. He tried to cover his distaste and move on. "Think back now. This is important. When you first called up Mattel and told him about Fox's background, did you get the impression that he already knew the background?" "Yes, he knew. I don't know if the cops had told him that day or he had known all along, but he knew Fox was dead and he knew who he was. I think he was a little surprised that I knew, and he became eager to make a deal to keep it out of the paper. It was the first time I ever did anything like that. I wish I hadn't done it." Kim looked down at the dog and then to the beige rug, and Bosch knew it was a screen on which he saw how his life diverted sharply the moment he took the deal. It went from where it was going to where it eventually was. "Your story didn't name any cops," Bosch said. "Do you remember who handled it?" "Not really. It was so long ago. It would have been a couple guys from the Hollywood homicide table. Back then, they handled fatal accidents. Now there's a division for that." "Claude Eno?" "Eno? I remember him. It might have been. I think I remember that. Yes, it was. Now I remember. He was on it alone. His partner had transferred or retired or something, and he was working alone, waiting for his next partner to transfer in. So they gave him the traffic cases. They were usually pretty light as far as any investigation went." "How do you remember so much of this?" Kim pursed his lips and struggled for an answer. "I guess, like I said, I wish I never did what I did. So, I guess I think about it a lot. I remember it." Bosch nodded. He had no more questions and was already thinking of the implications of how Kim's information fit with his own. Eno had worked both cases, Lowe and Fox, and later retired, leaving behind a mail-drop corporation with Conklin's and Mattel's name on it, and that collected $1,000 a month for 25 years. He realized that compared to Eno, Kim had settled for too little. He was about to get up when he thought of something. "You said that Mattel never mentioned the deal you made, or Fox again." "That's right." "Did Conklin ever say anything about either one?" "No, he never mentioned a thing either." "What was your relationship like? Didn't he treat you as a chiseler?" "No, because I wasn't a chiseler," Kim protested, but the indignation in his voice was hollow. "I did a job for him and I did it well. He was always very nice to me." "He was in your story on Fox. I don't have it here, but in it he said he had never met Fox." "Yeah, that was a lie. I made that up." Bosch was confused. "What do you mean? You mean you made up the lie?" "In case they went back on the deal. I put Conklin in the story saying he didn't know the guy because I had evidence he did. They knew I had it. That way, if after the election they reneged on the deal, I could dredge up the story again and show Conklin said he didn't know Fox, but he did. I could then make the inference that he also knew Fox's background when he hired him. It wouldn't have done much good because he'd have already been elected, but it would do some PR damage. It was my little insurance policy. Understand?" Bosch nodded. "What was the evidence you had that Conklin knew Fox?" "I had photos." "What photos?"
They were taken by the society photographer for the Times at the Hollywood Masonic Lodge's St. Patrick's dance a couple of years before the election. There's two of them. Conklin and Fox are at a table. They were scratches, but one day I was... What do you mean, scratches? Photos never published. Outtakes. But, see, I used to look at the society stuff in the photo lab so I could learn who the big shots in the city were and who they were out with and so on. It was useful information. One day, I saw these photos of Conklin and some guy that I recognized but wasn't sure from where. It was because of the social background. This wasn't Fox's turf, so at the time I didn't recognize him. Then, when Fox got killed and I was told he worked for Conklin, I remembered the photos and who the other man was. Fox. I went back to the scratch files and pulled them out. They were just sitting there together at this dance? In the photos? Yeah, and they were smiling. You could tell they knew each other. These weren't posed shots. In fact, that's why each was a scratch. They weren't good photos. Not for the society page. Anybody else with them? A couple women, that was it. Go get the photos. Oh, I don't have them anymore. I tossed them after I didn't need them anymore. Kim, don't bullshit me, okay? There was never a time you didn't need them. Those photos are probably why you are alive today. Now go get them, or I'll take you downtown for withholding evidence. Then I'll come back with a warrant and tear this place apart. All right! Jesus! Wait here, I have one of them. He got up and went up the stairs. Bosch just stared at the dog. It was wearing a sweater that matched Kim's. He heard a closet door being moved on rollers, then a heavy thud. He guessed a box had been taken off the shelf and dropped to the floor. In a few more moments, Kim's heavy steps were coming down the stairs. As he passed the couch, he handed Bosch a black and white 8x10 that was yellowed around the edges. Bosch stared at it for a long time. I have the other in a safe deposit box, Kim said. It's a clearer shot of the two of them. You can tell it's Fox. Bosch didn't say anything. He was still looking at the photo. It was a flashbulb shot. Everybody's face was lit up white as snow. Conklin sat across a table from the man Bosch assumed was Fox. There were a half-dozen drink glasses on the table. Conklin was smiling and heavy-lidded. That was probably why the photo was a scratch. And Fox was turned slightly away from the camera, his features indistinguishable. Bosch guessed you would have to have known him to recognize him. Neither of them seemed aware of the photographer's presence. Flashbulbs were probably going off all over the place. But more so than the men, Bosch studied the two women in the photo. Standing next to Fox and bending over to whisper in his ear was a woman in a dark one-piece dress that was tight around the middle. Her hair was swirled on top of her head. It was Meredith Roman. And sitting across the table and next to Conklin, mostly obscured by him, was Marjorie Lowe. Bosch guessed that if you didn't already know her, she wouldn't have been recognizable. Conklin was smoking and had his hand up to his face. His arm blocked off half of Bosch's mother's face. It almost looked as if she was peeking around the corner at the camera. Bosch turned the photo over, and there was a stamp on the back that said, Times Photo by Boris Lugaver. It was dated March 17, 1961, 7 months before his mother's death. Did you ever show this to Conklin or Mattel? Bosch finally asked. Yeah, when I made my case for head spokesman, I gave Gordon a copy. He saw that it was proof the candidate knew Fox. Mattel must have also seen that it was proof that the candidate knew a murder victim, Bosch realized. Kim didn't know what he had. But no wonder he got the head spokesman's job. You're lucky you're alive, he thought, but didn't say. Did Mattel know it was only a copy? Oh yeah, I made that clear. I wasn't stupid. Did Conklin ever mention it to you? Not to me, but I assume Mattel told him about it. Remember, I said he had to get back to me about the job I wanted? Who would he have to clear it with? He was campaign manager, so he must have talked to Conklin. I'm going to keep this. Bosch held up the photo. I've got the other. Have you stayed in touch with Arnold Conklin over the years? No, I haven't spoken to him in, I don't know, 20 years. I want you to call him now, and I don't even know where he is. I do. I want you to call him and tell him you want to see him tonight. Tell him it has to be tonight. Tell him it's about Johnny Fox and Marjorie Lowe. Tell him not to tell anyone you are coming.
I can't do that.
Sure you can. Where's your phone? I'll help you.
No, I mean, I can't go see him tonight. You can't make...
You're not going to see him tonight, Monty. I'm going to be you. Now, where's your phone? At Park La Brea Life Care, Bosch parked in a visitor space in the front lot and got out of the Mustang. The place looked dark. Few windows in the upper stories had lights on behind them. He checked his watch. It was only 9:50, and moved toward the glass doors of the lobby. He felt a slight pull in his throat as he made the walk. Deep down he had known as soon as he finished reading the murder book that his sights were set on Conklin, and that it would come to this. He was about to confront the man he believed had killed his mother, and then used his position and the people he surrounded himself with to walk away from it. To Bosch, Conklin was the symbol of all that he never had in his life. Power, home, contentment. It didn't matter how many people had told him on the trail that Conklin was a good man. Bosch knew the secret behind the good man. His rage grew with each step he took. Inside the door, a uniformed guard sat behind a desk working on a crossword puzzle torn from the Times Sunday magazine. Maybe he had been working on it since then. He looked up at Bosch as if he was expecting him. "Marty Kim," Bosch said. "One of the residents is expecting me. Arno Conklin." "Yeah, he called down." The guard consulted a clipboard, then turned it around and handed the pen to Bosch. "Been a long time since he's had any visitors. Sign here, please. He's up in 907. Bosch signed and dropped the pen on the clipboard. "It's kind of late," the guard said. "Visitation is usually over by 9. "What's that mean? You want me to leave?" "Fine." He held his briefcase up. "Mr. Conklin can just roll his wheelchair down to my office tomorrow to pick this stuff up. I'm the one making a special trip here, buddy, for him. Let me up or not, I don't care. He cares." "Whoa, whoa, whoa, hold on there, partner. I was just saying it was late and you didn't let me finish. I'm going to let you go up. No problem. Mr. Conklin specifically requested it, and this ain't no prison. I'm just saying all the visitors are gone, okay? People are sleeping. Just keep it down is all. No reason to blow a gasket." 907, you said? "That's right. I'll call him and tell him you're on your way up." "Thanks." Bosch moved past the guard toward the elevators without apology. He was forgotten as soon as he was out of Bosch's sight. Only one thing, one person occupied his mind now. The elevator moved about as quickly as the building's inhabitants. When he finally got to the 9th floor, Bosch headed the wrong way down the hall, then corrected himself and headed back the other way. The paint and linoleum in the hallway were fresh, but so was the lingering smell of urine and the sense of closed lives behind the closed doors. He found the door to 907 and knocked once. He heard a faint voice telling him to enter. It was more like a whimper than a whisper. He was unprepared for what he saw when he opened the door. There was a single light on in the room, a small reading lamp to the side of the bed. It left most of the room in shadow. An old man sat on the bed, propped against 3 pillows, a book in his frail hands, bifocals on the bridge of his nose. What Bosch found so eerie about the tableau before him was that the bed covers were bunched around the old man's waist, but were flat on the remainder of the bed. The bed was flat. There were no legs. Compounding this shock was the wheelchair to the right of the bed. A plaid blanket had been thrown over the seat, but 2 legs in black pants and loafers extended from beneath it and down to the chair's footrests. It looked like half the man was in his bed, but he had left his other half in the chair. Bosch's face must have shown his confusion. "Prosthesis," said the raspy voice from the bed. "Lost my legs. Diabetes. Almost nothing of me left, except an old man's vanity. I had the legs made for public appearances." Bosch stepped closer to the light. The man's skin was like peeled wallpaper, yellowish, pale. His eyes were deep in the shadows of his skeletal face, his hair just a whisper around his ears. His thin hands were ribbed with blue veins the size of earthworms under his spotted skin. He was death, Bosch knew. Death certainly had a better grip on him than life did.
Conklin put the book on the table near the lamp. It seemed to be a labor for him to make the reach. Bosch saw the title, The Neon Rain. "A mystery," Conklin said, a small cackle following. "I indulge myself with mysteries. I've learned to appreciate the writing. I never did before, never took the time. Come in, Monty. No need to be afraid of me. I'm a harmless old man." Bosch stepped closer until the light was on his face. He saw Conklin's watery eyes study him and conclude that he was not Monty Kim. It had been a long time, but Conklin seemed to be able to tell. "I came in Monty's place," he whispered. Conklin turned his head slightly, and Bosch saw his eyes fall on the emergency call button on the bed table. He must have figured he had no chance and no strength for another reach. He turned back to Bosch. "Who are you, then?" "I'm working on a mystery, too." "A detective?" "Yes. My name's Harry Bosch, and I want to ask you about—" He stopped. There was a change in Conklin's face. Bosch could not tell if it was fear or maybe recognition, but something had changed. Conklin brought his eyes up to Bosch's, and Bosch realized the old man was smiling. "Hieronymus Bosch," he whispered, "like the painter." Bosch nodded slowly. He now realized he was as shocked as the old man. "How do you know that?" "Because I know of you." "How?" "Through your mother. She told me about you and your special name. I loved your mother." It was like getting hit in the chest with a sandbag. Bosch felt the air go out of him, and he put a hand down on the bed to hold himself steady. "Sit, please, sit." Conklin held out a shaky hand, motioning Bosch onto the bed. He nodded when Bosch did as he had been told. "No!" Bosch said loudly as he rose off the bed almost as soon as he had sat down on it. "You used her and you killed her. Then you paid off people to bury it with her. That's why I'm here. I came for the truth. I want to hear you tell it, and I don't want to hear any bullshit about loving her. You're a liar." Conklin had a pleading look in his eyes. Then he turned them away toward the dark side of the room. "I don't know the truth," he said, his voice like dried leaves blown along the sidewalk. "I take responsibility, and therefore, yes, it could be said I killed her. The only truth I know is that I loved her. You can call me a liar, but that is the truth. You could make an old man whole again if you believed that." Bosch couldn't fathom what was happening, what was being said. "She was with you that night, in Hancock Park." "Yes." "What happened? What did you do?" "I killed her. With my words, my actions. It took me many years to realize that." Bosch moved closer until he was hovering over the old man. He wanted to grab him and shake some sense out of him, but Arno Conklin was so frail that he might shatter. "What are you talking about? Look at me, what are you talking about?" Conklin turned his head on a neck no wider than a glass of milk. He looked at Bosch and nodded solemnly. "You see, we made plans that night, Marjorie and I. I had fallen for her against all better judgment and advice, my own and others. We were going to get married. We'd decided we were going to get you out of that youth hall. Oh, we had many plans. That was the night we made them. We were both so happy that we cried. The next day was Saturday. I wanted to go to Las Vegas, take the car and drive through the night before we could change our minds or have them changed for us. She agreed and went home to pick up her things. She never came back." "That's your story?" You expect me? You see, after she had left, I made one call. But that was enough. I called my best friend to tell him the good news and to ask him to stand with me as my best man. I wanted him to go with us to Las Vegas. Do you know what he said? He declined the honor of being my best man. He said that if I married that woman, I'd be finished. He said he wouldn't let me do that. He said he had great plans for me. Gordon Mattel. Conklin nodded sadly. So what are you saying? Mattel killed her? You didn't know? I didn't know. He looked down at his feeble hands and balled them into tiny fists on the blanket. They looked completely powerless. Bosch only watched. I did not realize it for many years. It was beyond the pale to consider that he had done it. And then, of course, I must admit I was thinking of myself at the time. I was a coward, thinking only of my escape. Bosch was not tracking what he was saying, but it didn't seem that Conklin was talking to him anyway. The old man was really telling himself the story. He suddenly looked up from his reverie at Bosch. You know, I knew someday you would come. How? Because I knew you would care. Maybe no one else, but I knew you would. You had to care. You were her son. Tell me about what happened that night. Everything. I need you to get me some water. For my throat. There's a glass there on the bureau, a fountain in the hallway. Don't let it run too long. It gets too cold and hurts my teeth. Bosch looked at the glass on the bureau and then back at Conklin. He was seized with a fear that if he left the room for even a minute, the old man might die and take the story with him. Bosch would never hear it. Go! I'll be fine. I certainly can't go anywhere. Bosch glanced at the call button. Again, Conklin knew his thoughts. I am closer to hell than heaven for what I've done. For my silence. I need to tell my story. I think you'd be a better confessor than any priest could be. As Bosch stepped into the hallway with the glass, he saw the figure of a man turn the corner at the end of the hall and disappear. He thought the man was wearing a suit. It wasn't the guard. He saw the fountain and filled the glass. Conklin smiled weakly as he took the glass and murmured a thanks before drinking. Bosch then took the glass back and put it on the night table. Okay, Bosch said. You said she left that night and never came back. How did you find out what happened? By the next day, I was afraid something had happened. I finally called my office and made a routine check to see what had come in on the overnight reports. Among the things they told me was that there had been a homicide in Hollywood. They had the victim's name. It was her. It was the most horrible day in my life. What happened next? Conklin rubbed a hand on his forehead and continued. I learned that she had been found that morning. I was in shock. I couldn't believe this could have happened. I had Mattel make some inquiries, but there was nothing useful coming out. Then the man who had introduced me to Marjorie called. Johnny Fox. Yes. He called and he said he had heard the police were looking for him. He said he was innocent. He threatened me. He said if I did not protect him, he would reveal to the police that Marjorie was with me that last night. It would be the end of my career. So you protected him? I turned it over to Gordon. He investigated Fox's claim and confirmed his alibi. I cannot remember it now, but it was confirmed.
He had been in a card game or somewhere where there had been many witnesses. Since I was confident that Fox was not involved, I called the detectives assigned to the case and arranged for him to be interviewed. In order to protect Fox, and thereby protect myself, Gordon and I concocted a story in which we told the detectives that Fox was a key witness in a grand jury investigation. The plan was successful. The detectives turned their attention elsewhere. At one point, I spoke to one of them, and he told me he believed that Marjorie was the victim of some sort of a sex killer. You see, they were quite rare back then. The detective said the outlook on the case was not good. I'm afraid that I never suspected Gordon. Such a horrible thing to do to an innocent person. It was right there in front of my face, but I didn't see it for so long. I was a fool. A puppet. You're saying that it wasn't you and that it wasn't Fox. You're saying that Mattel killed her to eliminate a threat to your political career, but that he didn't tell you. It was all his idea and he just went out and did it? Yes, I say that. I told him that night when I called. I said that she meant more to me than all of the plans he had for me, that I had for myself. He said it would mean the end of my career, and I accepted it. I accepted it as long as I started the next part of my life with her. I believe those minutes were the most peaceful of my life. I was in love, and I had made a stand. He softly pounded a fist onto the bed, an impotent gesture. I told Mattel I didn't care what he thought the damage to my career would be. I told him we were going to move away. I didn't know where. La Jolla, San Diego. I threw a few places out. I didn't know where we were going to go, but I was defiant. I was mad at him for not sharing the joy of our decision, and in doing so, I provoked him, I know now, and I hastened your mother's death. Bosch studied him a long moment. His agony seemed sincere. Conklin's eyes looked as haunted as the portholes on a sunken ship. There was only blackness behind them. Did Mattel ever admit this to you? No, but I knew. I guess it was a subconscious knowledge, but then something he said years later brought it out. It confirmed it in my mind, and that was the end of our relationship. What did he say? When? Many years later. It was at the time I was preparing for a run for Attorney General. Do you believe such a charade occurred? Me, the liar, the coward, the conspirator being groomed for the office of the state's top law enforcement officer. Mattel came to me one day and said that I needed to take a wife before the election year. He was that blunt about it. He said there were rumors about me that could cost me votes. I said that was preposterous and that I wouldn't take a wife just to assuage some rednecks out in Palmdale or the desert somewhere. Then he made a comment, just a flippant, offhand comment, as he was leaving my office. He broke off to reach for the glass of water. Bosch helped him, and he slowly drank. Bosch noticed the medicinal smell about him. It was horrible. It reminded him of dead people and the morgue. Bosch took the glass when Conklin was done and put it back. What was the comment? As he was leaving my office, he said, and I remember it word for word, he said, "Sometimes I wish I hadn't saved you from that whore scandal. Maybe if I hadn't, we wouldn't have this problem now. People would know you aren't queer." Those were his words. Bosch just stared at him for a moment.
It might have been just a figure of speech. He could have just meant that he had saved you from the scandal of knowing her by taking the steps to keep you out of it. It's not evidence that he killed her, or had her killed. You were a prosecutor. You know that's not enough. It wasn't direct evidence of anything. Didn't you ever directly confront him?
No, never. I was too intimidated by him. Gordon was becoming a powerful man, more powerful than I. So I said nothing to him. I simply dismantled my campaign and folded tent. I left the public life and haven't spoken to Gordon Mattel since that time. More than 25 years.
You went into private practice?
Yes. I took up pro bono work as my self-imposed penance for what I was responsible for. I wish I could say it helped suture the wounds of my soul, but it did not. I'm a helpless man, Hieronymus. So, tell me, did you come here to kill me? Don't let my story dissuade you from believing I deserve it.
The question at first startled Bosch into silence. Finally, he shook his head and spoke. What about Johnny Fox? He had his hooks into you after that night.
Yes, he did. He was very capable, as extortionists go.
What happened with him?
I was forced to hire him as a campaign employee, paying him $500 a week for practically nothing. You see what a farce my life had become? He was killed in a hit and run before picking up his first paycheck.
Mattel?
I would assume that he was responsible. Though I must admit he's a rather convenient scapegoat for all the bad deeds I've been involved in.
You didn't think that it was just a little too coincidental that he got killed?
Things are so much clearer in hindsight.
He shook his head sadly.
At the time, I remember being thrilled with my luck. The one thorn in my side had been removed by serendipity. You have to remember, at the time I had no inkling that Marjorie's death was in any way connected to me. I simply saw Fox as being a man on the make. When he was removed through the luck of an automobile mishap, I was pleased. The deal was made with a reporter to keep Fox's background on the QT, and everything was fine. But of course it wasn't. It never was. Gordon, genius that he was, didn't plan on me not being able to get over Marjorie. And I'm still not.
What about McCage?
Who?
McCage Incorporated. Your payoffs to the cop, Claudino. Conklin was quiet a moment while he composed an answer.
Of course, I knew Claudino. I didn't care for him, and I never paid him a dime.
McCage was incorporated in Nevada. It was Eno's company. You and Mattel are both listed as corporate officers. It was a payoff scam. Eno was getting $1,000 a month from somewhere. You and Mattel.
No,
Conklin said as forcefully as he could. The word came out as little more than a cough.
I don't know about McCage. Gordon could have set it up, even signed for me, or made me sign unwittingly. As district attorney, he took care of things for me. I signed when he told me to sign.
He said it while looking directly at Bosch, and Harry believed him. Conklin had admitted to far worse deeds. Why would he lie about paying off Eno? What did Mattel do when you folded your tent, when you told him you were through?
By then, he was already quite powerful, politically. His law firm represented the city's upper tier, and his political work was branching out, growing. Still, I was the centerpiece. The plan was to take the Attorney General's office, and then the governor's mansion. Who knows what after that? So, Gordon, he was unhappy. I refused to see him, but we talked on the phone.
When he could not convince me to change my mind, he threatened me.
How?
He told me that if I ever attempted to assault his reputation, he would see to it that I was indicted for Marjorie's death, and I had no doubt that he could have done it.
From best man to greatest enemy. How'd you ever get hooked up with him?
I guess he just slipped in the door while I wasn't looking. I never saw the real face until it was too late. I don't think in my life I've come across anyone as cunningly focused as Gordon. He is a dangerous man. I'm sorry I ever brought your mother into his path.
Bosch nodded. He had no more questions and didn't know what else to say. After a few moments during which Conklin seemed to be lost in thought, the old man spoke up.
I think, young man, that you only run into a person that is a perfect fit once in your life. When you find the one that you think fits, then grab on for dear life. And it's no matter what she's done in the past. None of that matters. Only the holding on matters.
Bosch nodded again. It was all he could think to do. Where did you meet her?
Oh, I met her at a dance. She was introduced, and of course she was younger than me, so I didn't think there would be any interest from her. But I was wrong. We danced. We dated. And I fell in love.
You didn't know about her past?
At the time, no. But she told me eventually. By then I didn't care.
What about Fox?
Yes. He was the liaison. He introduced us. I didn't know who he was either. You see, for him it was a business move. Introduce the girl to the prosecutor, sit back and see what happens. I never paid her, and she never asked me for money. All the while we fell in love, Fox must have been weighing his options.
Bosch wondered if he should take the photo from Monty Kim out of his case and show it to Conklin, but he decided not to tempt the old man's memory with the reality of a photo. Conklin spoke while Bosch was still thinking about it.
I'm very tired now, and you never answered my question.
What question?
Did you come here to kill me?
Bosch looked at his face and his useless hands and realized he felt the stirring of sympathy. I didn't know what I was going to do. I just knew I was coming.
You want to know about her?
My mother?
Yes.
Bosch thought about the question. His own memories of his mother were dim and becoming darker all the time, and he had few recollections about her that came from others. What was she like? He said. Conklin thought for a moment.
She is hard for me to describe. I felt a great attraction to her. That crooked smile. I knew she had secrets. I suppose all people do, but hers ran deep. And despite all of that, she was full of life. You see, I didn't think I was at the time we met. That's what she gave to me.
He drank from the glass of water again, emptying it. Bosch offered to get more, but Conklin waved off the offer.
I had been with other women, and they wanted to show me off like a trophy, he said. Your mother wasn't like that. She'd rather stay at home or take a picnic basket to Griffith Park than go to the clubs on the Sunset Strip.
How did you find out about what she did?
She told me. The night she told me about you. She said she needed to tell me the truth because she needed my help. I have to admit, the shock was, I initially thought of myself, protecting myself. But I admired her courage in telling me, and I was in love by then. I couldn't turn away.
How did Mattel know?
I told him. I regret it to this day.
If she was as you described her, why did she do what she did? I've never understood.
I haven't either. As I told you, she had her secrets. She didn't tell me them all.
Bosch looked away from him and out the window. The view was to the north. He could see the lights of the Hollywood Hills glimmering in the mist from the canyons.
She used to tell me that you were a tough little egg,
Conklin said from behind him. His voice was almost hoarse now. It was probably more talking than he had done in months.
She once told me that she knew it didn't matter what happened to her because you were tough enough to make it through.
Bosch said nothing. He just looked through the window.
Was she right?
The old man asked. Bosch's eyes followed the crestline of the hills directly north. Somewhere up there, the lights glowed from Mattel's spaceship. He was up there, somewhere, waiting for Bosch. He looked back at Conklin, who was still waiting for an answer. I think maybe the jury's still out. Bosch leaned against the stainless steel wall of the elevator as it descended. He realized how different his feelings were from those that he held while the elevator had been carrying him up. He had ridden up with hatred pounding in his chest like a cat in a burlap bag. He didn't even know the man he carried it for. Now he looked upon that man as a pitiful character, a half of a man who lay with his frail hands folded on the blanket, waiting, maybe hoping for death to come and end his private misery. Bosch believed Conklin. There was something about his story and his pain that seemed too genuine to be dismissed as an act. Conklin was far beyond posing. He was facing his grave. He had called himself a coward and a puppet, and Bosch could think of nothing much harsher that a man could put on his own tombstone. In realizing that Conklin spoke the truth, Bosch knew that he had already met the real enemy face to face. Gordon Mattel, the strategist, the fixer, the killer, the man who held the strings to the puppet. Now they would meet again, but this time Bosch planned to make it on his terms. He pushed the L button again, as if that might coax the elevator to descend faster. He knew it was a useless gesture, but he did it again. When the elevator finally opened, the lobby seemed empty and sterile. The guard was there behind his desk, working on his word puzzle. There wasn't even the sound of a far-off TV, only the silence of old people's lives. He asked the guard if he needed him to sign out, and he was waved off. Look, sorry I was an asshole before, Bosch offered. Don't worry about it, partner, the guard replied. It gets to the best of us. Bosch wondered what the it was he was talking about, but said nothing. He nodded solemnly, as if he got most of his life lessons from security guards. He pushed through the glass doors and headed down the steps into the parking lot. It was getting cool, and he turned up the collar of his jacket. He saw the sky was clear and the moon as sharp as a sickle. As he approached the Mustang, he noticed the trunk of the car next to it was open, and a man was bent over, attaching a jack to the rear bumper. Bosch picked up his pace and hoped he wouldn't be asked to help out. It was too cold, and he was tired of talking to strangers. He passed the crouched man, and then, not used to the rental car keys, he fumbled as he tried to get the proper key into the Mustang's lock. Just as he did it, he heard a shoe scuff along the pavement behind him, and a voice said, "Excuse me, fella." Bosch turned, trying to quickly think of an excuse for why he couldn't help the man, but all he saw was the blur of the other man's arm coming down. Then he saw an explosion of red, the color of blood. Then all he saw
was black. Bosch followed the coyote again, but this time the animal did not take him on the path through the mountain brush. The coyote was out of his element. He led Bosch up a steep incline of pavement. Bosch looked around and realized he was on a tall bridge over a wide expanse of water that his eyes followed to the horizon. Bosch became panicked as the coyote got too far ahead of him. He chased the animal, but it crested the rise of the bridge and disappeared. The bridge was now empty, except for Bosch. He struggled to the top and looked around. The sky was blood red and seemed to be pulsing with the sound of a heartbeat. Bosch looked in all directions, but the coyote was gone. He was alone. But suddenly, he wasn't alone. The hands of someone unseen grabbed him from behind, and they pushed him toward the railing. Bosch struggled. He swung his elbows wildly and dug his heels in and tried to stop his movement to the edge. He tried to speak, to yell for help, but nothing came from his throat. He saw the water shimmering like the scales of a fish below him. Then, as quickly as they had taken hold of him, the hands were gone, and he was alone. He spun around, and no one was there. From behind, he heard a door sharply close. He turned again, and there was no one. And there was no door. Bosch woke up in darkness and pain to the sound of muffled shouting. He was lying on a hard surface, and at first it was a struggle just to move. Eventually, he slid his hand across the ground and determined it was carpet. He knew he was inside somewhere, lying on a floor. Across the expanse of darkness, he saw a small line of dim light. He stared at it for some time, using it as a focal point before realizing that it was the crack of light emitted at the bottom edge of a door. He pulled himself up into a sitting position, and the movement made his interior world slide and melt like a Dali painting. A feeling of nausea came over him, and he closed his eyes and waited for several seconds until equilibrium returned. He raised his hand to the side of his head where the pain came from and found the hair matted with a stickiness he knew by smell was blood. His fingers traced the matted hair to a 2-inch-long gash in his scalp. He touched it gingerly and determined that the blood had clotted, for now. The wound was no longer bleeding. He didn't think he could stand, and so he crawled toward the light. The dream of the coyote broke into his mind and then disappeared in a flash of red pain. He found the doorknob was locked. That didn't surprise him, but the effort exhausted him. He leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. Inside, his instinct to seek a means of escape and his desire to lay up and mend fought for his attention. The battle was only interrupted by the start of the voices again. Bosch could tell they did not come from the room on the other side of the door. They were further away, yet near enough to be understood.
Stupid fuck. Look, I told you, you didn't say anything about any briefcase. There had to have been one. Use your common sense. You said, bring the man, I bang the man. You want? I go back to the car and look for a briefcase. But you didn't say nothing about... You can't go back, you fool. The place will be crawling with cops. They probably have his car and the briefcase already. I didn't see any briefcase. Maybe he didn't have one. And maybe I should have depended on someone else.
Bosch realized that they were talking about him. He also recognized the angry voice as belonging to Gordon Mattel. It had the crisp delivery and haughtiness of the man Bosch had met at the fundraiser. The other voice Bosch didn't recognize, though he had a good idea who it was. Though defensive and submissive, it was a gruff voice full of the timbre of violence. Bosch guessed it was the man who had hit him, and he imagined that to be the man he had seen Mattel with inside the house during the fundraiser. It took Bosch several minutes to consider the content of what they were arguing about. A briefcase. His briefcase. It wasn't in the car, he knew. Then he realized he must have forgotten it, left it in Conklin's room. He had brought it up with him so he could take out the photo Monty Kim had given him and the bank statements from Eno's safe deposit box and confront the old man with his lies. But the old man hadn't lied. He hadn't denied Bosch's mother, and so the photo and statements weren't necessary. The briefcase lay at the foot of the bed, forgotten. He thought about the last exchange he had heard. Mattel told the other man he could not go back, that the police would be there. This made no sense to him, unless someone had witnessed the attack on him. Maybe the security guard. It gave him hope. Then he dashed it himself when he thought of another possibility. Mattel was taking care of all the loose ends, and Conklin had to be one of them. Bosch slumped against the wall. He knew he was now the last loose end. He sat there in silence until he heard Mattel's voice once more. "Go get him. Bring him outside." As quickly as he could, not yet formulating a plan, Bosch crawled back toward the spot where he thought he had been when he woke up. He rammed into something heavy, put his hands on it, and determined it was a pool table. He quickly found the corner and reached into the pocket. His hand closed on a billiard ball. He pulled it out, quickly trying to think of a way to conceal it. Finally, he shoved it inside his sport coat so that it rolled down the inside of the left sleeve to the crook in his elbow. There was more than enough room. Bosch liked large jackets because they gave him room to grab his gun. That made the sleeves baggy. He believed that by cocking his arm he could conceal that he had the heavy ball in the folds of the sleeve. As he heard a key hit the doorknob, he moved to his right and sprawled on the carpet, closed his eyes, and waited. He hoped he was in or close to the spot on the carpet where he had been dropped by his captors. In moments, he heard the door open, and then light burned through his eyelids. There was nothing after that, no sound or movement. He waited. "Forget it, Bosch," the voice said. "That only works in movies." Bosch didn't move. "Look, your blood is all over the carpet. It's on the doorknob here." Bosch realized he must have left a trail to the door and back. His half-hatched plan to surprise his captor and overtake him had no chance now. He opened his eyes. There was a light on the ceiling directly overhead. "All right," he said. "What do you want?" "Get up. Let's go." Bosch slowly got up. It was an actual struggle, but he added to it, ad-libbing a bit. And when he was all the way up, he saw blood on the green felt bumper of the pool table. He quickly stumbled and grabbed the spot for support. He hoped the man in the room had not seen the blood was already there. "Get away from there, goddammit! That's a $5,000 table. Look at the blood. Shit!" "Sorry, I'll pay for it." "Not where you're going. Let's go." Bosch recognized him. It was the man he guessed it would be. Mattel's man from the party, and his face matched his voice. Gruff, strong, he had broken a few boards with it. He had a ruddy complexion set off by two small brown eyes that never seemed to blink. He wore no suit this time, at least that Bosch could see. He was dressed in a bulky blue jumpsuit that looked brand new. It was a splatter suit. Bosch knew that professional killers often used them. It was easier to clean up after a job, and you didn't mess up your suit. Just zip off the splatter suit, dump it, and you're on your way. Bosch stood on his own and took a step, but immediately bent over and folded his arms across his stomach. He thought this was the best way to conceal the weapon he had. "You really hit me, man. My balance is shot. I think I might get sick or something." "You get sick and I'll make you clean it up with your tongue, like a fucking cat." "I guess I won't get sick then." "You're a funny guy. Let's go." The man backed away from the door and into the room. He then signaled Bosch out. For the first time, Bosch saw that he carried a gun. It looked like a Beretta 22, which he carried down low at his side. "I know what you're thinking," he said. "Only a 22. You think you could take maybe 2-3 shots and still get to me. Wrong. I got hollow points in here. I'll put you down with one shot. Tear a hole the size of a soup bowl out of your back. Remember that. Walk ahead of me." He was playing it smart, Bosch noticed, not coming closer than 5 or 6 feet, even though he had the gun. Once Bosch was through the door, the man issued directions. They walked down a hallway, through what looked like a living room, and then through another room that Bosch thought would also qualify as a living room. This one Bosch recognized by the French doors and windows. It was the room off the party lawn at Mattel's mansion on Mount Olympus. "Go out the door. He's waiting for you out there." "What did you hit me with, man?" "Tire iron. Hope it put a splinter in your skull. But it don't matter if it did or didn't." "Well, I think it did anyway. Congratulations." Bosch stopped at one of the French doors like he expected it to be opened for him. Outside, the party tent was gone, and out near the edge of the overhang he saw Mattel standing with his back turned to the house. He was silhouetted by the lights of the city extending out into infinity from below. "Open it." "Sorry, I thought—" "Never mind." "Yeah, never mind. Just get out there. We don't have all night." Out on the lawn, Mattel turned around. Bosch could see he was holding the badge wallet with his ID in one hand and the lieutenant's badge in the other. The gunman stopped Bosch with a hand on his shoulder, then moved back to his 6-foot distance. "So then, Bosch is the real name." Bosch looked at Mattel. The former prosecutor turned political backdoor man smiled. "Yes, that's the real name." "Well then, how do you do, Mr. Bosch?" "It's detective, actually." "Detective, actually. You know, I was wondering about that, because that's what this ID card says, but then this badge says something completely different. It says lieutenant, and that's curious. Wasn't that a lieutenant I read about in the papers, the one who was found dead and without his badge?" "Yes, I'm sure it was. And wasn't his name Harvey Pounds, the same name that you used when you were parading around here the other night?" "Again, I think so, but correct me if I am wrong, Detective Bosch." "It's a long story, Mattel, but I am a cop, LAPD. If you want to save yourself a few years in prison, you'll get this old fuck with the gun away from me and call me an ambulance. I've got a concussion, at least. It might be worse." Before speaking, Mattel put the badge in one of the pockets of his jacket and the ID wallet in the other. "No, I don't think we'll be making any calls on your behalf. I think things have gone a little too far for humanitarian gestures like that. Speaking of the human existence, it's a shame that your play here the other night cost an innocent man his life." "No, it's a fucking crime you killed an innocent man." "Well, I was thinking more along the lines that it was you who had killed him. I mean, of course you are ultimately responsible." "Just like a lawyer passing the buck. Should have stayed out of politics, Gordy, stuck to the law. You'd probably have your own TV commercials by now." Mattel smiled. "And what? Given up all of this?" He spread his arms to take in the house and the magnificent view. Bosch followed the arc of his arm to look at the house, but he was really trying to get a bead on the other man, the one with the gun. He spotted him standing 5 feet directly behind him, the gun at his side. He was still too far away for Bosch to risk making a move, especially in his condition. He moved his arms slightly and felt the billiard ball nesting in the crook of his elbow. It was reassuring to him. It was all he had. "The law is for fools, Detective Bosch. But I must correct you, I don't really consider myself to be in politics. I consider myself to be just a fixer of problems of any kind for anyone. Political problems just happen to be my forte. But now, you see, I have to fix a problem that is neither political nor someone else's. This one is my own." He raised his eyebrows like he could hardly believe it himself. "And that's why I have invited you here. Why I asked Jonathan to bring you along. You see, I had an idea that if we watched Arno Conklin, our mystery party crasher of the other night would eventually show up, and I wasn't disappointed." "You're a clever man, Mattel." Bosch turned his head slightly so that he could see Jonathan in his peripheral vision. He was still out of reach. Bosch knew he had to draw him closer. "Hold your ground, Jonathan," Mattel said. "Mr. Bosch is not one to get excited about, just a minor inconvenience." Bosch looked back at Mattel.
just like Marjorie Lowe, right? She was just a minor inconvenience, just a nobody who didn't count. Now, that's an interesting name to bring up. Is that what this is about, Detective Bosch? Bosch stared at him, too angry to speak. Well, the only thing I can admit to is that I did use her death to my advantage. I saw it as an opportunity, you could say. I know all about it, Mattel. You used her to get control of Conklin, but eventually even he saw through your lies. It's over now. It doesn't matter what you do to me here. My people will be coming. You can count on it. The old, give up, the place is surrounded ploy. I don't think so. This badge business, something tells me that you've exceeded your bounds on this one. I think maybe this is what they call an unofficial investigation, and the fact that you used a false name before and were carrying a dead man's badge tend to bear me out. I don't think anyone is coming, are they? Bosch's mind raced, but he drew a blank and remained silent. I think you're just a small-time extortionist who stumbled onto something somehow and wants a payoff to go away. Well, we're going to give you a payoff, Detective Bosch. There are people who know what I know, Mattel, Bosch blurted. What are you going to do, go out and kill them all? I'll take that suggestion under advisement. What about Conklin? He knows the whole story. Anything happens to me, I guarantee he'll go right to the cops. As a matter of fact, you could say Arno Conklin is with the police right now. But I don't think he's saying much. Bosch dropped his head and slumped a little. He had guessed that Conklin was dead, but had hoped he was wrong. He felt the billiard ball move in his sleeve, and he folded his arms again to cover up. Yes. Apparently, the former district attorney threw himself from his window after your visit. Mattel stepped aside and pointed out into the lights below. Far off, Bosch could see the cluster of lighted buildings that were Parc La Brea, and he could see blue and red lights flashing at the base of one of the buildings. It was Conklin's building. Must have been a truly traumatic moment, Mattel continued. He chose death rather than give in to extortion. A principled man to the end. He was an old man, Bosch yelled angrily. God damn it. Why? Detective Bosch, keep your voice down or Jonathan will have to lower it for you. You're not getting away this time, Bosch said in a lower, tighter, controlled voice. As far as Conklin goes, I assume the final declaration will be suicide. He was very sick, you know. Right. A guy with no legs walks over to the window and decides to throw himself out. Well, if the authorities don't believe that, then maybe they will come up with an alternate scenario when they find your fingerprints in the room. I'm sure you obliged us by leaving a few, along with my briefcase. That hit Mattel like a slap across the face. That's right. I left it there. And there's enough in it to bring them up this mountain to see you, Mattel. They'll come for you. Bosch yelled the last line at him as a test. John? Mattel barked. Almost before the word was out of Mattel's mouth, Bosch was clubbed from behind. The impact came on the right side of the neck, and he went down to his knees, careful to keep his arm bent and the heavy ball in place. He slowly, more slowly than was needed, got up. Since the impact had been on the right, he assumed that Jonathan had hit him with his gun hand. By providing me with the location of the briefcase, you have answered the most important question I had, Mattel said. The other, of course, was what was in the briefcase and how it would concern me. Now, the problem I have is that without the briefcase or the ability to get it, I have no way of checking the veracity of what you tell me here. So I guess you're fucked. No, Detective, I think that would more accurately describe your situation. However, I have one other question before you go off. Why, Detective Bosch, why were you bothering with something so old and so meaningless? Bosch looked at him for a long time before answering.
Because everybody counts, Mattel. Everybody. Bosch saw Mattel nod in the direction of Jonathan. The meeting was over. He had to make his play. "Help!" Bosch yelled it as loud as he could, and he knew the gunman would make his move toward him immediately. Anticipating the same swing of the gun to the right side of the neck, Bosch spun to his right. As he moved, he straightened his left arm and used the centrifugal force of the move to let the billiard ball roll down his sleeve into his hand. In continuing the move, he swung his arm up and out, and as he turned his face, he saw Jonathan inches behind him swinging his own hand down, the fingers laced around the Beretta. He also saw the surprise on Jonathan's face as he realized his swing would surely miss and that his momentum prevented him from correcting the course. After Jonathan's arm went by harmlessly and he was vulnerable, Bosch's arm arced downward. Jonathan made a last-second lunge to his left, but the billiard ball in Bosch's fist still caught him with a glancing blow to the right side of his head. It made a sound like a light bulb popping, and Jonathan's body followed the momentum of his falling arm. He fell face first on the grass, his body on top of the gun. Almost immediately, the man tried to get up, and Bosch delivered a vicious kick to his ribs. Jonathan rolled off of the gun, and as Bosch came down on his body with his knees, he swung his fist down into the back of his head and neck 2 more times before realizing that he still gripped the billiard ball and that he had hurt the man enough. Breathing like he had just come up for air, Bosch glanced around and saw the gun. He quickly grabbed it up and looked for Mattel, but he was gone. The slight sound of running on grass caught his attention, and he looked to the far northern line of the lawn. He caught a glimpse of Mattel then, just as he disappeared into the darkness at the spot where the flat manicured grass gave way to the rugged brush of the hilltop. "Mattel!" Bosch jumped up and followed. At the point where he had last seen Mattel, he found a path worn into the brush. He realized it was an old coyote trail that had been widened over time by human feet. He raced down it, the yawning drop-off to the city below no more than 2 feet on his right. He saw no sign of Mattel, and Bosch followed the trail along the edge of the drop-off until the house was no longer in sight behind him. Finally, he stopped after coming across nothing that indicated Mattel was even near or had taken this path. Breathing heavily, his head pounding where he was wounded, Bosch came upon a steep bluff rising off the side of the trail, and he saw that it was ringed with old beer bottles and other debris. The bluff was a popular lookout spot. He put the gun in his waistband and then used his hands for balance and purchase as he climbed 10 feet to its top. He did a slow 360-degree turn while on top of the bluff, but saw nothing. He listened, but the hiss of the city's traffic precluded any chance of him hearing Mattel moving in the brush. He decided to give it up, to get back to the house and call out an air unit before Mattel could get away. They'd find him with a spotlight if the chopper could get out here quickly enough. As he gingerly slid back down the bluff, Mattel suddenly came at him from the darkness to the right. He had been hiding behind a thick growth of brush and Spanish sword plants. He dove into Bosch's midsection, knocking him down onto the trail, his weight on top of him. Bosch felt the man's hands going for the gun still in his waistband, but Bosch was younger and stronger. The surprise attack was Mattel's last card. Bosch closed his arms around him and rolled to his left. Suddenly, the weight was off, and Mattel was gone. Bosch sat up and looked about, then pulled himself over to the edge. He pulled the gun out of his waistband and then leaned over and looked down. There was only darkness when he looked directly down the side of the rugged hill. He could see the rectangular roofs of houses about 150 yards down. He knew they were built along the twisting roads that fed off of Hollywood Boulevard and Fairfax Avenue. He did another complete turn and then looked down again. He didn't see Mattel anywhere. Bosch surveyed the scene beneath him in its entirety until his eyes caught the backyard lights flicking on behind one of the houses directly below. He watched as a man came out of the house carrying what looked like a rifle. The man slowly approached a round backyard spa platform, the rifle pointed ahead of him. The man stopped at the edge of the spa and reached to what must have been the outdoor electrical box. The tub light came on, silhouetting the body of a man floating in a circle of blue. Even from on top of the hill, Bosch could see the swirls of blood seeping from Mattel's body. Then the voice of the man with the rifle came up the hillside, intact.
"Linda, don't come out. Just call the police. Tell them we got a body in our hot tub."
Then the man looked up the hillside, and Bosch moved back away from the edge. Immediately, he wondered why he'd had the instinctive reaction to hide. He got up and slowly made his way back to Mattel's house along the path. As he walked, he looked out across the city at the lights shimmering in the night and thought it was beautiful. He thought about Conklin and Pounds, and then pushed the guilt out of his mind with thoughts about Mattel, about how his death finally closed the circle begun so long ago. He thought of the image of his mother in Monty Kim's photo, her looking timidly around the edge of Conklin's arm. He waited for the feeling of satisfaction and triumph that he knew was supposed to come with vengeance accomplished. But none of it ever came to him. He only felt hollow and tired. When he got back to the perfect lawn behind the perfect mansion, the man called Jonathan was gone. Assistant Chief Irvin S. Irving stood in the open doorway of the examination suite. Bosch was sitting on the side of the padded table holding an ice pack to his head. The doctor had given it to him after putting in the stitches. He noticed Irving when he adjusted the bag in his hand. "How do you feel?" "I'll live, I guess. That's what they tell me, at least." "Well, that's better than you can say for Mattel. He took the high dive." "Yeah. What about the other one?" "Nothing on him. We got his name, though. You told the uniforms Mattel called him Jonathan, so that means he's probably Jonathan Vaughn. He's worked for Mattel for a long time. They're working on it, checking the hospitals. Sounds like you might have heard him enough that he'd come in." "Vaughn. We're trying to do a background on him. So far, not much. He's got no record." "How long was he with Mattel?" "That we're not sure of. We've talked to Mattel's people at the law firm, not what you'd call cooperative, but they say Vaughn has been around forever. He was described by most people as Mattel's personal valet." Bosch nodded and put the information away. "There's also a driver. We picked him up, but he isn't saying much. A little surfer punk. He couldn't talk if he wanted to anyway." "What do you mean?" "His jaw is broken, wired shut. He won't talk about that either." Bosch just nodded again and looked at him. There didn't seem to be anything hidden in what he had said. "The doctors said you have a severe concussion, but the skull is not fractured. Minor laceration." "Could have fooled me. My head feels like the Goodyear blimp with a hole in it." "How many stitches?" "I think he said 18. He said you'll probably have headaches and keep the knot up there and the eye hemorrhages for a few days. It'll look worse than it is." "Well, nice to know he's telling somebody what's going on. I haven't heard anything from him, just the nurses." "He'll be in a minute. He was probably waiting for you to come out of it a little more." "Come out of what?" "You were a little dazed when we got up there to you, Harry. You sure you want to talk about this now? It can wait. You're hurt and need to take it." "I'm okay. I want to talk. You been by the scene at Park La Brea?" "Yes, I was there. I was there when we got the call from Mount Olympus. I've got your briefcase in the car, by the way. You left it there, didn't you? With Conklin?" He started to nod, but stopped because it made things swirl. "Good," he said. "There's something there I want to keep." "The photo? You looked through it? Bosh, you must be groggy. It was found at the scene of a crime." "Yeah, I know, sorry." He waved off his objection. He was tired of fighting. "So, the crew working the scene up on the hill already told me what happened. At least the early version based on the physicals. What I'm not clear about is what got you up there. You know, how all of this figures. You want to run it down for me or wait until maybe tomorrow?" Bosch nodded once and waited a moment for his mind to clear. He hadn't tried to collect the story into one cohesive thought yet. He thought about it some more and finally gave it a shot. "I'm ready." "Okay. I want to read you your rights first." "What, again?" "It's just a procedure so it doesn't look like we're cutting any slack to one of our own. You've got to remember you were at two places tonight, and at both somebody took a big fall. It doesn't look good. I didn't kill Conklin. I know that, and we have the security guard statement. He says you left before Conklin took the dive, so you're going to be okay. You're clear, but I have to follow procedure. Now, you still want to talk? I waved my rights. Irving read them to him from a card anyway, and Bosch waved them again. Okay then, I don't have a wave form. You'll have to sign that later. You want me to tell the story? Yes, I want you to tell the story. Okay, here we go. But then he stopped as he tried to put it into words. Harry? Okay, here it is. In 1961, Arno Conklin met Marjorie Lowe. He was introduced by local scumbucket Johnny Fox, who made his living off of making such introductions and arrangements, usually for money. This initial meeting between Arno and Marjorie was at the St. Pat's party at the Masonic Lodge in Cahuenga. That's the photo in the briefcase, right? Right. Now, at that first meeting, according to Arno's story, which I believe, he didn't know that Marjorie was a pro and Fox was a pimp. Fox arranged the introduction because he probably saw the opportunity and had one eye on the future. See, if Conklin knew it was a pay-to-play sort of thing, he would have walked away. He was the top county vice commando. He would have walked away. So he didn't know who Fox was either? Irving asked. That's what he said. He just said he was innocent. If you find that hard to take, the alternative is harder. That this prosecutor would openly consort with these types of people. So I'm going with Arno's story. He didn't know. Okay, he didn't know he was being compromised. So what was in it for Fox and your mother? Fox is easy. Once Conklin went with her, Fox had a nice hook into him, and he could reel him in whenever he wanted. Marjorie is something else, and I've been thinking about it, but it still isn't clear. But you can say this. Most women in that situation are looking for a way out. She could have played along with Fox's plan because she had her own plan. She was looking for a way out of the life. Irving nodded and added to the hypothesis. She had a boy in the youth hall and wanted to get him out. Being with Arno could only help. That's right. The thing of it was, Arno and Marjorie did something none of the three of them expected. They fell in love. Or at least Conklin did, and he believed she did too. Irving took a chair in the corner, crossed his legs, and stared thoughtfully at Bosch. He said nothing. Nothing about his demeanor indicated he was anything else but totally interested and believing in Bosch's story. Bosch's arm was getting tired of holding the ice pack up, and he wished he could lay down, but there was only the table in the examination suite. He continued the story. So, they fall in love and their relationship continues, and somewhere along the line she tells him. Or maybe Mattel did some checking and told him. It doesn't matter. What matters is that at some point Conklin knew the score. And again, he surprises everybody. How? On October 27th, 1961, he proposes marriage to He told you this? Arno told you this? He told me tonight. He wanted to marry her. She wanted to marry him. On that night back then, he finally decided to chuck it all, to risk losing everything he had to gain the one thing he wanted most. Bosch reached into his jacket on the table and took out his cigarettes. Irving spoke up. I don't think this is a... Nothing. Never mind. Bosch lit a smoke with his lighter. It was the bravest act of his life. You realize that? That took balls to be willing to risk everything like that. But he made a mistake. What? He called his friend, Gordon Mattel, to ask him to go with them to Vegas to be best man. Mattel refused. He knew it would be the end of a promising political career for Conklin, maybe even his own career, and he wanted no part of it. But then he went further than just refusing to be best man. See, he saw Conklin as the white horse on which he would be able to ride into the castle. He had big plans for himself and Conklin, and he wasn't going to sit back and let some Hollywood whore ruin it. He knew from Conklin's call that she had gone home to pack, so Mattel went there and intercepted her somehow. Maybe he told her that Conklin had sent him, I don't know. He killed her. Bosch nodded, and this time he didn't go dizzy. I don't know where. Maybe in his car. He made it look like a sex crime by tying the belt around her neck and tearing up her clothes. The semen, he was already there because she had been with Conklin. After she was dead, Mattel took the body to the alley near the boulevard and put her in the trash. The whole thing stayed a secret for a lot of years after that. Until you came along. Bosch didn't answer. He was savoring his cigarette and the relief of the end of the case. What about Fox? Irving asked. Like I said, Fox knew about Marjorie and Arno, and he knew they were together the night before Marjorie was found dead in that alley. That knowledge gave Fox a powerful piece of leverage over an important man, even if the man was innocent. Fox used it, in who knows how many ways. Within a year, he was on Arno's campaign payroll. He was hooked on him like a blood-sucking leech. So Mattel, the fixer, finally stepped in. Fox died in a hit-and-run while supposedly handing out Conklin campaign flyers. It would have been easy to set up, make it look like it was an accident and the driver just fled. But that's no surprise. The same guy who worked the Marjorie Lowe case worked the hit-and-run. Same result. Nobody ever arrested. McKittrick? No. Claudino. He's dead now. Took his secrets with him. But Mattel was paying him off for 25 years. The bank statements? Yeah, in the briefcase. You look, you'll probably find records somewhere linking Mattel to the payments. Conklin said he didn't know about them, and I believe him. You know, somebody ought to check all the elections Mattel worked on over the years. They'll probably find out he was a rat fucker that could have held his own in the Nixon White House. Bosch ground his cigarette out on the side of a trash can next to the table and dropped the butt in. He started to feel very cold and put his jacket back on. It was smudged with dirt and dried blood. You look like a mess in that, Harry, Irving said. Why don't you— I'm cold. Okay. You know, he didn't even scream. What? Mattel. He didn't even scream when he went down that hill. I can't figure that out. You don't have to. It's just one of those— And I didn't push him. He jumped me in the brush, and when we rolled, he went over. He didn't even scream. I understand. No one is saying— All I did was start to ask questions about her, and people started dying. Bosch was staring at an eye chart on the far wall of the room. He could not figure out why they would have such a thing in an emergency room examination suite. Christ. Pounds? Yes, I know what happened, Irving interrupted. Bosch looked over at him. You do? We interviewed everyone in the squad. Edgar told me that he made a computer run for you on Fox. My only conclusion is that Pounds either overheard or somehow got wind of it. I think he was monitoring what your close associates were doing after you went on ISL. Then he must have taken it a step further and stumbled into Mattel and Vaughn. He ran DMV traces on the parties involved. I think it got back to Mattel. He had the connections that would have warned him. Bosch was silent. He wondered if Irving really believed that scenario, or if he was signaling to Bosch that he knew what had really happened and was letting it go by. It didn't matter. Whether or not Irving blamed him or took departmental action against him, Bosch's own conscience would be the hardest thing to live with. Christ, he said again. He got killed instead of me. His body started shuddering then, as if by saying the words out loud he had started some kind of exorcism. He threw the ice pack into the trash can and wrapped his arms around himself, but the shuddering wouldn't stop. It seemed to him that he would never be warm again, that his shaking was not a temporary affliction, but a permanent part of him now. He had the warm, salty taste of tears in his mouth, and he realized then that he was crying. He turned his face away from Irving and tried to tell him to leave, but he couldn't say anything. His jaw was locked as tight as a fist. "Harry?" he heard Irving say. "Harry, you okay?" Bosch managed to nod, not understanding how Irving could not see his body shaking. He moved his hands into the pockets of his jacket and pulled it closed around him. He felt something in his left pocket and started absent-mindedly pulling it out. "Look," Irving was saying, "the doctors said you could get emotional. This knock on the head, they do weird things to you. Don't worry. Harry, are you sure you're okay? You're turning blue, son. I'll go get the doctor. He stopped as Bosch managed to remove the object from his jacket. He held his palm upright. Clasped in his shaking hand was a black 8-ball. Much of it was smeared with blood. Irving took it from him, having to practically pry his fingers off of it. "I'll go get somebody," was all he said. Then Bosch was alone in the room, waiting for someone to come and the demon to leave. Because of the concussion, Bosch's pupils were dilated unevenly, and purple hemorrhages bulged below them. He had a hell of a headache and a 100-degree temperature. As a precaution, the emergency room physician ordered that he be admitted and monitored, not allowed to sleep until 4 in the morning. He tried to pass the time by reading the newspaper and watching the talk shows, but they only seemed to worsen the pain. Finally, he just stared at the walls until a nurse came in, checked on him, and told him he could sleep. After that, nurses kept coming into his room and waking him at 2-hour intervals. They checked his eyes and temperature and asked if he was okay. They never gave him anything for the headache. They told him to go back to sleep. If he dreamed of the Coyote during the short sleep cycles, or anything else, he didn't remember it. Finally, at noon, he got up for good. He was unsteady on his feet at first, but equilibrium quickly came back to him. He made his way into the bathroom and studied his image in the mirror. He burst out laughing at what he saw, though it was not that funny. It was just that he seemed to be about to laugh or cry or do both at any given moment. He had a small shaved spot on his skull where there was an L-shaped seam of stitches. It hurt when he touched the wound, but he laughed about that, too. He managed to comb hair over it with his hand, fairly well camouflaging the injury. The eyes were another matter. Still dilated unevenly and now cracked with red veins, they looked like the bad end of a 2-week bender. Below them, deep purple triangles pointed to the corners of the eyes. A double shiner. Bosch didn't think he'd ever had one before. Stepping back into the room, he saw that his briefcase had been left by Irving next to the bed table. He bent to pick it up and almost lost his balance, grabbing onto the table at the last moment. He got back into bed with the briefcase and began examining its contents. He had no purpose in mind, he just wanted to be doing something. He leafed through his notebook, finding it hard to concentrate on the words. He then reread the 5-year-old Christmas card from Meredith Roman, now Catherine Register. He realized he needed to call her, that he wanted to tell her what happened before she read about it in the paper or heard it on the news. He found her number in his notebook and dialed on the room's phone. He got her answering machine and left a message. "Meredith, Catherine, this is Harry Bosch. I need to talk to you today when you get a minute. Some things have happened, and I think you'll, feel better about things when you hear from me. So, give me a call." Bosch left a variety of numbers on the tape, including his mobile, the Mark Twain, and the hospital room, and then hung up. He opened the accordion pocket in the lid of the briefcase and slipped out the photo Monty Kim had given him. He studied his mother's face for a long time. The thought that eventually poked through was a question. Bosch had no doubt from what Conklin had said that he had loved her, but he wondered if she really loved Conklin back. Bosch remembered a time when she had visited him at McLaren. She had promised to get him out. At the time, the legal effort was going slow, and he knew that she had no faith in courts. When she made the promise, he knew she wasn't thinking about the law, only ways to get around it, to manipulate it. And he believed she would have found a way to do it if her time hadn't been taken away. He realized, looking at the photo, that Conklin might have simply been part of the promise, part of the manipulation. Their marriage plan was her way of getting Harry out. From unwed mother with an arrest record to wife of an important man, Conklin would be able to get Harry out to win back Marjorie Lowe's custody of her son. Bosch considered that love may have had nothing to do with it on her part, that it was only opportunity. In all the visits to McLaren, she had never spoken of Conklin or any man in particular. If she had truly been in love, wouldn't she have told him? And in considering that question, Bosch realized that his mother's effort to save him was what may have ultimately led to her death. "Mr. Bosch, are you okay?" The nurse moved quickly into the room and put the food tray down on the table with a rattle. Bosch didn't answer her. He barely noticed her. She took the napkin off the tray and used it to wipe the tears off of his cheeks. "It's okay," she soothed. "It's okay." Is it? It's the injury. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Head injuries jumble the emotions. One minute you're crying, the next you're laughing. "Let me open these curtains. Maybe that will cheer you up." "I think I just want to be left alone." She ignored him and opened the curtains, and Bosch had a view of another building 20 yards away. It did cheer him up, though. The view was so bad it made him laugh. It also reminded him he was in Cedars. He recognized the other medical tower. The nurse then closed his briefcase so she could roll the table over the bed. On the tray was a plate containing Salisbury steak, carrots, and potatoes. There was a roll that looked as hard as the 8-ball he had found in his pocket the night before, and some kind of red dessert wrapped in plastic. The tray and its smell made him feel the onset of nausea. "I'm not going to eat this. Is there any frosted flakes?" "You have to eat a full meal." "I just woke up. You people kept me up all night. I can't eat this. It's making me sick." She quickly picked up the tray and headed to the door. "I'll see what I can do about the frosted flakes." She looked back at him and smiled before heading out the door. "Cheer up." "Yeah, that's the prescription." Bosch didn't know what to do with himself but wait for time to pass. He started thinking about his encounter with Mattel, about what was said and what was meant. There was something about it that bothered him. He was interrupted by a beeping sound coming from the side panel of the bed. He looked down and found it was the phone. "Hello? Harry?" "Yes?" "It's Jazz. Are you okay?" There was a long silence. Bosch didn't know if he was ready for this yet, but now it was unavoidable. "Harry?" "I'm fine. How'd you find me?" "The man who called me yesterday. Irving something. Chief Irving." "Yes. He called and told me you were hurt. He gave me the number." That annoyed Bosch, but he tried not to show it. "Well, I'm fine, but I can't really talk." "Well, what happened?" "It's just a long story. I don't want to go through it now." Now she was quiet. It was one of those moments when both people try to read the silence, pick up each other's meanings in what they weren't saying. "You know, don't you?" "Why didn't you tell me, Jasmine?" More silence. "Do you want me to tell you now?" "I don't know." "What did he tell you?" "Who?" "Irving." "It wasn't from him. He doesn't know. It was somebody else, somebody trying to hurt me." "It was a long time ago, Harry. I want to tell you what happened, but not on the phone." He closed his eyes and thought for a minute. Just hearing her voice had renewed his sense of connection to her, but he had to question whether he wanted to get into this. I don't know, Jazz. I've got to think about..." "Look, what was I supposed to do? Wear a sign or something to warn you away from the start? You tell me, when was a good time for me to tell you? Was it right after that first lemonade? Should I have said, 'Oh, by the way, 6 years ago I killed the man I was living with when he tried to rape me for the second time in the same night'? Would that have been proper?" "Jazz, don't..." "Don't what? Look, the cops didn't believe my story here. What should I expect from you?" He could tell she was crying now, not so that he was supposed to hear, but he could tell it in her voice, full of loneliness and pain.
You said things to me. I thought...
Jazz, we spent a weekend together. You're putting too much...
Don't you dare! Don't you tell me it didn't mean anything.
You're right. I'm sorry. Look, this isn't the right time. I've got too much going on. I gotta call you back. She didn't say anything. Okay?
Okay, Harry. You call me.
Okay. Goodbye, Jazz. He hung up and kept his eyes closed for a while. He felt the numbness of disappointment that comes from broken hopes and wondered if he would ever talk to her again. In analyzing his thoughts, he realized how much they seemed to be the same. And so his fear was not of what she had done, whatever the details were. His fear was that he would indeed call her, and that he would become entwined with someone with more baggage than himself. He opened his eyes and tried to put the thoughts aside, but he came back to her. He found himself marveling at the randomness of their meeting. A newspaper want ad. It might as well have said, "Single white killer seeks same." He laughed out loud, but it wasn't funny. He turned the television on as a distraction. There was a talk show on, and the host was interviewing women who stole their best friends' men. The best friends were also on, and every question devolved into a verbal catfight. Bosch turned the sound down and watched for 10 minutes in silence, studying the contortions of the women's angry faces. After a while, he turned it off and rang the nurse's station on the intercom to inquire about his cereal. The nurse he spoke to knew nothing about his request for breakfast at lunchtime. He tried Meredith Roman's number again, but hung up when he got the tape. Just as Bosch was getting hungry enough to be tempted to call for the return of the Salisbury steak, a nurse finally came back in with another food tray. This one contained a banana, a small glass of orange juice, a plastic bowl with a little box of Frosted Flakes in it, and a pint-sized carton of milk. He thanked her and began eating the cereal out of the box. The other stuff he didn't want. He picked up the phone and dialed the main number at Parker Center and asked for Assistant Chief Irving's office. The secretary who eventually answered said Irving was in conference with the police chief and could not be disturbed. Bosch left his number. Next, he dialed Keisha Russell's number at the paper. "It's Bosch."
Bosch, where have you been? You turned your phone off?
Bosch reached into his briefcase and took the phone out. He checked the battery. "Sorry, it's dead."
Great. That doesn't help me any, does it? The two biggest names in that clip I gave you end up dead last night, and you don't even call. Some deal we made.
Hey, this is me on the phone, right?
So, what have you got for me?
What have you got already? What are they saying about it?
They're not saying jack. I've been waiting on you, man.
But what are they really saying?
I mean it. Nothing. They're saying both deaths are being investigated and that there is no clear connection. They're trying to pass it off as a big coincidence.
What about the other man? Did they find Vaughn?
Who's Vaughn?
Bosch couldn't figure out what was happening, why there was a cover-up. He knew he should wait to hear from Irving, but the anger was growing in his throat.
Bosch, you there? What other man?
What are they saying about me?
You. They're not saying anything.
The other man's name is Jonathan Vaughn. He was there, too, up at Mattel's last night.
How do you know?
I was there, too.
Bosch, you were there?
Bosch closed his eyes, but his mind couldn't penetrate the shroud being thrown over the case by the department. He didn't get it.
Harry, we had a deal. Tell me the story.
He noted that it was the only time she had ever used his first name. He continued to say nothing while he tried to figure out what was happening and weighed the consequences of talking to her.
Bosch.
Back to normal. All right. You got your pencil? I'm going to give you enough to get started. You'll have to go to Irving to get the rest.
I've been calling him. He won't even take my calls.
He will when he knows you have the story. He'll have to. By the time he was done telling her the story, he was fatigued and his head was hurting again. He was ready to go to sleep if it would have him. He wanted to forget everything and just sleep.
That's an incredible story, Bosch. I'm sorry. You know, about your mother.
Thanks.
What about Pounds?
What about him?
Is he connected? Irving was honchoing that investigation. Now he's doing this one.
You'll have to ask him.
If I can get him on the line.
When you call over there, tell the adjutant to tell Irving you're calling on behalf of Marjorie Lowe. He'll call you back when he gets the message, I guarantee it.
Okay, Bosch. Last thing. We didn't talk about this at the start like we should have. Can I use your name as source?
Bosch thought about it, but only for a few moments. Yeah, you can use it. I don't know what my name's worth anymore, but you can use it.
Thanks. I'll see you. You're a pal.
Yeah, I'm a pal. He hung up and closed his eyes. He dozed off, but wasn't sure for how long. He was interrupted by the phone. It was Irving, and he was angry.
What did you do?
What do you mean?
I just got a message from a reporter. She says she's calling because of Marjorie Lowe. Have you talked to reporters about this?
I talked to one.
What did you tell her?
I told her enough so that you won't be able to let this one blow away.
Bosch!
He didn't finish. There was a long silence, and then Bosch spoke first. You were going to cover it all up, weren't you? Shove it in the trash with her. You see, after everything that's happened, she still doesn't count, does she?
You don't know what you're talking about.
Bosch sat up. Now he was angry. Immediately, he was hit with vertigo. He closed his eyes until it passed. Well, then why don't you tell me what I don't know? Okay, Chief? You're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about. I heard what you people put out, that there may be no connection between Conklin and Mattel. What kind of... You think I'm going to sit here for that? And Vaughn, not even a mention of him. A fucking mechanic in a splatter suit. He throws Conklin out the window and is ready to put me in the dirt. He's the one who did Pounds, and he doesn't even rate a mention by you people. So, Chief, why don't you tell me what the fuck I don't know, okay?
Bosch, listen to me. Listen to me. Who did Mattel work for?
I don't know, and I don't care.
He was employed by very powerful people. Some of the most powerful in this state. Some of the most powerful in the country. And
I don't give a shit!
A majority of the city council.
So, what are you telling me? The council and the governor and the senators and all of those people, what, are they all involved now, too? You covering their asses, too?
Bosch, would you calm down and make sense? Listen to yourself. Of course I'm not saying that. What I am trying to explain to you is that if you taint Mattel with this, then you taint many very powerful people who associated with him or who used his services. That could come back to haunt this department as well as you and me in immeasurable ways.
That was it, Bosch saw. Irving the pragmatist had made a choice, probably along with the police chief, to put the department and themselves ahead of the truth. The whole deal stunk like rotting garbage. Bosch felt exhaustion roll over him like a wave. He was drowning in it. He'd had enough of this. And by covering it up, you are helping them in immeasurable ways, right? And I'm sure you and the chief have been on the phone all morning, letting each of those powerful people know just that. They'll all owe you. They'll all owe the department a big one. That's great, Chief. That's a great deal. I guess it doesn't matter that the truth is nowhere to be found in it.
Bosch, I want you to call her back. Call that reporter and tell her that you took this knock on the head and you...
No, I'm not calling anybody back. It's too late. I told the story.
But not the whole story. The whole story is just as damaging to you, isn't it?
There it was. Irving knew. He either outright knew or had made a pretty good guess that Bosch had used Pounds's name and was ultimately responsible for his death. That knowledge was now his weapon against Bosch.
If I can't contain this, I may have to take action against you.
I don't care, Bosch said quietly. You can do whatever you want to me, but the story is coming out, Chief. The truth.
But is it the truth? The whole truth? I doubt it. And deep inside, I know you doubt it too. We'll never know the whole truth.
A silence followed. Bosch waited for him to say more, and when there was only more silence, he hung up. He then disconnected the phone and finally went to sleep. Bosch awoke at 6 the next morning with dim memories of his sleep having been interrupted by a horrible dinner and the visits of nurses through the night. His head felt thick. He gently touched the wound and found it not as tender as the day before. He got up and walked around the room a bit. His balance seemed back to normal. In the bathroom mirror, his eyes were still a colorful mess, but the dilation of the pupils had evened out. It was time to go, he knew. He got dressed and left the room, briefcase in hand and carrying his ruined jacket over his arm. At the nurse's station, he pushed the elevator button and waited. He noticed one of the nurses behind the counter eyeing him. She apparently didn't readily recognize him, especially with his street clothes on.
"Excuse me, can I help you?"
No, I'm fine.
"Are you a patient?"
I was. I'm leaving. Room 419. Bosch.
"Wait a moment, sir. What are you doing?"
I'm leaving. Going home.
"What?"
Just send me the bill. The elevator doors opened and he stepped in.
"You can't do that," the nurse called. "Let me get the doctor."
Bosch raised his hand and waved goodbye.
"Wait!"
The doors closed. He bought a newspaper in the lobby and caught a cab outside. He told the driver to take him to Park La Brea. Along the way, he read Keisha Russell's story. It was on the front page, and it was pretty much an abbreviated account of what he had told her the day before. Everything was qualified with the caveat that it was still under investigation, but it was a good read. Bosch was mentioned throughout by name as a source and main player in the story. Irving was also a named source. Bosch figured the assistant chief must have decided in the end to throw in with the truth, or a close approximation of it, once Bosch had already let it out. It was the pragmatic thing to do. This way, it seemed like he had a handle on things. He was the voice of conservative reason in the story. Bosch's statements were usually followed by those from Irving, cautioning that the investigation was still in its infancy and no final conclusions had been made. The part Bosch liked best about the story were the statements from several statesmen, including most of the city council, expressing shock both at the deaths of Mattel and Conklin and at their involvement in and/or cover-up of murders. The story also mentioned that Mattel's employee, Jonathan Vaughn, was being sought by police as a murder suspect. The story was most tenuous in regard to Pounds. It contained no mention that Bosch was suspected or known to have used the lieutenant's name or that his using it had led to his death. The story simply quoted Irving as saying the connection between Pounds and the case was still under investigation, but that it appeared that Pounds might have stumbled onto the same trail Bosch had been following. Irving had held back when he talked to Russell even after threatening Bosch. Harry could only believe it was the assistant chief's desire not to see the department's dirty laundry in print. The truth would hurt Bosch, but could damage the department as well. If Irving was going to make a move against him, Bosch knew it would be inside the department. It would remain private. Bosch's rented Mustang was still in the La Brea Life Care parking lot. He had been lucky. The keys were in the door lock where he had left them a moment before being attacked by Vaughn. He paid the taxi driver and went to the Mustang. Bosch decided to take a cruise up Mount Olympus before going to the Mark Twain. He plugged his phone into the cigarette lighter so it would recharge and headed up Laurel Canyon Boulevard. On Hercules Drive, he slowed outside the gate in front of Mattel's grounded spaceship. The gate was closed, and there was yellow police line tape still hanging from it. Bosch saw no cars in the driveway. It was quiet and peaceful. and he knew that soon a for sale sign would be erected, and the next genius would move in and think he was master of all he surveyed. Bosch drove on. Mattel's place wasn't what he really wanted to see anyway. 15 minutes later, Bosch came around the familiar turn on Woodrow Wilson, but immediately found things unfamiliar. His house was gone, its disappearance as glaring in the landscape as a tooth missing from a smile. At the curb in front of his address were two huge construction waste bins filled with splintered wood, mangled metal, and shattered glass, the debris of his home. A mobile storage container had also been placed at the curb, and Bosch hoped it contained the salvageable property removed before the house was razed. He parked and walked over to the flagstone path that formerly had led to his front door. He looked down, and all that was left were the 6 pylons that poked out of the hillside like tombstones. He could rebuild upon these, if he wanted. Movement in the acacia trees near the footings of the pylons caught his eye. He saw a flash of brown, and then the head of a coyote moving slowly through the brush. It never heard Bosch or looked up. Soon it was gone. Harry lost sight of it in the brush. He spent another 10 minutes there, smoking a cigarette and waiting, but he saw nothing else. He then said a silent goodbye to the place. He had the feeling he wouldn't be back. When Bosch got to the Mark Twain, the city's morning was just starting. From his room, he heard a garbage truck making its way down the alley, taking away another week's debris. It made him think of his house again, fitted nicely into 2 dumpsters. The sound of a siren thankfully distracted him. He could identify it as a squad car as opposed to a fire engine. He knew he'd get a lot of that with the police station just down the street. He moved about his 2 rooms and felt restless and out of it, as if life was passing by while he was stuck here. He made coffee with the machine he had brought from home, and it only served to make him more jittery. He tried the paper again, but there was nothing of real interest to Bosch except the story he had already read on the front page. He paged through the thin metro section anyway, and saw a report that the county commission chambers were being outfitted with bulletproof desk blotters that the commissioners could hold up in front of them in the event a maniac came in spraying bullets. He threw the section aside and picked up the front section again. Bosch read the story about his investigation again and couldn't escape a growing feeling that something was wrong, that something was left out or incomplete. Keisha Russell's reporting had been fine. That wasn't the problem. The problem was in seeing the story in words, in print. It didn't seem as convincing to him as it had been when he recounted it for her, or for Irving, or even for himself. He put the newspaper aside, leaned back on the bed, and closed his eyes. He went over the sequence of events once more, and in doing so, he finally realized the problem that gnawed at him was not in the paper, but in what Mattel had said to him. Bosch tried to recall the words exchanged between them on the manicured lawn behind the rich man's house. What had really been said there? What had Mattel admitted to? Bosch knew that at that moment on the lawn, Mattel was in a position of seeming invulnerability. He had Bosch captured, wounded, and doomed before him. His attack dog, Vaughn, stood ready with a gun to Bosch's back. In that situation, Bosch believed there would be no reason for a man of Mattel's ego to hold back. And, in fact, he had not held back. He had boasted of his scheme to control Conklin and others. He freely, though indirectly, admitted that he had caused the deaths of Conklin and Pounds. But despite those admissions, he had not done the same when it came to the killing of Marjorie Lowe. Through the fragmented images of that night that still remained in his mind, Bosch tried to recall the exact words said and couldn't quite get to them. His visual recollection was good. He had Mattel standing in front of the blanket of lights, but the words weren't there. Mattel's mouth moved, but Bosch couldn't get the words. Then, Finally, after working at it for a while, it came to him. He had it. Opportunity. Mattel had called her death an opportunity. Was that an acknowledgement of culpability? Was he saying he killed her or had her killed? Or was he simply admitting that her death presented an opportunity for him to take advantage of? Bosch didn't know, and not knowing felt like a heavy weight in his chest. He tried to put it out of his mind and eventually started drifting off towards sleep. The sounds of the city outside, even the sirens, were comforting. He was at the threshold of unconsciousness, almost there, when he suddenly opened his eyes. "The prince," he said out loud. 30 minutes later, he was shaved, showered, and in fresh clothes heading downtown. He had his sunglasses on and he checked himself in the mirror. His battered eyes were hidden. He licked his fingers and pressed his curly hair down to better cover the shaved spot and the stitches in his scalp. At County USC Medical Center, he drove through the back lot to the parking slots nearest the rear garage bays of the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's office. He walked in through one of the open garage doors and waved to the security guard, who knew him by sight, and nodded back. Investigators weren't supposed to go in the back way, but Bosch had been doing it for years. He wasn't going to stop until someone made a federal case out of it. The minimum wage guard was an unlikely candidate to do that. He went up to the investigators' lounge on the second floor, hoping not only that there would be someone there he knew, but, more importantly, someone Bosch hadn't alienated over the years. He swung the door open and immediately was hit with the smell of fresh coffee. But the room was bad news. Only Larry Sakai was in the room. He was a coroner's investigator Bosch never really liked, and the feeling was mutual.
Harry Bosch,
Sakai said after looking up from the newspaper he held in his hands.
"Speak of the devil, I'm reading about you here. Says here you're in the hospital."
"Nah, I'm here, Sakai. See me? Where's Hounshell and Lynch? Either of them around?" Hounshell and Lynch were two investigators that Bosch knew would do him a favor without having to think about it too long. They were good people.
"Nah, they're out bagging and tagging. Busy morning. Guess things are picking up again."
Bosch had heard a rumor through the grapevine that while removing victims from one of the collapsed apartment buildings after the earthquake, Sakai had gone in with his own camera and taken photos of people dead in their beds, the ceilings crushed down on top of them. He then sold the prints to the tabloid newspapers under a false name. That was the kind of guy he was.
"Anybody else around?" "No, boss, just me. What do you want?"
"Nothing." Bosch turned back to the door, then hesitated. He needed to make the print comparison and didn't want to wait. He looked back at Sakai. "Look, Sakai, I need a favor. You want to help me out? I'll owe you one." Sakai leaned forward in his chair. Bosch could see just the point of a toothpick poking out between his lips.
"I don't know, Bosch. Having you owe me one is like having the old whore with AIDS say she'll give me a free one if I pay for the first."
Sakai laughed at the comparison he had created. "Okay, fine." Bosch turned and pushed through the door, keeping his anger in check. He was 2 steps down the hall when he heard Sakai call him back, just as he had hoped. He took a deep breath and went back into the break room.
"Bosch, come on. I didn't say I wouldn't help you out. Look, I read your story here, and I feel for what you're going through, okay?"
Yeah, right, Bosch thought, but didn't say. "Okay," he said. "What do you need?" "I need to get a set of prints off one of the customers in the cooler."
"Which one?"
"Mattel." Sakai nodded toward the paper which he had thrown onto the break table.
"That Mattel, huh?"
"Only one I know of." Sakai was quiet while he considered the request.
"You know, we make prints available to investigating officers assigned to homicides."
"Cut the crap, Sakai. You know I know that, and you know, if you read the paper, that I'm not the I.O. But I still need the prints. You gonna get them for me, or am I just wasting my time here?" Sakai stood up. Bosch knew that Sakai knew that if he backed down now, after making the overture, then Bosch would gain a superior position in the netherworld of male interaction, and in all their dealings that would follow. If Sakai followed through and got the prince, then the advantage would obviously go to him. "Cool your jets, Bosch. I'm going to get the prince. Why don't you get yourself a cup of coffee and sit down? Just put a quarter in the box." Bosch hated the idea of being beholden to Sakai for anything, but he knew this was worth it. The prints were the one way he knew to end the case, or tear it open again. Bosch had a cup of coffee, and in 15 minutes the coroner's investigator was back. He was still waving the card so the ink would dry. He handed it to Bosch and went to the counter to get another cup of coffee. "This is from Gordon Mattel, right?" "Right. That's what it said on the toe tag. And man, he got busted up pretty good in that fall." "Glad to hear it. You know, it sounds to me like that story in the newspaper ain't as solid as you LAPD guys claim if you're sneaking around here getting the guy's prints." "It's solid, Sakai. Don't worry about it. And I better not get any calls from any reporters about me picking up prints, or I'll be back." "Don't give yourself a hernia, Bosch. Just take the prints and leave." Never met anyone who tried so hard to make the person doing him a favor feel bad. Bosch dumped his coffee cup in a trash can and started out. At the door, he stopped. "Thanks." It burned him to say it. The guy was an asshole. "Just remember, Bosch, you owe me." Bosch looked back at him. He was stirring cream into his cup. Bosch walked back, sticking his hand in his pocket. When he got to the counter, he pulled out a quarter and dropped it into the slotted tin box that was the coffee fund. "There. That's for you," Bosch said. "Now we're even." He walked out, and in the hallway he heard Sakai call him an asshole. To Bosch, that was a sign that all might be right in the world. His world, at least. When Bosch got to Parker Center 15 minutes later, he realized he had a problem. Irving had not returned his ID tag because it was part of the evidence recovered from Mattel's jacket in the hot tub. So Bosch loitered around the front of the building until he saw a group of detectives and administrative types walking toward the building from the City Hall annex. When the group moved inside and around the entry counter, Bosch stepped up behind them and got by the duty officer without notice. Bosch found Hirsch at his computer in the latent fingerprint unit and asked him if he still had the life scan from the prints off the belt buckle. "Yeah, I've been waiting for you to pick them up." "Well, I got a set I want you to check against them first." Hirsch looked at him, but hesitated only a second. "Let's see him." Bosch got the print card Sakai had made out of his briefcase and handed it over. Hirsch looked at it a moment, turning the card so it reflected the overhead light better. "These are pretty clean. You don't need the machine, right? You just want to compare these to the prints you brought in before?" "That's right." "Okay, I can eyeball it right now if you want to wait." "I want to wait." Hirsch got the life-scan card out of his desk and took it and the coroner's card to the work counter, where he looked at them through a magnifying lamp. Bosch watched his eyes going back and forth between the prints as if he were watching a tennis ball go back and forth across a net. Bosch realized as he watched Hirsch work that more than anything else in the world, he wanted the print man to look up at him and say that the prints from the two cards in front of him matched. Bosch wanted this to be over. He wanted to put it away. After 5 minutes of silence, the tennis match was over, and Hirsch looked up at him and gave him the score. When Carmen Hinojos opened her waiting room door, she seemed pleasantly surprised to see Bosch sitting on the couch. "Harry, are you all right? I didn't expect to see you here today." "Why not? It's my time, isn't it?" "Yes, but I read in the paper you were at Cedars." "I checked out." "Are you sure you should have done that? You look awful." "I didn't want to say that. Come in." She ushered him in, and they took their usual places.
I actually look better than I feel right now.
Why? What is it?
Because it was all for nothing.
His statement put a confused look on her face. What do you mean? I read the story today. You solved the murders, including your mother's. I thought you'd be quite different than this.
Well, don't believe everything you read, Doctor. Let me clarify things for you. What I did on my so-called mission was cause 2 men to be murdered and another to die by my own hands. I solved 1, 2, 3 murders, so that's good. But I didn't solve the murder I set out to solve. In other words, I've been running around in circles causing people to die. So, how did you expect me to be during our session?
Have you been drinking?
I had a couple beers with lunch, but it was a long lunch, and I think that a minimum of 2 beers is required, considering what I just told you. But I am not drunk, if that is what you want to know. And I'm not working, so what's the difference?
I thought we agreed to cut back on...
Oh, fuck that! This is the real world here. Isn't that what you called it? The real world? Between now and the last time we talked, I've killed someone, Doc. And you want to talk about cutting back on booze like it means anything anymore.
Bosch took out his cigarettes and lit one. He kept the pack and the Bic on the arm of a chair. Carmen Hinojos watched him for a long time before speaking again. You're right. I'm sorry. Let's go to what I think is the heart of the problem. You said you didn't solve the murder you set out to solve. That, of course, is your mother's death. I am only going by what I read, but today's Times attributes her killing to Gordon Mittel. Are you telling me that you now know that to be incontrovertibly wrong?
Yes, I now know that to be incontrovertibly wrong.
How?
Simple. Fingerprints. I went down to the morgue, got Mittel's prints, and had them compared to those on the murder weapon. The belt. No match. He didn't do it. Wasn't there. Now, I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I'm not sitting here with a guilty conscience over Mittel. He was a man who decided to kill people and then had them killed. Just like that. At least 2 times, I'm sure of. Then he was going to have me killed, too, so I say, fuck him. He got what he had coming. But I'll carry Pounds and Conklin around with me for a long time. Maybe forever. And one way or another, I'll pay for it. It's just that it would make that weight easier to carry if there had been a reason. Any good reason, know what I mean? But there isn't a reason. Not anymore.
I understand. I'm not sure how to proceed with this. Do you want to talk some about your feelings in regard to Pounds and Conklin?
Not really. I've thought about it enough already. Neither man was innocent. They did things, but they didn't have to die like they did. Especially Pounds. Jesus. I can't talk about it. I can't even think about it.
Then how will you go on?
I don't know. Like I said, I have to pay.
What is the department going to do? Any idea?
I don't know. I don't care. It's bigger than the department to decide. I have to decide my penance.
Harry, what does that mean? That concerns me.
Don't worry, I'm not going to the closet. I'm not that type.
The closet?
I'm not going to stick a gun in my mouth.
To what you said here today, it is already clear you have accepted responsibility for what happened to these 2 men. You're facing it. In effect, you are denying denial. That is a foundation you can build on. I am concerned about this talk about penance. You have to go on, Harry. No matter what you do to yourself, it doesn't bring them back. So the best you can do is go on.
He didn't say anything.
He suddenly grew tired of all the advice, of her intervention in his life. He was feeling resentful and frustrated. "You mind if we cut the session short today?" he asked. "I'm not feeling so hot." "I understand. It's no problem. But I want you to promise me something. Promise me we will talk again before you make any decisions."
"You mean about my penance?"
"Yes, Harry."
"Okay. We'll talk."
He stood up and attempted a smile, but it came out more like a frown. Then he remembered something.
"By the way, I apologize for not getting back to you the other night when you called. I was waiting on a call and couldn't talk, and then I just kind of forgot. I hope you were just checking on me and it wasn't too important."
"Don't worry about it. I forgot myself. I was just calling to see how you made it through the rest of the afternoon with Chief Irving. I also wanted to see if you wanted to talk about the photos. It doesn't matter now."
"You looked at them?"
"Yes. I had a couple of comments, but..."
"Well, let's hear them."
Bosch sat back down. She looked at him, weighing his suggestion, and decided to go ahead. "I have them here." She bent down to get the envelope out of one of the lower drawers of the desk. She almost disappeared from Bosch's view. Then she was up and placed the envelope on the desk. "I guess you should take these back."
"Irving took the murder book in the evidence box. He's got it all now, except for those."
"You sound like you're unhappy about that, or that you don't trust him with it. That's a change."
"Aren't you the one who said I don't trust anyone?"
"Why don't you trust him?"
"I don't know. I just lost my suspect. Gordon Mattel's clear, and starting from ground zero, I was just thinking about the percentages."
"And?"
"Well, I don't know the numbers, but a significant number of homicides are reported by the actual doer. You know, the husband who calls up crying, saying his wife is missing. More often than not, he's just a bad actor. He killed her and thinks calling the cops helps convince everybody he's clean. Look at the Menendez brothers. One of them calls up boo-hooing about mom and dad being dead. Turns out he and the brother were the ones who shotgunned them. There was a case up in the hills a few years back. This little girl was missing. It was Laurel Canyon. It made the papers, TV. So the people up there organized search parties and all of that, and a few days later, one of the searchers, a teenage boy who was one of the girl's neighbors, found her body under a log off of Lookout Mountain. Turned out he was the killer. I got him to confess in 15 minutes. The whole time of the search, I was just waiting for the one who would find the body. It was percentages. He was a suspect before I even knew who it was."
"Irving found your mother's body?"
"Yes. And he knew her before that. He told me once."
"It seems like a stretch to me."
"Yeah. Most people probably thought that about Mattel, too. Right up until they fished him out of the hot tub."
"Isn't there an alternative scenario? Isn't it possible that maybe the original detectives were correct in their assumption back then that there was a sex killer out there, and that tracking him was hopeless?"
"There's always alternative scenarios."
"But you always seem drawn toward finding someone of power, a person of the establishment, to blame. Maybe that's not the case here. Maybe it's a symptom of your larger desire to blame society for what happened to your mother, and to you." Bosch shook his head. He didn't want to hear this.
"You know, all this psychobabble, I don't... Can we just talk about the photos?"
"I'm sorry." She looked down at the envelope as if she was seeing right through it to the photos inside it. "Well, it was very difficult for me to look at them. As far as their forensic value goes, there wasn't a lot there.
The photos show what I would call a statement homicide. The fact that the ligature, the belt, was still wrapped around her neck seems to indicate that the killer wanted police to know exactly what he did, that he had been deliberate, that he had had control over this victim. I also think the choice of placement is significant as well. The trash bin had no top, it was open. That suggests that placing the body there may not have been an effort to hide it. It was also he was saying she was trash. Right. Again, a statement. If he was just getting rid of a body, he could have put it anywhere in that alley, but he chose the open dumpster. Subconsciously or not, he was making a statement about her. So to make a statement such as that about a person, he would have to have known her to some degree, known about her, known she was a prostitute, known enough to judge her. Irving came to Bosch's mind again, but he said nothing.
Well, he said instead, couldn't it have been a statement about all women? Could it be some sick fuck who... excuse me, some nut who hated all women and thought all women were trash? That way he wouldn't have to have known her. Maybe somebody who simply wanted to kill a prostitute, any prostitute, to make a statement about them.
Yes, that's a possibility, but like you, I'm going with the percentages. The kind of sick fuck you are talking about, which, incidentally, in psychobabble we call a sociopath, is much rarer than the one who keys on specific targets, specific women. Bosch shook his head dismissively and looked out the window. What is it?
It's just frustrating, that's all. There wasn't much in the murder book about them taking a hard look at anybody in her circle, any of the neighbors, nothing like that. To do it now is impossible. It makes me feel like it's hopeless.
He thought of Meredith Roman. He could go to her to ask about his mother's acquaintances and customers, but he didn't know if he had the right to reawaken that part of her life. You have to remember, Hinojos said. In 1961, a case like this would have probably seemed impossible to solve. They wouldn't even have known how to start. It just didn't happen as often as today.
They're almost impossible to solve today, too.
They sat in silence for a few moments. Bosch thought about the possibility that the killer was some hit-and-run nut, a serial killer who was long gone into the darkness of time. If that was the case, then his private investigation was over. It was a failure.
Do you have anything else on the photos?
That's really all I had. No, wait. There was one thing, and you may already have this. She picked the envelope up and opened it. She reached in and began sliding out a photo.
I don't want to look at that,
Bosch said quickly. It's not a photo of her. Actually, it's her clothing laid out on a table. Is that okay to look at? She paused, her hand holding the photo half in and out of the envelope. Bosch waved his hand, telling her to go ahead.
I've already seen the clothes.
Then you've probably already considered this. She slid the photo to the edge of the desk, and Bosch leaned forward to study it. It was a color photo that had yellowed with age, even inside the envelope. The same items of clothing he had found in the evidence box were spread out on a table in a formation that outlined a body, in the way a woman might put them out on a bed before dressing. It reminded Bosch of cutouts for paper dolls. Even the belt with the seashell buckle was there, but it was between the blouse and the black dress, not at the imaginary neck. Okay, she said. What I found odd here was the belt.
The murder weapon.
Yes. Look, it has the large silver shell as the buckle, and there are smaller silver shells as ornamentation. It's rather showy.
Right.
But the buttons on the blouse are gold. Also, the photos of the body, they show she was wearing gold teardrop earrings and a gold neck chain. Also a bracelet.
Right, I know that. They were in the evidence box, too.
Bosch didn't understand what she was getting at. Harry, this is not a universal rule or anything. That's why I hesitate to bring it up. But usually women, don't mix and match gold and silver. And it appears to me your mother was well dressed on this evening, that she had jewelry on that matched the buttons of her blouse. She was coordinated, and she had style. What I'm saying is that I don't think she would have worn this belt with those other items. It was silver, and it was showy. Bosch said nothing. Something was poking its way into his mind, and its point was sharp. And lastly, this skirt buttons on the hip. It's a style that is still around, and I even have something similar to it myself. What's so functional about it is that because of the wide waistband, it can be worn with or without a belt. There are no loops. Bosch stared at the photo. No loops. Right. So what you're saying is, this might not have been her belt. It might have, but it was. I remember it. The seashell belt. I gave it to her for her birthday. I identified it for the cops, for McKittrick, the day he came to tell me. Well, then that shoots down everything I was going to say. I guess maybe when she came into the apartment, the killer was already waiting with it. No, it didn't happen in her apartment. They never found the crime scene. Listen, never mind whether it was her belt or not. What were you going to say? Oh, I don't know. Just a theory about it possibly being the property of another woman who may have been the motivating factor behind the killer's action. It's called aggression transference. It doesn't make sense now with this evidence, but there are examples of what I was going to suggest. A man takes his ex-girlfriend's stockings and strangles another woman with them. In his mind, he's strangling the girlfriend. Something like that. I was going to suggest it could have happened in this case with the belt. But Bosch was no longer listening. He turned and looked out the window, but wasn't seeing anything either. In his mind, he was seeing the pieces falling together. The silver and gold, the belt with 2 of the punch holes worn, 2 friends as close as sisters. One for both, and both for one. But then one was leaving the life. She'd found a white knight, and one was staying behind. Hi. Are you okay? He looked over at Hinojos. You just did it, I think. Did what? He reached for his briefcase, and from it withdrew the photo taken at the St. Patrick's Day dance more than 3 decades before. He knew it was a long shot, but he needed to check. This time he didn't look at his mother. He looked at Meredith Roman, standing behind the sitting Johnny Fox. And for the first time he saw that she wore the belt with the silver seashell buckle. She had borrowed it. It dawned on him then. She had helped Harry pick the belt out for his mother. She had coached him, and she chose it not because his mother would like it, but because she liked it, and knew she would get to use it. 2 friends who shared everything. Bosch shoved the photo back into the briefcase and shut it. He stood up. I gotta go. Bosch used the same ruse he had earlier to get back into Parker Center. Coming out of the elevator on the 4th floor, he practically ran into Hirsch, who was waiting to go down. He grabbed hold of the young print tech's arm and held him in the hallway as the elevator doors closed. You going home? I was trying to. I need one more favor. I'll buy you lunch. I'll buy you dinner. I'll buy you whatever you want if you do it for me. It's important and it won't take long. Hirsch looked at him. Bosch could see he was beginning to wish he'd never gotten involved. What's that saying, Hirsch? In for a penny, in for a pound. What do you say? I've never heard it. Well, I have. I'm having dinner with my girlfriend tonight, and that's great. This won't take that long. You'll make it to your dinner. All right. What is it you need? Hirsch, you're my goddamn hero, you know that. Bosch doubted he even had a girlfriend. They went back to the lab.
It was deserted since it was almost 5 on a slow day. Bosch put his briefcase on one of the abandoned desks and opened it. He found the Christmas card and took it out by holding a corner between 2 fingernails. He held it up for Hirsch to see. "This came in the mail 5 years ago. You think you can pull a print off it? A print from the sender? My prints are going to be on there too, I'm sure." Hirsch furrowed his brow and studied the card. His lower lip jutted outward as he contemplated the challenge. "All I can do is try. Prints on paper are usually pretty stable. The oils last long and sometimes leave ridge patterns in the paper even when they evaporate. Has it been in its envelope?" "Yeah, for 5 years until last week." "That helps." Hirsch carefully took the card from Bosch and walked over to the work counter, where he opened the card and clipped it to a board. "I'm going to try the inside. It's always better. Less chance of you having touched it inside, and the writer always touches the inside. Is it all right if this gets kind of ruined?" "Do what you have to do." Hirsch studied the card with a magnifying glass, then lightly blew over the surface. He reached to a rack of spray bottles over the work table and took down one marked ninhydrin. He sprayed a light mist over the surface of the card, and in a few minutes it began to turn purple around the edges. Then light shapes began to bloom like flowers on the card. Fingerprints. "I've got to bring this out some," Hirsch said, more to himself than Bosch. Hirsch looked up at the rack, and his eyes followed the row of chemical reagents until he found what he was looking for, a spray bottle marked zinc chloride. He sprayed it on the card. "This should bring the storm clouds in." The prints turned the deep purple shade of heavy rain clouds. Hirsch then took down a bottle labeled PD, which Bosch knew meant physical developer. After the card was misted with PD, the prints turned a grayish black and were more defined. Hirsch looked them over with his magnifying lamp. "I think this is good enough. We won't need the laser. Now, look at these here, Detective." Hirsch pointed to a print that appeared to have been left by a thumb on the left side of Meredith Roman's signature, and 2 smaller finger marks above it. "These look like marks left by someone trying to hold the card steady while it was being written on. Any chance that you might have touched it this way?" Hirsch held his fingers in place an inch over the card in the same position that the hand that left the prints would have been in. Bosch shook his head. "All I ever did was open it and read it. I think those are the prints we want." "Okay. Now what?" Bosch went to his briefcase and pulled out the print cards Hirsch had returned to him earlier in the day. He found the card containing the lifts from the belt with the seashell buckle. "Here," he said. "Compare this to what you just got off the Christmas card." "You got it." Hirsch pulled the magnifying glass with the ringed light attachment in front of him and once again began his tennis match eye movement as he compared the prints. Bosch tried to envision what had happened. Marjorie Lowe was going to Las Vegas to get married to Arno Conklin. The very thought of it must have been absurdly wonderful to her. She had to go home and pack. The plan was to drive through the night. If Arno was planning to bring along a best man, perhaps Marjorie was to bring a maid of honor. Maybe she would have gone upstairs to ask Meredith to come. Or maybe she would have gone to her to borrow back the belt that her son had given her. Maybe she would have gone to say goodbye. But something happened when she got there, and on her happiest night, Meredith killed her. Bosch thought about the interview reports that had been in the murder book. Meredith told Eno and McKittrick that Marjorie's date on the night she had died had been arranged by Johnny Fox, but she didn't go to the party herself because she said Fox had beaten her the night before, and she was not presentable. The detectives noted in the report that she had a bruise on her face and a split lip. Why didn't they see it then? Bosch wondered. Meredith had sustained those injuries while killing Marjorie. The drop of blood on Marjorie's blouse had come from Meredith. But Bosch knew why they hadn't seen it. He knew the investigators dismissed any thought in that direction, if they ever even had any, because she was a woman, and because Fox backed her story. He admitted he beat her. Bosch now saw what he believed was the truth. Meredith killed Marjorie, and then hours later called Fox at his card game to give him the news. She asked him to help her get rid of the body and hide her involvement. Fox must have readily agreed, even to the point of his willingness to say he beat her, because he saw the larger picture. He lost a source of income when Marjorie was killed, but that would have been tempered by the increased leverage the murder would give him over Conklin and Mattel. Keeping it unsolved would make it even better. He'd always be a threat to them. He could walk into the police station at any time to tell what he knew and lay it on Conklin. What Fox didn't realize was that Mattel could be as cunning and vicious as he was. He learned that a year later on La Brea Boulevard. Fox's motivation was clear. Bosch still wasn't sure about Meredith's. Could she have done it for the reasons Bosch had set out in his mind? Would the abandonment of a friend have led to the rage of murder? He began to believe there was still something left out. He still didn't know it all. The last secret was with Meredith Roman, and he would have to go get it. An odd thought pushed through these questions to Bosch. The time of death of Marjorie Lowe was about midnight. Fox didn't get his call and leave his card game until roughly 4 hours later. Bosch now assumed that the murder scene was Meredith's apartment. Now he wondered, what did she do in that place for 4 hours with the body of her best friend lying there? Detective? Bosch looked away from his thoughts to Hirsch, who was sitting at the desk, nodding his head. You got something? Bingo. Bosch just nodded. It was confirmation of more than just the match of fingerprints. He knew it was a confirmation that all the things he had accepted as the truths of his life could be as false as Meredith Roman. The sky was the color of a ninhydrin bloom on white paper. It was cloudless and growing dark purple with the aging of dusk. Bosch thought of the sunsets he had told Jazz about and realized that even that was a lie. Everything was a lie. He stopped the Mustang at the curb in front of Catherine Register's home. There was another lie. The woman who lived here was Meredith Roman. Changing her name didn't change what she had done, didn't change her from guilty to innocent. There were no lights on that he could see from the street, no sign of life. He was prepared to wait, but didn't want to deal with the thoughts that would intrude as he sat alone in the car. He got out, crossed the lawn to the front porch, and knocked on the door. While he waited, he got out a cigarette and was lighting it when he suddenly stopped. He realized that what he was doing was his reflex of smoking at death scenes where the bodies were old. His instincts had reacted before he had consciously registered the odor from the house. Outside the door it was barely noticeable, but it was there. He looked back out to the street and saw no one. He looked back at the door and tried the knob. It turned. As he opened it, he felt a rush of cool air, and the odor came out to meet him. The house was still. The only sound, the hum of the air conditioner in the window of her bedroom. That was where he found her. He could tell right away that Meredith Roman had been dead for several days. Her body was in the bed, the covers pulled up to her head on the pillow. Only her face, what was left of it, was visible. Bosch's eyes did not linger on the image. The deterioration had been extensive, and he guessed that maybe she had been dead since the day he had visited. On the table next to the bed were 2 empty glasses, a half-gone fifth of vodka, and an empty bottle of prescription pills. Bosch bent down to read the label and saw the prescription was for Catherine Register, 1 each night before bed. Sleeping pills. Meredith had faced her past and administered her own penance. She had taken the blue canoe. Suicide. Bosch knew it wasn't for him to decide, but it looked that way. He turned to the bureau because he remembered the Kleenex box and he wanted to use a tissue to cover his tracks. But there on the top, near the photos in gilded frames, was an envelope that had his name on it. He picked it up, took some tissues, and left the room. In the living room, a bit further away from the source of the horrible odor, but not far enough, He turned the envelope over to open it and noticed the flap was torn. The envelope had been opened already. He guessed maybe Meredith had reopened it to read again what she had written. Maybe she'd had second thoughts about what she was doing. He dismissed the question and took the note out. It was dated a week earlier, Wednesday. She had written it the day after his visit.
Dear Harry, if you are reading this, then my fears that you would learn the truth were well-founded. If you are reading this, then the decision I have made tonight was the correct one, and I have no regrets as I make it. You see, I would rather face the judgment of afterlife than have you look at me while knowing the truth. I know what I have taken from you. I have known all my life. It does no good to say I am sorry or try to explain, but it still amazes me how one's life can change forever in a few moments of uncontrolled rage. I was angry at Marjorie when she came to me that night so full of hope and happiness. She was leaving me for a life with you, with him, for a life we had only dreamed was possible. What is jealousy but a reflection of your own failures? I was jealous and angry, and I struck at her. I then made a feeble effort to cover what I had done. I am sorry, Harry, but I took her from you, and with that took any chance you ever had. I've carried the guilt every day since then, and I take it with me now. I should have paid for my sin a long time ago, but someone convinced me otherwise and helped me get away. There is no one left to convince me now. I don't ask for your forgiveness, Harry. That would be an insult. I guess all I want is for you to know my regrets, and to know that sometimes people who get away don't really get away. I didn't. Not then. Not now. Goodbye. Meredith.
Bosch reread the note and then stood there thinking about it for a long time. Finally, he folded it and put it back in its envelope. He walked over to the fireplace, lit the envelope on fire with his Bic, and then tossed it onto the grate. He watched the paper bend and burn until it bloomed like a black rose and went out. He went to the kitchen and lifted the receiver off the phone after wrapping his hand in tissue. He put it on the counter and dialed 911. As he walked toward the front door, he could hear the tiny voice of the Santa Monica police operator asking who was there and what the problem was. He left the door unlocked and wiped the exterior knob with the tissue after stepping out onto the porch. He heard a voice from behind him.
She writes a good letter, don't she?
Bosch turned around. Vaughn was sitting on the rattan loveseat on the porch. He was holding a new .22 in his hand. It looked like another Beretta. He looked none the worse for wear. He didn't have the black eyes that Bosch had, or the stitches. Vaughn. Bosch couldn't think of anything else to say. He couldn't imagine how he had been found by him. Could Vaughn have been daring enough to hang around Parker Center and follow Bosch from there? Bosch looked out into the street and wondered how long it would take the police operator to dispatch a car to the address the computer gave her for the 911 call. Even though Bosch had said nothing on the line, he knew they would eventually send a car to check it out. He had wanted them to find Meredith. If they took their time about it, they would probably find him as well. He had to stall Vaughn for as long as possible.
Yeah, nice note, the man with the gun said. But she left something out, don't you think?
What's left out? Vaughn seemed not to have heard him.
It's funny, he said. I knew your mother had a kid, but I never met you, never even saw you. She kept you away from me. I wasn't good enough, I guess.
Bosch continued to stare as things began to fall together.
Johnny Fox. In the flesh.
I don't understand.
Mattel had me killed? No, not really. I killed myself, I guess you could say. I read that story you people put in the paper today, but you had it wrong. Most of it, at least.
Bosch nodded. He knew now.
Meredith killed your mother, kid. Sorry about that. I just helped her take care of it after the fact. And then you used her death to get to Conklin. Bosch didn't need any confirmation from Fox. He was just trying to chew up time. Yeah, that was the plan, to get to Conklin. Worked pretty good, too. Got me out of the sewer. Only I found out pretty fast that the real power was Mattel. I could tell. Between the two of them, Mattel could go the distance. So I threw in with him, you could say. He wanted a better hold on the Golden Boy. He wanted an ace up his own sleeve. So I helped. By killing yourself? I don't get it. Mattel told me that supreme power over someone is the power they don't know you have until you need to use it. You see, Bosch, Mattel always suspected that Conklin was really the one who did your mother. Bosch nodded. He now saw where the story was going. And you never told Mattel that Conklin wasn't the killer. That's right. I never told him about Meredith. So knowing that, look at it from his side. Mattel figured that if Conklin was the doer and he believed I was dead, then he'd think he was home free. See, I was the only loose end, the one who could tie him in. Mattel wanted him to think he was clear. He wanted it because he wanted Conklin at ease. He didn't want him to lose his drive, his ambition. Conklin was going places, and Mattel didn't want him to hesitate even one fucking second. But he also wanted to keep an ace up his sleeve, something that he could always pull out if Conklin tried to step out of line. That was me. I was the ace. So we arranged that little hit and run, me and Mattel. Thing is, Mattel never had to play the ace. Conklin gave Mattel a lot of good years after that. By the time he backed out on that Attorney General thing, Mattel was well diversified. By then he had a congressman, a senator, a quarter of the local pals on his client list. You could say by then he had already climbed on Conklin's shoulders to the higher ground. He didn't need Arno anymore. Bosch nodded again and thought a moment about the scenario. All those years, Conklin believed it had been Mattel who killed her, and Mattel believed it had been Conklin. It was neither. So who was the one you ran over? He asked it just to be asking something. Oh, just somebody. Doesn't matter. He was just a volunteer, you could say. I picked him up on Mission Street. He thought he was handing out Conklin flyers. I planted my ID in the bottom of the satchel I gave him. He never knew what hit him or why. How'd you get away with it? Bosch asked, though he thought he already knew the answer to that as well. Mattel had Eno on the line. We set it up so that it happened when he was next up on call. He took care of everything, and Mattel took care of him. Bosch could see that the setup also gave Fox a share of power over Mattel, and he'd ridden along with him ever since. A little plastic surgery, a nicer set of clothes, and he was Jonathan Vaughn, aide to the wunderkind political strategist and rainmaker. So how'd you know I'd show up here? I'd kept tabs on her over the years. I knew she was here, alone. After our little run-in on the hill the other night, I came here to hide, to sleep. You gave me a headache. What the hell you hit me with? The 8-ball. I guess I should have thought of that when I put you in there. Anyway, I found her like that in the bed. I read the note and knew who you were. I figured you'd be back, especially after you left that message on the phone yesterday. You've been here all this time? You get used to it. I put the air on high, closed the door. You get used to it. Bosch tried to imagine it. Sometimes he believed that he was used to the smell, but he knew he wasn't. What did she leave out of the note, Fox? That was the part about her wanting Conklin for herself. See, I tried her with Conklin first, but it didn't take. Then I set him up with Marjorie and got the fireworks. Nobody expected that he'd want to end up marrying her, though, least of all Meredith. There was only room on the horse with the White Knight for one rider. That was Marjorie. Meredith couldn't handle that. Must have been a hell of a catfight. Bosch said nothing.
but the truth stung his face like a sunburn. That's what it had all come down to, a catfight between whores.
"Let's go to your car now," Fox said.
"Why?"
"We need to go to your place now."
"For what?" Fox never answered. A Santa Monica squad car stopped in front of the house just as Bosch asked his question. 2 officers started getting out.
"Be cool, Bosch," Fox said quietly. "Be cool if you want to live a little longer."
Bosch saw Fox turn the aim of his gun toward the approaching officers. They could not see it because of the thick bougainvillea running along the front of the porch. One of them started to speak. "Did someone here call 9? Bosch took 2 steps and launched himself over the railing to the lawn. As he did it, he yelled a warning. "He's got a gun! He's got a gun!" On the ground, Bosch heard Fox start running on the wood decking of the porch. He guessed he was going for the door. Then came the first shot. He was sure it came from behind him, from Fox. Then the 2 cops opened up like the 4th of July. Bosch couldn't count all the shots. He stayed on the grass with his arms spread wide and his hands up, just hoping they wouldn't send one his way. It was over in no more than 8 seconds. When the echoes died and silence returned, Bosch yelled again. "I'm unarmed! I'm a police officer! I am no threat to you! I am an unarmed police officer!" He felt the end of a hot gun barrel pressed against his neck.
"Where's the ID?"
"Right inside coat pocket." Then he remembered he still didn't have it. The cop's hands grasped him by the shoulders. "I'm going to roll you over. Wait a minute. I don't have it." "What is this?" "Roll over." Bosch complied. "I don't have it with me. I've got other ID, though, left inside pocket." The cop started going through his jacket. Bosch was scared. "I'm not going to do anything wrong here. Just be quiet." The cop got Bosch's wallet out and looked at the driver's license that was behind a clear plastic window. "What do you got, Jimmy?" the other cop yelled. Bosch couldn't see him. "He legit?" "Says he's a cop, got no badge. Got a DL here." Then he hunched back down over Bosch and patted the rest of his body in a search for weapons. "I'm clean." "All right, turn back over." Bosch did so, and his hands were cuffed behind his back. He then heard the man above him call in for backup and an ambulance on his radio. "All right, get up." Bosch did as he was told. For the first time, he could see the porch. The other cop stood with his handgun pointing down at Fox's crumpled body at the front door. Bosch was led up the steps to the porch. He could see Fox was still alive. His chest was heaving. He had wounds in both legs, the stomach, and it looked like one slug had gone through both cheeks. His jaw hung open, but his eyes seemed even wider as he stared at death coming for him. "I knew you'd fire, you fuck," Bosch said to him. "Just die now." "Shut up," the one called Jimmy ordered. "Right now." The other cop pulled him away from the front door. Out in the street, Bosch could see neighbors joining together in little knots or watching from their own porches. Nothing like gunshots in suburbia for getting people together, he thought. The smell of spent gunpowder in the air does it better than a barbecue any day. The young cop got right up in Bosch's face. Harry could see that his nameplate identified him as D. Sparks. "Okay, what the fuck's going on here? If you're a cop, tell us what's going on." "You two are a couple of heroes, that's what's going on." "Tell the story, man. I don't have time for bullshit." Bosch could hear approaching sirens now. "My name's Bosch. I'm with LAPD. This man you shot is the suspect in the killing of Arno Conklin, the former district attorney of this county, and LAPD Lieutenant Harvey Pounds. I'm sure you've heard about these cases." "Jim, you hear that?" He turned back to Bosch. "Where's your badge?" "Stolen. I can give you a number to call. Assistant Chief Irvin Irving. He'll tell you about me." "Never mind that. What's he doing here?" He pointed to Fox. "He told me he was hiding out. Earlier today I got a call to come to this address, and he was here waiting to ambush me. See, I could identify him. He had to take me out." The cop looked down at Fox, wondering if he should believe such an incredible story. "You got here right in time," Bosch said. "He was going to kill me." D. Sparks nodded. He was beginning to like the sound of this story. Then concern creased his brow. "Who called 911?" he asked. "I did," Bosch said. "I came here, found the door open, and went in. I was calling 911 when he got the jump on me. I just dropped the phone because I knew you people would come." "Why call 911 if he hadn't grabbed you yet?" "Because of what's in the back bedroom." "What?" "There's a woman in the bed. She looks like she's been dead about a week." "Who is she?" Bosch looked at the young cop's face. "I don't know." "Why didn't you reveal that you knew she was your mother's killer? Why did you lie?" "I don't know. I haven't figured it out. It's just that there was something about what she wrote and what she did at the end that... I don't know. I just felt like that was enough. I just wanted to let it go." Carmen Hinojos nodded her head as if she understood, but Bosch wasn't sure he did himself. "I think that's a good decision, Harry." "You do?" "I don't think anybody else would think it was a good decision." "I'm not talking about on a procedural or criminal justice level. I'm just talking about on a human level. I think you did the right thing for yourself." "I guess." "Do you feel good about it?" "Not really." "You were right, you know." "I was? About what?" "About what you said about me finding out who did it." "You warned me. Said it might do me more harm than good." "Well, that was an understatement. Some mission I gave myself, right?" "I'm sorry if I was right. But as I said in the last session, the deaths of those men can't be..." "I'm not talking about them anymore. I'm talking about something else. You see, I know now that my mother was trying to save me from that place I was at, like she had promised me that day out by the fence that I told you about. I think that whether she loved Conklin or not, she was thinking of me. She had to get me out, and he was the way to do it. So, ultimately, you see, it was because of me that she died." "Oh, please, don't tell yourself that, Harry. That's ridiculous." Bosch knew that the anger in her voice was real. "If you are going to take that form of logic," she continued, "you can come up with any reason why she was killed. You can argue that your own birth set circumstances in motion that led to her death. You see how silly that is?" "Not really." "It's the same argument you made the other day about people not taking responsibility. Well, the inverse of that is people who take too much responsibility, and you are becoming one of them. Let that go, Harry. Let it go. Let someone else take some responsibility for some things, even if that someone else is dead. Being dead does not absolve them of everything." He was cowed by the forcefulness of her denunciation. He just looked at her for a long moment. He could tell her outburst would signal a natural break in the session. The discussion of his guilt was done. She had ended it, and he had his instructions. "I'm sorry to have raised my voice." "No problem." "Harry, what do you hear from the department?" "Nothing. I'm waiting on Irving." "What do you mean?" "He kept my culpability out of the paper. Now it's his move. He's either going to come at me with IAD, if he can make a case against me impersonating Pounds, or he's going to let it go. I'm betting he's going to let it go." "Why?" "The one thing about the LAPD is that it is not into self-flagellation. Know what I mean? This case is very public, and if they do something to me, they know there's always the danger it'll get out, and it'll be one more black eye for the department. Irving sees himself as the protector of the department's image. He'll put that ahead of taking me down. Besides, he'll have leverage on me now. I mean, he thinks he will." "You seem to know Irving and the department well." "Why?" "Chief Irving called me this morning and asked me to forward a positive RTD evaluation to his office as soon as possible." "He said that?
He wants a positive return-to-duty report? Yes, those were his words. Do you think you are ready for that?
He thought a few moments, but didn't answer the question. Has he done that before? Told you how to evaluate somebody?
No, it's the first time, and I'm very concerned about it. It undermines my position here if I simply accede to his wishes. It's quite a dilemma because I don't want you caught in the middle.
What if he didn't tell you which way to go? What would your evaluation be, positive or negative? She played with a pencil on the desktop for a few moments while considering the question.
It's very close, Harry, but I think you'll need more time.
Then don't do it. Don't give in to him.
That's quite a change. Only a week ago, all you could talk about was getting back to the job.
That was a week ago. There was a palpable sadness in his voice.
Stop beating yourself to death with it, she said. The past is like a club, and you can only hit yourself in the head with it so many times before there is serious and permanent damage. I think you are at your limit. For what it's worth, I think you are a good and clean and ultimately kind man. Don't do this to yourself. Don't ruin what you have, what you are with this kind of thinking.
He nodded like he understood, but he had dismissed her words as soon as he heard them.
I've been doing a lot of thinking the last couple of days.
About what?
Everything. Any decisions on anything?
Almost.
I think I'm going to pull the pin, leave the department.
She leaned forward and folded her arms on the desk. A serious look creased her brow.
Harry, what are you talking about? This is not like you. Your job and your life are the same. I think it's good to have some distance, but not total separation.
She stopped when she seemed to come upon an idea.
Is this your idea of penance, of making up for what happened?
I don't know.
For what I did, something has to be paid. That's all. Irving's not going to do anything, I will. Harry, you made a mistake. A serious mistake, yes. But for that, you are giving up your career? The one thing that even you readily admit you do well? You're going to throw it all away?
He nodded.
Did you pull the papers yet?
Not yet.
Don't do it.
Why not? I can't do this anymore. It's like I'm walking around handcuffed to a chain of ghosts. He shook his head. They were having the same debate that he had been having in his mind for the last 2 days, since the night at Meredith Roman's house.
Give it some time, Hinojos said. All I'm saying is think about it. You're on paid leave now. Use it. Use the time. I'll tell Irving he's not getting an RTD from me yet. Meantime, you just give it some time and think hard on it. Go away somewhere, sit on the beach, but think about it before you turn in your papers.
Bosch raised his hands in surrender.
Please, Harry, I want to hear you say it.
All right, I'll do some more thinking.
Thank you.
She let some silence underline his agreement.
Remember what you said about seeing the coyote on the street last week? She asked quietly. About it being the last coyote?
I remember.
I think I know how you felt. I'd hate to think that I was seeing the coyote for the last time, too.
From the airport, Bosch took the freeway to the Armenia exit and then south to Swan. He found that he didn't even need the rent-a-car map. He went east on Swan into Hyde Park and then down South Boulevard to her place. He could see the bay shimmering in the sun at the end of the street. At the top of the stairs, the door was open, but the screen door was closed. Bosch knocked.
Come in. It's open.
It was her. Bosch pushed through the screen into the living room. She wasn't there, but the first thing he noticed was a painting on the wall where before there had only been the nail. It was a portrait of a man in shadows. He was sitting at a table, alone. The figure's elbow was on the table, and the hand was up against his cheek, obscuring the face and making the deep set of the eyes the focal point of the painting. Bosch stared at it a moment until she called again. "Hello? I'm in here." He saw the door to her studio was open a half-foot. He stepped over and pushed it open. She was there, standing in front of the easel, dark earth-tone oils on the palette in her hand. There was a single, errant slash of ochre on her right cheek. She immediately smiled. "Harry?" "Hello, Jasmine." He moved in closer to her and stepped around the side of the easel. The portrait had only just been started, but she had begun with the eyes, the same eyes in the portrait that hung on the wall in the other room, the same eyes he saw in the mirror. She hesitantly came closer to him. There was not a glimmer of embarrassment or unease in her face. "I thought that if I painted you that you would come back." She dropped her brush into an old coffee can bolted to the easel and came even closer. She embraced him, and they kissed silently. At first it was a gentle reunion. Then he put his hand against her back and pulled her tightly against his chest as if she was a bandage that could stop his bleeding. After a while she pulled back, brought her arms up, and held his face in her hands. "Let me see if I got the eyes right." She reached up and took off his sunglasses. He smiled. He knew the purple below his eyes was almost gone, but they were still red-rimmed and shot with swollen capillaries. "Jesus, you took the red eye." "It's a long story. I'll tell you later." "God, put these back on." She hooked the glasses back on and laughed. "It's not that funny. It hurt." "Not that. I got paint on your face." "Well then, I'm not alone." He traced the slash on her face. They embraced again. Bosch knew they could talk later. For now, he just held her and smelled her and looked over her shoulder to the brilliant blue of the bay. He thought of something the old man in the bed had told him. When you find the one that you think fits, then grab on for dear life. Bosch didn't know if she was the one, but for the moment, he held on with everything he had left.